Ultra has always been a dream.
The mountains out there are just so beautiful. Push my limits and ski the best I can.
All of a sudden, world titles are at play in people's minds. So the pressure just increases at these events.
Baqueira Beret is the freeride family reunion in the Pyrenees. Stop number 1 of the 2026 Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance is where rookies get their first taste of the big leagues and champions start their title chase all over again. The field is level and it's all to play for here in Spain. Welcome, welcome, welcome to stop number 1 of the 2026 Freeride World Tour here in Baqueira Beret for the Baqueira Beret Movistar Pro. My name is Derek Foos. I am joined by Amy Engebretson. Amy, the vibes are firing here.
Yes, I'm so excited to be here. My first time in the Spanish Pyrenees, my first time at Baqueira Beret, and it's the first comp of the season, the 2026 season. I'm excited to be here with you, and we've got a day for freeride ahead of us. I can feel it.
Freeride Fiesta is in the air. The Spanish vibes are absolutely electric. The crowd is here. The athletes they're fired up. There's a little anxiety running through everyone's veins. We're going to take a look at what our whole season is going to look like here before we dig in.
Yeah, absolutely. We are in Spain, and we are kicking things off in style for 2026 here at the Baqueira Beret Pro by Movistar. Then we take off and we go to France for Val Thorens Pro. It's the Freeride World Tour. We're going to travel the world, literally. So then we're going to go to Georgia for the Georgia Pro. And then from there, it's back over to Europe for the Fieberbrunn Pro in Austria, a classic venue. And then we've got a switch up on the schedule. We are going back to Alaska for the Yeti Alaska Haynes Pro. Super excited for that one. And then, of course, in style, things will wrap up in Switzerland with the Yeti Verbier Extreme, as always, where champions will be crowned.
Champions will be crowned. Dreams come true. Heartbreak and glory all lined up season long on the Freeride World Tour. But of course, today we are here in Baqueira Beret in the Val d'Aran in Spain. This place absolutely majestic. It's become a fan favorite and a rider favorite on the Freeride World Tour.
Absolutely, so beautiful. Like I said, never been to the Spanish Pyrenees, and this morning just riding the lift, and you just see mountains everywhere, and then lifts going everywhere to ski it all. I was in a dream this morning. It's gorgeous.
All right, well, let's take a look behind the scenes here in Baqueira Beret.
This valley have a really good orientation, and the mountains is really good to do that type of sport. Here I think the orientation on that valley and the climate is totally different to the other ski resorts in Spain. Here, when it's coming from the north, have a really good big storms of good snow. You have so many options. You have the option to do some freestyle zone, and at the same time, if you go to the north face, it's more rocky, more steep. You have for everybody have the space to do what do you want. All the young generation are really motivated about to have this competition at home. Yeah, for everybody in that valley, it's super important to have the Freeride World Tour and the freeride.
Oh my gosh, what a magical place. And like you said, becoming one of the favorites on the Freeride World Tour here in Baqueira Beret. And it's so cool to hear it and hear about it from Aymar Navarro, one of the absolute legends in the sport, responsible for bringing the Freeride World Tour here. And just the vibes, everything's awesome. But included in that awesomeness, we're running a little early. We're running D-1. I actually didn't get here till last night, but Derek, you were here. What's been going on to get this comp off the ground?
It has been a heavy lift. We had a meter of snow, essentially, and then a ton of wind. So yesterday we had the decibel out hanging off the helicopter, putting a big concussive force on the mountain to try to trigger any avalanches on the in case that the stability hadn't taken care of itself. 6 shots were fired. no results at all. So it's a good sign for the stability of the snow. It's incredible what the wind has actually done to the venue over the last couple of days. It's changed it drastically. We're going to check in with Commissioner Lolo Bess to see exactly what went into making this decision.
Hey, the reason why the competition is on Thursday is because looking at the weather forecast, the precipitation that we were originally seeing had completely disappeared. No window during the true weather window, so we decided to go on the only good weather day, which is D-1 Thursday.
So there you have it. The forecast working a little bit against us, but D-1 coming in clutch once again for the Freeride World Tour. If you've been watching this for a few years, D-1 is always in play. All right, well, we have the faces prepared, but we're going to see exactly what this face is all about. You see the Spanish crowd starting to fill in. This Baqueira face, it's a favorite, but it's got some teeth, Amy.
Absolutely. So this is a classic freeride venue, this FWT Baqueira. It's really a treat. It's a venue we have not gotten to see the athletes ride since 2013. So we're back on a classic, and this thing is chock full of nuggets for all of these riders to do everything off. There's playful features, there's really rocky exposed terrain, and I think I love having the one start for the athletes. So here we have the FWT Baqueira. It's a 55-degree maximum steepness, but an average steepness of about 42 degrees, and that start gate is all the way up at 2,644 meters high above the sea, finishes down at 2,214 meters. That gives us a drop of about 430 meters, a full free ride, full-on action. And again, yeah, I'm excited about this face. I think it's a classic freeride comp venue. Weather-wise, we have a gorgeous day here. We have sunshine, we have some high clouds. You can see that start gate there kind of just on top of the world, really. We saw it first thing this morning. I was like, there it is. It was super cool. Temperature-wise, it's pretty mild, 3 degrees Celsius, about 37 Fahrenheit. We've got some winds, kind of light, 25 kilometers per hour out of the southeast. And that wind has actually been kind of affecting the snow in a positive way. So we have some hard pack conditions-wise on top, but the wind has actually kind of been working some magic, created some like wind-packed powder and almost like wind buff. So while there's maybe some variability, some hard pack, I think that it could potentially be stomping snow. And what I'm excited about today is to see the athletes' technique shine in these conditions. This is like the kind of the grit of your teeth free ride conditions out there today.
Yeah, exactly. This wind buffed, it's almost it's like groomed by the gods. So if you can ski well on piste or snowboard well on piste, the riders that have the strong technique, the ability to put a ski or board on edge, not too abruptly, not too rapidly, I think we're going to see them shine. There was some talk that the Kiwis and maybe the Swedes, possibly some of the North Americans, may have a bit of an advantage because, especially the Kiwis and Swedes, they're used to these heavy, not heavy, hard, firm, stiff conditions. We're going to see exactly what happens on the field, but I think technique is going to take the day, and this is exactly what we're going to look at, our judging criteria. This is what our judging team is looking at to make their decisions. Line, control, technique, fluidity, air, and style. Line is king. The more difficult line you ride or ski, the higher your score is going to be. Of course, control is everything, the ultimate loss of control being a fall, and then air and style. That's the tricks that the riders are throwing off of the features. That is what the crowd is here to see. Amy, you and I are here for.
That's the part that makes it fun. Absolutely. That's what puts on the show, I guess.
It is the show, and these are the ultimate showmen and women. As we see our illustrious judging panel here, these are the 5 people going to be taking care of business today. Jacqueline Pollard out of Utah was a standout on the Freeride World Tour. Laurent Gauthier, he's got a podium in Verbier, been judging since 2018. Bertie Denervaux and Laurent Lolo Bess, the 2 co-commissioners of the Freeride World Tour, somewhere in the neighborhood of 50 years of judging combined between them. And Danny Fornell-Pratt coming just down the road from Andorra to handle video judging duty. So that's the guy who's going to be rewinding if the judges need a look at some intricate detail, whether a landing was stomped. These people are the creme de la creme. They know what they're looking for. They know exactly how to get to those numbers. The Baqueira Beret Pro upcoming. Stay tuned with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Baqueira Beret Pro by Movistar, stop number 1 on the 2026 Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance. This place is fire. Everyone loves coming here. Everyone loves watching this event. And the local fans are electric. By far, the most engaged fans on the Freeride World Tour. And yes, Verbier and Fieberbrunn and Georgia and Haynes, we're talking to you. We want to bring the level up to what they do in Spain at every stop on the Freeride World Tour. This place absolutely electric as we are set to launch the Snowboard Women to kick off the 2026 season.
Absolutely. It's a freeride fiesta here in Spain. It's going to be an awesome day, and we're starting off with our Snowboard Women. We have a lot of names here. Obviously, we're thinking about Noemi Aki. She's coming off a championship in her rookie year, which is amazing for her. We've got Nuria Castan-Baralt. She's a local. She has the home field advantage. She's kicking us off first thing, so it's kind of fitting. A Spaniard in the gate first for our day here in the Spanish Pyrenees. And I'm also really excited to see some of the other rookies today. Mia Jones, I mean, Noemi set the stage for rookies. Actually, Snowboard Women has been dominated by rookies, so a lot could happen with these women today.
I know, and there are some powerful rookies in this field. I'm really excited to see these women kick off our season on the best of our face. You see the fans getting dug in, getting situated for a huge day of freeride. You can see the summit of this face, that imposing tippy top of the Pyrenees. The FWT start gate matching the angles almost perfectly. So we're going to take a look at what you thought. The Peak Performance Fun Bet is your opportunity to get involved, to get some skin in the game. It's effectively fantasy freeride. And we have 87% of you feeling that Noemi Aki is going to land on the podium. 76% feel that Ana Martinez will be there, and 73% with Nuria Castan-Baralt. Now, these are podium prediction. So if you're thinking these numbers don't line up to 100, you're absolutely right, because there's 3 spots on the podium. So these are your Peak Performance Fun Bet fan favorites. Stay tuned to Peak Performance Fun Bet. See if you won. There's great prizes available at the end of the season and after each event from Peak Performance. And these riders are all, they're going to be vibing that the fans are behind them.
Absolutely. It's fun. We're launching here midday, so we have a west aspect here for our comp venue. So we got to let the sun come around, touch that snow, give our riders some visibility. But that makes it kind of a fun, it's like an afternoon comp. You know, it's, again, perfect for our freeride fiesta. I'm not going to let that go. That's the vibe today. And can I tell you another secret? This is my first time being at a freeride world tour in person in Europe. And so I'm expecting the vibes to come in hot. And again, I'm really excited to kick things off with a Spanish rider. I think that's so fitting.
It's so exciting. You can see the local hero there, Nuria Castan-Baralt. She had a great season last year, coming in 3rd overall on the Freeride World Tour, her first time in an overall podium. She's going to be looking to back that up. Amy, I want you to kind of dig into what it must feel like for these athletes to compete at home in front of this raucous crowd.
Well, there's things. You have an advantage. For me, I never feel more at home than skiing on my home snow. It's where I learn how to ski. So she's familiar with the mountains. She's been in her own routine. There's a mindset when you're at home. And there's pressure. She knows people in this crowd. Her family's here. You know, she wants to perform. She wants to be the queen of her own castle, you know? And so I think it's kind of this perfect mix of maybe extra pressure, but then you also have some extra ingredients for success. We're running early, so our North American riders, they're jet lagged. They were up wide awake at 4 a.m. late last night.
Yeah, I can relate.
Yeah, that was you. So yeah, I think it's hopefully she can just embrace the feeling of like, this is my house, you know?
Yeah, the double-edged sword of the home court advantage. I think that she is going to be just lifted by the crowd here. The way this venue is set up, the ridge line runs all the way along beside the venue. So fans are able to be almost level with the middle section of this, and their cheering, their applause, their thunder really translates down into the bowl. And I remember talking to the riders in years past, and they said they could feel it like in their chest.
Wow.
Yeah, so Nuria is going to be getting this fan base kicked off with an absolute bang, as she is a local hero 3 times on the podium in 2025. Nuria Castan-Baralt, home court, home field. The pressure, I'm hoping, Amy, she's going to be able to balance that pressure with the good vibes of the home crowd advantage.
Absolutely, and it's cool, this kind of Coliseum vibes. You know, it's almost like World Cup alpine skiing, where you can hear the crowd, and especially when you know, I think freeride fans are always with you. I think that's what's cool is everybody wants everybody to just have an awesome moment. And look at this. It's
Here
time.
we go. The FWT 2026 by Peak Performance is on. Nuria Castambaron on course now on the best of her face.
And I think we're going to see a lot of athletes make their way down this ridge to find their entry point to the face. And again, this is our first rider, so it's all a surprise for us.
You can really see what the wind has done to the higher elevation on this peak. It's just textured and rippled. So the riders, there's not a lot of features in here that I think, what do you think the key factor to getting through this safely is?
It's my understanding that they're judging a little softer on this up part, and it's not until the riders get on the face where really things are going to take off. So it's about just being smart, setting yourself up for the face. And then here, as she's working through the conditions, knowing the conditions are going to improve as she descends the face, then we're going to see her start to find her line up some features, and you can see her, she's kind of feeling it out still, and I think right about here on the face is where I think the riders are going to start really trusting the snow. And we see her having a little test feature air there as she's lining herself up, it seems, in some very techy terrain, and she's kind of right in the middle of this Bossy Vert space.
Yeah, right in the heart of it. Nuria riding goofy foot means right foot forward, so snowboarders, you know, depending on their balance, they will choose right foot or left foot forward. Well, you don't really choose it. I think your stance chooses you.
Yes.
As Nuria now lining up a significant chunk of terrain here. Very technical entrance into that drop.
Nice. And gets in a double, a little washout on the landing, but making her way through some very technical terrain there, lining up a double, finding some of this more smooth snow here.
Yeah, this is where snow conditions start to improve. Nuria getting the method there on the wind lip. Tons of wind sculpted takeoffs on this feature, Amy, which I think is going to lend itself to these riders getting into the air even more often.
Absolutely, lots of opportunity, and the judging line does go all the way to the finish. So she had that last air on the face, but now she's making her way through the flats, and there are some terrain features here that I think athletes will look for some extra credit on. We'll see, but they are in play for judging all the way through the finish line here today.
Yeah, and down here, the wind has kind of had its way. You can see Nuria is leaving a track, but this view is perfect now. Nuria vibing the crowd up, getting everyone so hyped up for the Spanish hero, as she is the first athlete to kick off this event. Let's just soak this in. Listen to that crowd.
I love it. Getting a little tweak air on the way in, and this must feel so good for her. Coming into the finish line, first person to drop for the 2026 season, and she's in the corral at her home mountain. She's surrounded by friends, and she's not new though. This is her 6th season on the tour.
So this was the highlight of this run, that double drop, extremely technical entrance, not able to put the landing together. The snow is going to be tricky for the riders. I think keeping it in the fall line on those landings may be going to be critical as we re-look at this bottom section, Amy.
Yep, that was her last air. Nice strong landing there coming into the finish with that hype. I think hopefully they'll show she had a little tweak air right coming through the end. But yeah, so I think she was filling out the snow. She had a little bit of loss of control on one of those landings, and she had a really fall line approach here. She kind of went through right kind of the meat of the face, made her way through some little tech gnar, and yeah, I think that was a fun run one.
All right, well, Nuria is done and dusted. Job done. You can see the Spain snow sticker there on her helmet. The Spanish Snow Sports Federation has gotten behind their riders in a big way. A 63-point run for Nuria Castambaron. She's going to be taken on the hot seat at home here in Spain.
Yep, that's our first score of the day. She will hold on to that hot seat for now, and she can just relax and watch the show. I know that she has her friends up there, and all of her friends on the ridge. We can hear the crowd cheering for her. And yeah, Spain starts out with the Spanish queen putting down a nice top to bottom run. Little minor losses of control, you know, that's what you see reflected in those judging points, and that's where other riders can improve, right? There was a dock in fluidity, so some hesitations.
All right, we have the reigning freeride world tour champion, Noemi Aki.
Which doesn't change is like I just want to ride for myself, and like with this title or not, no matter for me, it's just like I'm Noemi and I'm a snowboarder. That's it.
What a great mindset. What a great mindset to be a rookie, a world champion, and then still she's just at the heart of it. It's the riding.
I love that. I think that's such a sensible approach. It's just snowboarding, and you're good at snowboarding, so just go snowboarding, and the rest will take care of itself. Well, you can see that laundry list of first-place finishes from her one and only season on the Freeride World Tour. She had the title wrapped up last year by Fieberbrunn. So Verbier, just a victory lap for her. On course now, Noemi Aki backing up, or looking to back up, her 2025 world title.
Absolutely making her way down the ridge and just finding her place on the face, working through this challenging kind of upper snow. And again, the conditions will improve as these riders descend. Looking to go quite a bit riders left from where we saw Nuria enter.
Yeah,
and you can see how steep it really is there. Lining up a feature and getting a nice, I mean, that is what the judges are looking for, that really balanced landing where she didn't have any questions about that in her brain.
This is one of the hallmarks of Noemi's riding. She's super stable, super solid. She's got great edge work, both frontside and backside, and you never really see her lose control, even at high speed. So I think a sensible approach here. You can see the snow conditions within the couloir are quite variable. There's a little bit of this and a little bit of that. And now we get a full look at this line, Amy. What's looming below her?
So right here we have this gorgeous couloir. We're just kind of enjoying it, and now we've seen it has a mandatory exit. So that is going to increase the line score because it has more risk. So she's looking at this, and her only way out of this is over that air. And so she needs to line that up. She's getting a little bit of a washout. Maybe she's, you know, trying to see if it looks like she wanted it to in her photos, and she goes for that air, finds that landing like a sniper, Derek.
Clean landing and getting control immediately as she is not done.
Wow.
More terrain lurking below Noemi, and she is clean through there. There are more features now down below this wind lip we saw. Oh, no!
Oh.
Noemi Aki getting tossed by the wind lip.
I wonder if there was a visibility problem there. Like maybe she didn't see that correctly, but she did look a little bit bucked on that, as if something was quite different than she was anticipating.
Yeah, so conditions down at the bottom proving difficult for the champ. The reigning Freeride World Tour champion Noemi Aki with an extremely technical line. She's not done yet. We've got a little bit of a cat track crossing here where she'll get another opportunity to pop.
And she's making her way down through the flats again. All of this is still in play. I think throughout the day we might see some athletes do some kind of extra credit points down here. But it's also a good time to stay on your board and not let a little crash in this kind of bizarre snow in the flats mess you up. Because I think the best snow is in the steepest part of the face. And I think as you get in this lower bit, there might be some variability. But yeah, that was such a great run. I mean, so committed to a committing. You know, no fall zone is basically what a mandatory air is. It means if you fall, you're going to fall off a cliff. So that's why you have that line score. Hopefully is going to be rewarded there.
Yeah, so Noemi Aki wrapping up her initial campaign here. As you see, you know, 42-degree average pitch on this face. It's steep from top to bottom, and this was the crux of this. Noemi landing so strong, getting control right away on that heel side edge, Amy, and then setting herself up for that lower drop. Here's where the wheels came off, though.
And it just looks like she got bucked right on that takeoff. Again, maybe there was something in the snow. Maybe it was a more woo on the tang than she was expecting, but then gets a nice little extra credit tweaky air there to kind of just get the confidence back after you get bucked like that. But I really appreciated her line. It's unfortunate for that kind of surprise loss of control. Obviously, we saw that in the video judge.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. I think the transition from down to up was really abrupt, and it just kicked her board right up above her hips. It's pretty hard to recover from that position, even if you're as cat-like an athlete as Noemi Aki. So she's gonna be left wanting a little bit with that run. The good thing about this rider is resilience. You know, she knows what it takes to win a title. She knows what it takes to win an event. So this will go in the learning books, the textbooks. She'll study what happened there, and I will almost guarantee you're not going to see a mistake like that again this season from Noemi.
I'm so impressed by her maturity as a rookie to have that mindset of like, I think it takes athletes decades to learn like, hey, it's just snowboarding and I'm good at it and I'm here for the snowboarding. And for her to have that in her second year on the tour, it's going to serve her. And there's going to be ups and downs. There's going to be wind lips that catch you off guard. And yes, obviously, I love her balanced landing. I loved the way she found that perfect transition with that air. She rides very experienced, and I think that comes from her mentor, Mariam.
Big time, yeah. She's studied under the tutelage of 4-time Freeride World Tour champion Marion Erti in France. The judges now going through the criteria. I think the control scores, you know, for sure Nuria had a bit of a dock in control. We're going to see the same with Noemi. Possibly the line score on Noemi's side will be a little bit higher. She definitely into a more exposed area. But I think maybe the controlled dock will be a little bit greater. Hard to say how these things are going to weigh up against each other. Right now we're only 2 in, and already the judges having to really put their brains to work to calculate a score for these 2 riders.
Absolutely, and the judges take their job so seriously. They double check everything, and they have a lot of protocols in place to make sure that they are judging these athletes as fairly as humanly possible.
Yeah, Bertie Denevo, one of the, our commissioner and one of the 4 judges on the panel was actually responsible for designing this system. As we see the score dropping now for Noemi Aki, popping in at a 61.33. So control, the key factor in that, I think. Obviously, we're not in the judges' tent, but we've been around this sport enough to have
thankfully
an idea.
We're not in the judging tent. But yeah, it was that loss of control with Noemi was more significant. And outweighed probably the line score difference there. So we still have Nuria in her throne at her home resort.
Sitting on the throne at home, back up to the top we go. Our next rider, rookie on the tour, Mia Jones, second in the Region 2 Challengers last year, coming out of Truckee, California, riding out of Palisades. Mia Jones, a member of the Freeride World Tour Overachievers Club, doing an engineering degree at Dartmouth while doing this. She's studying in Copenhagen right now, so she at least won't be jet lagged. And Mia Jones going out with some aggression of the gate.
Absolutely. Rookie on course, Mia Jones. She is taking that top section like it's nothing and basically getting into the meat of this face very quickly, quicker than any of the other riders so far. And she's heading a little bit over to the riders left as well, making her way through some pepper. Again, you can see that texture on the snow. I would call that just stroogie, kind of some wind effect. So that's where the wind has ripped it but hasn't deposited it. So it's going to be a little challenging in there. And again, she's just working to smartly, very quickly do these small turns through the technical terrain and make her way to her line and the meat of her line. Looks like she's taking a bite out of some very adventurous terrain with some what I would call technar, and she's navigating it with so much composure and fluidity. It's amazing.
Mia losing the heel side edge there. She's got that trademark style, fast, aggressive riding with an extremely technical board placement. She gives her brother Cass a ton of credit for her riding and her journey in freeride. The two of them ride together all the time back home. And now Mia into this section, closing out, putting her board perfectly, and look what's underneath her.
She is still in the Technar, and she's looking for an air up and over that mandatory coming out of that feature and just stomps it right to bolts.
Perfect transition. The transition angle from takeoff to landing there, when you line it up, when you do your math, and Mia being an engineering student, I'd say she's probably
can do math.
Pretty good at it. It almost looks like there's no impact. And of course, these riders unbelievably strong. But that was really well scoped. Keep in mind, visual inspection. These riders do not get to go on this face before the event. Amy, how hard is that for them to line up a transition like that without having actually ever stood on that feature?
It's so hard, because the thing about mountains and terrain is they look different from every angle you look at them. So you think there might be a landing on a feature when you look at it from the side or the bottom, but when you're coming in from the top with speed, it might look different. But that one was perfectly scoped. That was a great, really solid, sizable air to an awesome landing. Again, she made quick work of that line, and we'll see, you know, there was a small loss of control, like you said, on that heel side edge. So as we look back, we'll probably get a closer idea. Mia Jones there working through that chute just like it's nothing. And there you saw she kind of dug in, like in her heel side there, gave her a little white room. And this is that lower air. Just confidently just finding that greasy landing right there.
That was so perfect. Laid the tail into the landing. And looking on that replay, I'm not as sure as I was if she actually went down there. She may have just hit a patch of snow and it burst up. Control from the video judge. Keep in mind, those video judges, the video judge bars are just to give us an idea of what that video judge saw.
But looking at that video, what I saw was more of a speed check kind of white room, not a loss of control. Again, I'm not a judge, but that actually just looked like she hit a little kind of honey hole of wind pow.
Yeah, exactly. A bit of a stack of powder there. So the judges quick with their score here and going up to a 69.67. So Mia Jones, the Truckee, California rookie, taking over the hot seat in her very first Freeride World Tour competition. Moving in, a big hug for Nuria there. You know, these riders, while they're competitors, there's also such a great bond between them. They're traveling together, they're riding together on the off days. So everybody wants everyone else to do well, but of course everyone wants themselves to be sitting right where Mia Jones is right now on a Freeride World Tour hot seat.
Well, and that just gotta feel good, you know. It's day one on the big show, and no matter how great your mindset is, it's still in there. Like, okay, I've made it. This is the Freeride World Tour, and she just had a great run.
All right, well, we see the summit of the Baciver. We've got a perfect, beautiful bluebird day. Snow conditions better than they were before. The wind doing us some favors, pressing things down as we are back to the top with Anna Martinez, Mammut and Rosignol snowboard rider. 4th overall last year. Another rider out of the Marion Erti camp who is extremely talented on a snowboard. Anna Martinez, she took a win in Kicking Horse in 2024, and she's riding out of Chamonix. She's no stranger to steep terrain.
Absolutely not. She was second here in Spain last year. So she has some confidence from that. She, again, making quick work of this ridgeline, kind of your little warm-up turns to get the legs going before she drops into, again, starting with a little variable snow, knowing you've just got to get through it and get to your zone.
Yeah, I feel like right now, with a 69-point run sitting on the hot seat, the door is open
Absolutely.
for a few of these riders, the last 4 riders, to really blow the doors off here. And we see Anna going over to a completely different side of the face. This rider's right side has had a lot more sun. You can see the texture on the snow is quite different as she's making her way over onto the rider's right.
Yeah, she's going way over rider's right, and she's above these really aesthetic couloir features that honestly just look so fun to ride. But there's plenty of features in here. Looks like she is lining herself up for, I'm going to call that a tester feature. You know, a little bit unsure. It's high on the face. She doesn't know how the snow's going to be, and she feels it, and now she's ready to go find, I think she's feature hunting.
Yeah, she is now coming back into the central part. Anna Martinez on edge, toe side takeoff, landing on the heel side edge and handling it.
Yeah, staying balanced there. You could see her probably training strength really helping there.
Well, Anna is a professional CrossFitter in her spare time, so she's certainly strong. And now Amy putting herself above a serious piece of terrain, taking off, landing beautifully. Such control, Amy, on that landing.
That was a great landing. She was perfectly balanced, and again, I think that strength was showing there too, because that snow was a little variable, I think, in that landing, but she found it and held onto it, and now she's making quick work of the lower part of the face with some nice turns. Again, I think in this part of the face, the athletes aren't sure, like, is the snow gonna stay good? Should I take another air, or should I just get to the finish line? Because again, I think the variance is gonna come back into play down here, but she's off the face, she's cruising through the rollers. Kind of like the little victory lap after the line.
Yeah, exactly. With the crowd on the ridge top above you, just roaring their approval. Finding another little wind feature right down at the bottom. One more toe side turn. Holding on. Anna Martinez wrapping things up. Snowboard women underway. A clean top to bottom on a totally new part of the face.
Yeah, it's fun and exciting for us as viewers and for the judges when athletes just pick totally different lines. But that also takes some confidence, right? Nobody has skied on that part of the venue yet. So she's up there. She hasn't seen anyone ski that side yet. And so she's kind of taking a little bit of a bet. There we see her first air as she comes onto the meat of the slope, and then she's making her way to her next feature. Again, testing out those landings. And here you can see her fight to hold on to that landing, but it was clean. And then this air at the bottom, her biggest feature of her run, and just smooth like butter on that landing. You could see her still using that strength to stay in the middle of her board.
Yeah, a really sensible approach there, competitive approach from Anna Martinez. As the snow got better, her amplitude ramped up as we see the hover air line tracker going way out to the rider's right, getting that sunny kind of sun-facing couloir at the start, and then, as you said, feature hunting. As we see now, Anna Martinez, the judges have already had their say. Score popping in at a 66. My take on that, Amy, line score is the difference there from where Mia Jones went.
Absolutely. It was a creative line, but it didn't have the top to bottom feel, and it didn't have quite as much risk because Mia had that kind of mandatory air in her line, and that's where you're seeing that line score probably make a big difference there. However, she's sitting in second.
Sitting in second, stop number 1. So all of these results counting, you know, of course, as we move through the season. So Mia Jones sitting in the hot seat, Anna Martinez and local hero Nuria Castambaron. That's your 1, 2, 3 so far in snowboard women here at the Baqueira Beret by Movistar. And we are ready for our next rider, finishing second overall on the Freeride World Tour last year, Michaela Davis-Meehan, really taking a bit of a slow burn approach. She had a real tough start and was looking at a position where she was actually sitting well below the cut, and then went first, second, turned on the jets in the latter half of the season. Michaela has been training hard. She's been in Engelberg. She's been in the gym. She is ready to go. This is a rider who thrives on vibes, and I think the vibes in Spain are going to just absolutely get the fire lit here for the Aussie rider, only Australian rider on the tour right now, Amy. She's ready to go.
She is, and we've talked about these challenging conditions maybe favoring athletes from places that aren't necessarily known for their powder oases. I've never skied in Australia, so maybe I shouldn't talk, but
I have, and you're right.
Yeah. So this kind of top section of funky hardpack is probably makes her feel at home, but getting that really nice kind of slash on the ridge, that was one for the cameras. And then she's going to jump in here and find her line. Again, we're going to see this from a lot of athletes. And that story of her ramping up through last season, that's going to come up again as we talk about some of these athletes too. It was a really fun thing to follow last year.
So Michaela's been working hard on her snowboard technique. She's always been really good in the air. She identified that technique as a bit of a weakness in her game and has put in work, a ton of work, towards just building and improving and getting herself to a place where when the snow gets funky, she's got the edge control to handle it, and putting herself into a really rough-looking section of the face there.
Yeah. She's working through some section there that looks like the snow is a little challenging, and there is some pepper features in there. Getting through it, but you could tell by her body language it was a challenge, and it looks like she's still hunting for some features and testing the snow. She's lining up in air here and finding a really nice transfer landing on it. That was really strong, powerful landing. And putting herself into another air, sending it right off the nose, finding her feet, getting bucked a little bit on that landing. You could see her kind of collapse in her upper body, having a little bit of a washout. But she is up, she's riding, and she's kind of made her way through the features of the face.
Yeah, Michaela just getting tossed a little bit there. She got the grab on that air. So air and style, you know, one of the 5 categories of the judging. The judges like to see that, those little additions of flavor to your free ride stew, and that kind of thing. It really bodes well. We'll have a look in the replay. I think maybe she just got a little impatient getting that turn in right after she landed, and the snow is not going to put up with that, Amy. This especially in that section.
Yeah, with this kind of more hard pack, somewhat variable snow, you need that patience on those landings, and it's not a place for those quick reaction moves that you can do in powder where you can quickly dump speed. But we saw a somewhat similar line choice to Anna Martinez, so we'll see what the judges think about that. But there she is. She's across the finish line.
Yeah, so the story so far in snowboard women, good runs with small mistakes.
Right.
And Mia Jones, we're never really going to fully know, but the judges know the cleanest run that we've seen so far as we look back here at the run of Michaela Davis-Meehan, looking really strong up top.
Turn for the cameras up top, and then she lines up this air, and she finds more of a transfer landing on there than Anna did, which was really nice. And then coming into this feature that has some size to it, and no hesitation, pointing it from the top, landing, but you see how she collapses in her upper body a little bit? That might have also bucked her into kind of, at the same time, maybe hitting some tricky snow off balance.
Yeah.
And she's got her little bonus floater as she comes down through. Let's call this like the nugget yard down there.
So the hover air line tracker, yeah, a little bit more direct than what we saw Anna Martinez, who went out way further riders, right? A solid campaign there for Michaela Davis-Meehan with a little bit of a control issue. So the judges are going to be taking note of that. They are watching through their ultra high-powered binoculars. They don't miss a beat on the face here.
Absolutely, and she, yeah, different on the top of that line than Anna, same on the bottom, and it looks like we're here.
Okay, so score to beat 69.67. Michaela coming in at a 64.5. So taking over third spot right now for Michaela Davis-Meehan, as we only have 2 riders to go. So now if my math is correct, Mia Jones is guaranteed to be standing on the podium in her very first World Tour event. You can see she
just realized that.
It's the best and worst place to sit, especially
Totally.
with a few really strong riders still standing up at the top of the Basse Vervese here in Baqueira Beret. We're going back up to the top. Our champion of the Region 1 Challenger Series in 2025, Austrian rider Sarah Bacher. Sarah, riding regular foot, she was dominant riding out of Innsbruck, dominant last year on the Challengers. She gives a ton of credit to former World Tour rider Manuela Mandel for her free ride journey. And Sarah now ready to kick things off, her very first drop in on the free ride World Tour.
All right, Sarah Bacher in 3, 2, 1, drop in!
Probably waiting her whole life to hear that audio. Been dreaming about it, been visualizing it, and we've got to battle the rookies for the rest of this snowboard women's competition, which, again, rookies dominate kind of the stories the last few years around the snowboard women's competition. The first athlete looking for a little nug off the top, taking a little tweak air off that cornice, kind of windlip feature. Kind of risky in this variable snow, but going for it. And again, making her way down here, just about getting to that point where the face really kicks into high gear and the conditions improve a little bit.
Yeah, and within this judging criteria, they work almost on a thermometer kind of level. So getting a little feature in right up at the top gets the thermometer moving in the hot direction, right? The judges are people too. They're watching this. They want to get excited about this. So already Sarah with 2 features, as she is now really into the heart of this competition phase. That's a strong start for the Austrian rider.
Absolutely, and getting into this kind of couloir zone where there's features basically in every direction. I kind of think of the judges as like their ears perking when they get a little bonus feature up top like that. Again, transporting, kind of looking, I think she's in feature hunter mode is what I'm vibing on here. And actually finding some really nice snow there in the light. We've got a feature here, she's lining up. Still kind of transporting through the venue in a way, but she is above some gnarly terrain.
Yeah, as we pan back and you see what's below her, Sarah definitely biting off a big piece of this Basse venue as she wraps around looking for a final feature to put the exclamation mark on this maiden voyage down a freeride World Tour venue. Now Sarah out onto the open apron. This is where you got to stay mentally sharp. An athlete needs to stay mentally sharp, you know, to get through this part of the venue.
Absolutely, and she was going through, I will have no way of knowing exactly what her thought was there, but I think she might have been looking to double one of those features and then maybe got a little offline and had to find another sneaker nug, because for me, her body language looked like she didn't quite find what she was looking for on that face.
Yeah, how important is the psychological side of this, Amy? These riders specifically new to this tour, new to this this format, new to the level, the crowd, all of that, you know, that psychological part. How big of a part does that play in these riders' mindset?
I mean, when we are in athletic endeavors, it's so easy to focus so much on the physicality as she comes through that. That's her first. We got to celebrate. The first time on the Freeride World Tour coming through the finish line, she has made it. She's in the finish corral. And yes, the mental component is huge. To me, it's half the battle. Your mind is connected to your body, and that's the part that comes with experience, and that's the part that's hard for a rookie. No matter how mature and settled they are, this is still a first-time experience for her.
Well, Sarah, just getting a pop off that little cornice at the top, getting things going, getting our hearts beating, finding some wind features. You can see the differences in the snow all the way down the face. We see the judging line maxing out solid on the fluidity side. A clean, smooth run for Sarah as really that speed check before, above the exposure. That was an aggressive move.
It was, yes. And again, I'm not sure if that was plan A there, but she stayed, I think, very smartly in the flow, fluidity, you know, first run of her first time on the Freeride World Tour, stay on your feet, get to the finish line, get some points on the board, you know, could be a really smart call. Again, kind of a unique line. We haven't seen any riders get exactly in that part of the face yet. Yeah, Sarah Bacher.
One of the glorious pieces of this, they are throwing back to friends lost in the mountains there for Sarah.
And that, when you talk about the mentality of this game, can be a challenge as well. When when you know that the mountains have taken some. But we've got her score coming in nice and quick.
A 58-point run there for Sarah, so she slides into 6th. And that is our second last rider in the snowboard women's category. So things are looking good for Mia Jones, part of the Jones snowboard dynasty. Her younger brother Cass is over in Kappel, getting ready for the Freeride Junior World Championship. She's got her parents here. Jeremy Jones, obviously a legend in this space and freeride snowboarding in general. And Mia sitting right where she wants to be in that hot seat, but it is not done yet.
Hard not to say there's not genetics at play in snowboarding sometimes. I think that Mia was born into this world with snowboarding in her soul. And again, it is a family sport. I get to see the Jones family all the time at Palisades just ripping together, having fun. Like, snowboarding is who that family is, and I think it's in their blood.
Yeah, and snowboarding is fun. Mia's showing us exactly how much fun can be had on this best of her face. But we are not done yet. We are going back up to the top to the final rider in the snowboard women's category. This is Natalie Allport. Natalie coming out of Ottawa, Canada, riding out of Mont Tremblant. So 2 members of the Eastern Canada team on the Freeride World Tour here. And she absolutely stomped the challengers in Region 2 last year with her extremely aggressive approach. Another professional CrossFit athlete seems to be the way to go if you're a professional rider. Get in that CrossFit and kick things off. Former slopestyle rider Natalie Allport now on course here on the back of her face, looking to make a stamp on the Freeride World Tour.
And coming from Mont Tremblant, that is not the powder haven of Canada. That is a place for some hard pack. So she is probably used to riding and practicing this free ride style of riding, which again is somewhat new to her, coming from that slopestyle free ride background or freestyle background. She's used to these harder, firmer conditions. And looks like she's going to make her way to the rider's right of the face.
Yep, so Natalie riding all the way across. Goofy foot rider, so riding right foot forward as she makes her way out onto the rider's right. We haven't seen too many riders out here. Anna Martinez, the first one, as Natalie now pointing at fall line and heading into the meat of this best of her face.
Yeah, and making use of, you can see that kind of really wind-smooth snow there. You can see it kicking up a little bit as she's on that ridge where we do have a little bit of wind, and finding her first feature so casually, just blasting off a little feature on top of a huge gnarly face like it was nothing, really.
Well, Natalie looks so comfortable on her board as she points it off the nose of that one. Perfect transition, using the heel side edge just to ditch speed, but a gentle approach on that edge.
And lining up a big air, takes it to her feet and then gets immediately bucked for what we call a full crash there. But can we talk for a minute about Natalie's commitment? That was impressive to me. She took that upper air and that lower air with no hesitation, full commitment, full send. And man, had she put that one to her feet, I would not want to be a judge. That will count as a full loss of control, though.
It will, yeah. The biggest air we've seen for sure so far in the category. So Natalie Allport, while it didn't go her way, I think making a solid statement on what she has come to the Freeride World Tour to do. The judges are going to take note. The fans are going to take note. She is a serious contender, and when she puts one of those runs down, we're going to see her standing on a podium.
Absolutely. The vibe of the rookie is strong. I know it's hard to have a crash like that, but I am just so impressed with her commitment and the speed at which she took those features. I mean, taking that upper feature twice as big as some of the other riders without even thinking about it. And you can kind of see it's like in her body language, getting those hugs from her fellow riders. Like you said, yes, they're competitors, but they're all friends, especially the rookies. They're having the same experience here today.
Natalie airing into the top of the couloir, so another really aggressive approach. And then this one landed so perfectly. I love the board control there. She got the board sideways, but didn't dig it in. And then here is where it got exciting.
And that's a big air, and she just landed, and you saw she punched through kind of in that snow, maybe more variable than she was thinking, maybe a slightly flatter landing than she was thinking, and just gets pretty tossed. Thankfully, the snow does look soft there, and she was all right. But I think you're right. The way she was feathering her board was just perfectly kind of like smearing the butter on the toast of the face, if you will, because that is what needs to happen with this. Even if it's good variable snow, it is still variable snow.
Yeah, exactly. And Natalie's showing she's got the technique, she's got the juice, but unfortunately...
Score in.
All right, we're trying to hear what her and Mia are talking about. 46.67, yeah, with the full crash. So that's going to be a 7th place finish there for Natalie. Our Ottawa rider riding...
Let's go!
but just listening to the reaction there, realizing that Mia taking the win. So the rookie's here to play, as she has realized now what that means to her. Mia Jones winning her very first attempt at the Freeride World Tour. A huge statement for the young rider out of Tahoe, California.
Amazing, amazing for Mia Jones. I love to see it. And there we have Mia Jones, #1, first place at the Baqueira Beret Pro by Movistar. Rookie on top, Derek. Then we have Anna Martinez, second, and Michaela Davis-Meehan in third place. That's our podium. We're already through one of our events. That was rad.
Yeah, incredible action there. We saw some really strong moments from some of the other riders. Natalie Allport making a big statement as she threw down on the Freeride World Tour venue. We got a stiff breeze blowing here as we take a look at our podium. Mia Jones taking the win, Anna Martinez locking in second, and Michaela Davis-Meehan backing up her podium run from last year with another appearance on a Freeride World Tour podium here at the Baqueira Beret Pro by Movistar. That is snowboard women done and dusted. We're going to take a look at what this has done to our overall standings. It's going to look very similar to the sheet we just saw.
Yep, we have Mia Jones sitting in first, obviously, with the most points for the season. Then we have Anna Martinez, second, Michaela Davis-Meehan in third. And then right now, kind of interesting, we have Noemi Aki actually below the cut, but that will change. All of this will change. It is just the beginning here of this 2026 freeride season. We're going to tour the world, and these snowboarders, I'm really excited about these women this season. I saw so much maturity, so much strength. I think the mental and physical strength of the field in women's snowboarding this year is really exciting to me.
Oh, yeah. All right, we are going to head down to the finish corral.
Mia Jones. Mia Jones, how are you? How does it feel? You have just taken a first place podium at your first contest ever on the Freeride World Tour. What is going through your brain right now?
Yeah, it's pretty exciting. I can't say I really expected it, but I'm really glad how it worked out. The snow was way better than I thought, so I was really hyped on that. It was like pretty much POW, which was super fun. And yeah, super stoked to be here. It's crazy, whirlwind, it's all happening, but really fun.
You showed amazing control and line selection on that face. What was your process in choosing that line?
It was a very last minute decision. I was like at the start gate trying to figure out what line I wanted to do. But I think I was just kind of like, I want to do the most direct, like fall line, straight down, and try and like find the best snow on the mountain. And I was really stoked with the snow that I found, so I was really happy with my line and how it worked out. So yeah.
Stoked for you, Mia. Congratulations. Amazing to be on top of the podium here at your first ever run done on the Freeride World Tour.
Yeah.
Enjoy.
Thank you so much. Awesome. Thank you.
Huge congrats to Mia Jones there as she wraps up her first run with a victory here in Spain. Snowboard women done and dusted. The action just getting started here at the Baqueira Beret Pro by Movistar. Stay tuned. We will be right back with more freeride action. Welcome back to the Baqueira Beret Pro by Movistar. We have wrapped up snowboard women, snowboard men. Next on tap, the glorious Val d'Aran here in Spain is the backdrop to the stop number 1 of the Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance 2026. We have seen the first category wrap up. We have seen a champion crowned on this face. Amy, we're just getting started already. I just feel the electricity buzzing in the air.
I would say that the Fiesta de Freeride is off to a great start, and here we have our start list for snowboard men. We have lots to look forward to here. A lot of rookies, a lot of ultimate pros, everything from pros to Victor De La Rue, of course, our king of freeride snowboarding at this moment. And yeah, I don't even know what to expect from this field today, Derek.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a throwdown on the Baciver face as we see the 10 riders that will be taking the start. Unfortunately, Jonathan Penfield spraining his ankle. If you follow him on Instagram, you'll see one ankle massively swollen. He said he hit a tree stump under some powder riding at home in Whistler. So John Powell, if you're watching, we miss you here. Can't wait. Hopefully healed up in time for the Val d'Aran Pro. As we take a look at the Peak Performance Fun Bet fan favorites, 88% of you feeling Victor De La Rue is going to land on the podium, and then Cody Bramwell and Liam Rivera. Cody Bramwell with 69% and 57% going to Liam. Peak Performance Fun Bet, your opportunity to get some skin in the game. It's fantasy freeride. Log on to the Freeride World Tour website, find Peak Performance Fun Bet, and lock in. There's so many great prizes to be won from Peak Performance. It's super exciting. I love it. It's so fun to just see what you know and then see how badly you blew it.
It's a great way to get some skin in the game. Awesome shot of the start gate up there on the top of that Baciver face. This beautiful freeride face. We've got one start for all the athletes. And that's a look at Shane Blue Sandblom. He is out of the USA and a Tahoe rider, actually from Colorado originally, but he's making his home base in Tahoe, and he has his hair dyed hot pink.
Hot pink, hot rider Shane, first in the Challengers with an absolutely dominant performance in Region 2 last year, ready to kick off his rookie season. He said he had a little bit of a tweak on one of his knees riding in Verbier previous to here, but Shane Blue, his trademark is just raw power and aggression. He rides fast, he sends big, and he is a great way to start this category. Shane Blue Sandblom on course now.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of a pink vibe head to toe. I like it. It's perfect for the Freeride Fiesta. Getting down that ridge, feeling it out. And again, rookie here. This is his first performance in the big show. Hopefully he's balancing those nerves with just that ability to know that he has this in him. He belongs here. He earned this spot, and he has what it takes for sure.
Yeah, such a strong rider. So Shane making his way in, feeling out the snow here on the top section. You can see the ripples that the wind has created. We've had a ton of wind in the Val d'Aran over the last few days, a meter of snow falling on the weekend, and then the wind just absolutely howling through. In some sections of the face, it's made it a little bit better. You can see the wind moving across as Shane now coming into this far rider's right section of the couloir, looking to get his run started.
Getting an air off that kind of entrance rock into that feature and getting a nice 360 on a wind lip as he's kind of using that trick and that feature to transport into another couloir. And he has a lot of fun below him. He is working his way up onto the ridge that separates the couloirs, and here lining up a very big air, finds that landing right at the base of the air like a pro, and then coming through that base of the couloir with a lot of speed. Good board control, not digging into those edges too much as that snow is a little bit variable where it is more sun, but making quick work of that face. Nice tweaked out grab on the wind lip at the bottom, and wow, here we go.
Yeah, blink and you miss it. Shane Blue Sandblom, run done. Well, not quite done. I don't want to give a commentator's curse to him until he's through the line, but you can tell he is stoked with that. Shane looking really solid, jumping over the rocks there. Our angle on that made it look like he was jumping onto the rocks, but a really strong start here from the California rider.
Just you can, that feeling exuding off him of coming across the finish line in your first ever run in the Freeride World Tour. That's a big deal for him. That's a big deal. And he looked great up there. I mean, just working through the upper part of the face, and he finds that kind of entry feature. And again, using this transport time to get a 360 and off a windlet, but if anything, that was the way to move him into his line, which is a very creative approach. Lining up a nice big air here, getting that grab, and then I love the way he found that landing right at the base of the feature where there was actually some steepness to that landing, and then basically points it through that couloir.
Yeah, veteran riding there. Shane Blue coming in, getting the method. That is this skier's favorite snowboard trick.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely love to see it. And Shane wrapping things up. A really strong start for this rider, brand new on the Freeride World Tour Hover Air line tracking line there. It was a cross-fall line and then extremely direct. All right, score dropping for Shane. We're seeing the numbers pop up, 68.67. So there's always a little bit of a...
I'll take it. Woo! Not too shabby.
All right, Shane just looking back up there. Just always like to hear exactly what the riders have to say when they wrap up, but a really strong way to start. And the judges giving themselves some room to grow. When you go first, you're always going to see a little bit of a score like that where even if it's a strong run, the judges are giving themselves some space. We know we have a really strong field of snowboarders. Speaking of strong field of snowboarders, the next man, third overall on the Freeride World Tour last year, Liam Rivera, riding out of Verbier, Switzerland. He was the slow burn, him and Cody Bramwell, the presidents of the slow burn club last year. Tough start to the season, a couple crashes way below the cut, and then finished really strong and ending up on the podium overall. So Liam Rivera said to me this morning before he headed up to hike to the top, he wants to start this season like he finished last year and get some early season jitters out of the way on this run with a really solid start.
Yeah, and that's a good point. Even for a veteran, he's been on the tour, this is his 4th season. Even for a somewhat veteran like Liam, it's still the first run of his season. Every season's different, and I love that intention setting. I think that's super important. And excited to see what he chooses on this face, this beautiful Baqueira face below him.
So Liam riding regular foot, that means his left foot forward, getting a nice little air just to kick things off, get the judges' attention, grab them by the collar and say, watch this, I am about to throw down on this face. As the young Verbier rider pushing through these difficult conditions at the top. You know, these riders are so good at snowboarding and so strong physically that you barely even see their legs rippling, as now Liam really getting into the heart of things.
Yep, finding his way into the meat of the feature land here above all kinds of features, taking a air up and over some rocks there into a tight couloir feature, dipping some speed off in those kind of powdery wind buff spots. Looks pretty nice. And then making his way down the ridge, finding another air. He's going to take it kind of cross-court, go from that toe side to that heel side, and then controlling his speed because he's got something in mind. There we go. Wow.
Yes, a huge backflip from Liam Rivera off the final feature and acing that landing. Perfect board control, board right underneath him. Knowing exactly where to place your board in the landing when the snow conditions are like this is such a veteran thing to have in your tool belt. That was such precision mixed with just some reckless end. And Liam going for this extra credit feature down below.
Nice. Getting in another grab. Was that a method? I don't want to call a wrong trick there on snowboarders, but getting in another feature, there's kind of a fun rock feature I think we'll see some athletes play with, but that was super impressive. I mean, he was a pilot. He put that landing gear down, executed very well, and he is in our finish corral. Liam Rivera with his first run of the 2026 season.
Listen, he set his intentions. He wanted to...
My first run. Let's go. I think, dude, that was incredible. How was yours? It was fine, but dude, not as good as yours. So fair. Rarely been this happy.
That interaction is so key. So we see here, looking back at Liam's run, his first air, and I could tell from the get-go he was focused on something else. He was controlling his speed, and he had his eyes set on something, and it was this backflip laid out, perfect style, and that bolts landing. Really strong riding, control, perfectly executed, and he was on balance. Call him a ballerina. He's on balance. Here he comes down into this kind of extra credit knob. Goes for a little tweak there, but that was extra credit. The judges were still thinking about that backflip. So yeah, I'm impressed. Yeah. I'm not a judge, but I'm impressed.
I am impressed, and going with his intentions, starting the new season as he finished the last one with an extremely commanding performance down this face. Liam Rivera putting on a clinic there of snowboarding as we see Shane score there. Liam rocketing past to an 88.67. The judges love loving it. Liam loves it too.
I mean, you can see the judges were rewarding. There was commitment in that line. He was above exposure the whole time. He stayed in amazing control and executed amazing technique. So you could see kind of the perfect storm for the judges there to have a high score.
So the two riders just catching up on their experiences on the faces. Liam Rivera taking over the hot seat here at the Baqueira Beret Pro by Movistar. And we are back up to the top with another new rider on the Freeride World Tour. This is Sacha Balico. Sacha riding out of France at Les Sept Low. He's been a freestyle rider. He was second on the Challengers last year. A really strong performance, and the Les Sept Low rider is ready to go. He was so excited this morning. He just wanted to get things started. Down watching the forerunners, he's like, I just want to be at the top. I want to go, go, go. And now he's getting his chance. Sacha is on course for his very first Freeride World Tour run.
And like you said, he has that freestyle background, so we can hopefully expect some tricks. That Aaron's style is going to be something he's after, but it's also making sure that he has the experience to navigate through these challenging conditions at the top, which he does. He's, like you said, these guys are really good snowboarders, and so they're making it look easy, and it's not easy right there. But now he's starting to hit that line where things are starting to improve snow conditions-wise, and we are in the meat of the features here, taking a fall line so far.
Yeah, Sacha lining himself right off the nose, landing perfectly, getting on that toe side edge and getting direction towards his next feature. Going cross hill, he's airing into the couloir, backside 360, perfect landing for Sacha Balico. So he is looking really strong here on his maiden voyage on a Freeride World Tour venue. Spinning again, Sacha stomped runs, 2 360s, bringing the air and style here to the snowboard men's category.
Absolutely, and we'll confirm on the replay, but getting some grabs in there as well. Really high execution. Judges love to see that. That kind of the grab to me, it shows the athlete is really in control and intentional in their trick. They're not just pulling it off, they are executing it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And for those riders, Amy, when they're in the start gate, you're thinking about your tricks, you're thinking about, you know, executing. Mentally, what does it take to be like, oh, and also I'm just going to add, you know, a little chili pepper with a grab on every one of those features?
I mean, I think that's what separates the cream from the rest of the milk, is that ability to have so many things going on in your mind and remember to get the grab. But for a rider like this with that freestyle background, those grabs are second nature. You know, he's used to doing that every time he's in the air. Lining up his first feature, getting that grab, nice bolts landing, and immediately setting himself up for what's next. Kind of managing that snow, going into that 360 with the grab again, landing, immediately getting onto his heel side edge to get around those rocks, and setting himself up for his second 360. Doesn't quite get the grab there, which the judges will have seen, but did he spin both ways, Derek?
I think both backside threes. So
okay.
Backside for snowboard is a little bit easier. You're blind at the beginning, but as you come out of the rotation, you're able to see the landing, whereas on a front side spin, you see the landing when you take off, but then the rest of the way around, you're blind to it. So really strong execution there from Sacha. Brand new on the Freeride World Tour, but looking like an absolute veteran with that run. Taking off close to the rocks. His trajectories were all like micro perfect. Yeah. And he is excited as the score coming in now, 88.67 from Liam Rivera. It's going to pop just behind that with an 84.67. So Sacha locking himself into second. We're only 3 riders in already. Fireworks from the snowboard men.
I mean, to have an 80-point score on the first run ever in the Freeride World Tour is amazing for a rookie rider. And just, again, showing, hey, I belong here. I've got this. I've got my bag of tricks. And I think we have more to see from him.
Oh yeah, that was dipping a toe in the water. So as he gets more comfortable in this field, in the Freeride World Tour, I have a feeling we're going to see a rocket ride for the French rider. Back up to the top we go. Moonlight Basin's own Holden Samuels. This man, all gas, no brakes. The first rider in the men's field, dropping in Goofyfoot, 6th overall last year. We basically see Holden on the podium or checkers or records, basically. He found, finally, a brake pedal last year and was able to start landing some runs. And as soon as he did that, we started seeing Holden on the podium. Love to watch him ride a high-speed, aggressive, athletic approach.
Absolutely, and so for him, it's just finding that consistency where you feather that throttle between full gas and staying upright. Making his way over to the rider's left getting kind of a feature up top to perk the ears of the judges, say, hey, look at me, watch me do something cool.
Yeah, exactly. Let's remember the basic nature of this sport is watch me do something cool, and Holden Samuels getting set to show us something cool as he's making these tough conditions at the top look easy. He's so strong physically, his mental game is on point, and he is into the meat of this run now. No easy way down below him. He gets onto that heel side edge, just getting his speed exactly where he needs it. There's a big feature lurking down there. You can see the sun glinting off that nose as Holden right off the top ropes.
And like a pro, finding a sneaker landing there right next to the base of the rock, going for a 360 off the wind lip and landing it full bolts, nice clean landings on both airs. And he's still working through and gets another 360. Again,
above
clean
exposure.
Landing, above rocks with a little micro air to kind of finish things out. That was a very interesting line. I'm curious what they're going to do with the line score there, because there was kind of a lot going on. It was hard to even digest it as it was coming down, but clean landings, tricks, and very sizable air pretty high up on the slope as well.
Yeah, exactly. And the judges take that into consideration, Amy, when you do things that are consequential in areas of the face where there's terrain below you, features below you, exposure below you. That all stacks into the line score, to that commitment to what you're doing and truly backing yourself. You know, because there was really no room for error in a lot of sections of that run. A great run from Holden Samuels.
Congrats, bro. Thank you. That was a sick run. Oh, thank you.
You can see this crowd getting warmed up there on the ridge. And we'll watch the replay of Holden's run, taking that kind of, let's call it an appetizer air up there. And then he jumps in his first feature, this massive, massive blind air, and he just sneaks that landing. And again, above so much exposure as he goes into a 360 kind of transfer air over that wind lip. And then he's not done. He has another feature lined up for another kind of wind lip feature, landing above exposure, and then taking off kind of his little dessert air at the bottom. That was the meal of Holden's run.
Yeah, incredible, incredible moments here. Snowboard men really bringing the thunder to the Freeride World Tour here. Our first stop of the 2026 season.
Quite nice to ride, no? Oh, it was sick. I didn't mind this snow at all. No, I was stoked. I know. Yeah. I was watching the live stream. I saw your backflip. That was sick. I was a bit nervous on the takeoff, to be honest. Yeah, that's fair. Worked out great, though. Hell yeah.
Well, that's great insight, because when we watched the Forerunners yesterday, the snow conditions were a huge concern. You know, there had been a bunch of wind, and then we had more wind last night, and it smoothed things out. So they're kind of just trading stories about how nice the snow was. It pops in at an 82.67. So Holden slotting in just behind the last two riders and into third. A really, really strong campaign for the Moonlight Basin rider there coming out of Montana. Really solid start. Back up to the top. Holy cow. The hits just keep on coming. Liam Rivera, Sasha Balico, Holden Samuels, 1, 2, 3 so far. But this man is going to have a say in this day today. Cody Bramwell, one of the most exciting riders on the Freeride World Tour, finished second overall last year with one of the best Freeride World Tour runs I can ever remember on the Bec des Roses in Verbier, taking the win there. And Cody Bramwell, another one who wants to start as he finished last year. What are we looking for here from Cody?
Well, I think what was stand out in Verbier last year is that he was able to put down a run like that in those challenging conditions. And that's a testament to his technique, his board control. So while we've heard that actually the face is riding quite well and the riders are enjoying it, this isn't a pow face. So he's got his appetizer air to get the attention of the judges, making very quick work of this challenging snow here. But for him, with his technique, that's not a big deal. So that's what I'm excited about in his riding as he comes into this face.
Yeah, Cody absolutely flying through that first section, doing some jump turns in the steeps here. Always known for big transfers, creative eye on features, popping right through the middle there, using that heel side edge to slow him down as he ramps up into this run.
And again, just controlling his speed with his heel side edge, just throwing up some snow. I do not think those were losses of control. I think that was just some board control in powder. Lining up a backflip, takes it to his feet and barely holds on to it.
Whoa.
You could see him kind of whacking the snow with his hands like he was a surfer. Now he's just going full gas, straight lining out the apron. I mean, that was a clean landing, but he fought for it.
He had to fight for it for sure. Luckily, Cody Bramwell, extremely strong, great balance. And you can see him putting his arms out there. I listened to a little chat with Xavier Delarue years ago, and he talked about using that move when he's straight lining down the apron of a big face. He called it the screaming eagle, to just use his hands to slow down,
just to slow down a
little bit. Yeah, get some wind resistance. Huge for Cody as he is. Well, just trying to listen to them as we go back up to the top, Amy. Strong start here from Cody.
Yeah, strong start, and it ended up being a very fast run as he makes his way through this sneaky air into this really narrow pocket here where you see him controlling his speed. And then he lines up for this next air where he throws that backflip. Not quite as laid out as it could have been, and then you just see him fight for that landing. Let's see it on this angle. Throws that backflip, gets it to his feet, and then he's fighting. It's like he's surfing and he's throwing, you know, when you're paddling down the wave a little bit there. Yeah, showing strength, showing control. Again, I'm not sure what the judges will do there because it wasn't quite as intentional in the air as some of these other tricks we've seen from the field.
You watched it on the line? Yeah, I watched it. I just watched yours on the line. Man, it was really good, eh? Yeah, like you can take down the speed easy. Man, you made that look so easy. Man, you too. Like so easy.
Oh, it's a love fest out there. God. These two just trading compliments as we see the score coming in for Cody, a 76-point run. So I think line score may be one of the deciding factors there, as Cody had that big backflip, but the riders sitting in front of him had multiple features with multiple tricks, where that backflip, as you said, Amy, the speed came after it and he had to fight. And during that fight, there was not really the ability to get another feature in.
Yeah, and he got the backflip, but if we're going to be nitpicky, you know, he didn't have full control in the landing, and he wasn't able to give it that kind of style that it needed. It was a bit whipped around, so probably what the judges were seeing. And again, great run, but that's what the judges got to do.
All right, four-time Freeride World Tour champion Victor Delarue gave us some insights into how he...
line that really attracts me, and the one that I like is actually super shonky, so I'm wondering right now, like, should I go? Is it stupid? Am I just gonna fall in a turn before my cliff or not? So lots of stuff going on through my mind right now.
A little bit of insight into the mental process of four-time world champ. Even someone as experienced and successful as that, they have their doubts, you know, and as he said, the thing that's attracting him, it has some red flags. So we'll see what Victor ends up doing. Victor Delarue, he is the king of the Freeride World Tour. 4 titles. He is, I mean, he's coming off another dominant performance last season. We're going to see what he has tucked into his belt to back that up here on the face.
Absolutely, and he keeps coming back. Like, to me, at this point, he's doing it for the thrill of it. He just loves freeride. He loves competing. And I think that's what allows him to choose these maybe more risky lines, because he's done it. Why not take that curiosity? And of course, for the appetizer air, let's 360 it. That's a very Victor move. Let's take a 360 into questionable snow at the very top of the terrain. That's I think the judges' ears are more than perked.
Well, yeah, you can't look away from a Victor Delarue run. He is so solid. His board control, second to none, and he always finds the most difficult way to get down the mountain and then makes it look easy. Going for the transfer.
Wow. Taking a 360 there, whipping it around a little bit and kind of using a trick as a way to get to another part of the face. He is moving around the face more than some of the other riders. Another 360, taking it to his feet. Nice clean landing, putting his hand down a little bit.
Yeah, so that's that front side 360, the more difficult version of it. And Victor Delarue, as he is wont to do, making it look easy. You can see him laying some turns. You can see Cody Bramwell's track just next to him that didn't have a single turn in it. As Victor hunting for another feature, there is this cat track here that he may be able to pop off. Yes, another huge 360. So Victor just littering this run with tricks top to bottom, not letting any feature go unused.
And again, that's also sort of a veteran move. He's stacking the deck with features, adding tricks to features that have been hit by other riders but not tricked. And yeah, we'll see. We'll see what the judges do with that, because that line was unique in that it kind of moved around a little bit. But we have Victor De La Rue, freeride king, in the finish line here in Baqueira Beret.
Yeah, and it moved around with intention, right? Fluidity, one of the categories. If you're traversing for no reason, the judges are going to hit you on fluidity. But when you're moving across the face to get to something awesome, they notice that and they'll throw points, as we see Amy right up at the top with that backside 3.
And again, like you're mentioning, that backside 3, again with another backside 3 there, and that was what you're talking about. He's traversing, but he's adding in a trick to his transport.
And then this huge front 3, so he's not seeing the landing until he gets to the last quarter of that rotation, and then right back in control and getting another feature in. Victor absolutely used this venue to the max, and then another big front side 3, spinning around, landing perfectly. That is a big risk at the bottom of the run that good, but with risk comes reward, and I have a feeling that we're going to see Victor rewarded for that approach.
Absolutely, 2 3s each way, and on his straight air getting a nice grab with tweak, showing really good air composure.
All right, well, score to beat 88.67. Victor's score coming in at a 79. So into 4th there. Interesting score. We'll see, you know, maybe a little bit to do with line score. Victor going out to the riders right. Possibly not quite as much exposure out there as we saw in some of the other riders. Liam almost looks like he's in disbelief that he just fended off the champ there.
Just as nervous as when dropping in.
Yeah, that's a big deal for him, but maybe also, you know, one thing I'm seeing is maybe the judges are really factoring in grabs, factoring in composure, those kind of things.
Yeah, the judges certainly know what they're looking at. So Liam Rivera, Sasha Balico, and Holden Samuels, your 1, 2, 3, as we're back to the summit of the Bassiver for our next rider out of the gate, Remy Benamo, riding out of Zinal, Switzerland. Was on the Freeride World Tour last year, got a last-minute wild card onto the tour this year, and he is so hyped to be back. This guy is just infectious. He's infectious positivity, always smiling. Absolutely loves snowboarding, and I'm so excited to see him back in the mix here on the Freeride World Tour.
Absolutely, he has that kind of second-year attitude probably, where it's, I got my first year, I got my jitters out, but he didn't have a chance to really show us what he's made of last year. I think there's a lot more in the tank. He had 1 podium finish in Val Thorens, but you know, it was a slow first season, enough to qualify for another season, and now he's like, I know what to do here, let's show up and show what he's made of.
3, 2, 1, drop it!
All right. What do you think, you know, going through your mind, he got the kind of last-minute call-up with the wild card. How much time did he have to prepare the psychological side for this event?
Not much, you know. I think it's something that he probably wanted, and then once he had it, he was like, okay, now game on. Like, I don't have as much time. I haven't been spending my whole summer and fall knowing that I am leading up to this. But then he also gets that shot. You know, he didn't, I bet, have the season last year that he really dreamed of, and so he gets another shot, and I think that that's a cool place to be, too. Made his way through that top section quite swiftly, and now he's coming into the meat of the face. He's got a narrow chunk of terrain with some Technar below him, and we'll see how he takes it. Controlling his speed, setting himself up, I bet, for an air here.
Yeah, the sunny point there, launching off that, landing high in the transition and finding the soft snow. The snow is deposited in certain places there. Remy going with a big backside 3 into the couloir and right back in control.
Absolutely, you could see him fighting with some of the conditions there, but then finding the takeoff, finding the landing, and we get another 360. And he has a little bit of a control issue, unfortunately, on that landing, putting his butt down, his hands down. And he's going to take the straight line through the apron. Put the hands out. What was that move called?
The Zav de la Rue Screaming Eagle.
Okay. The Screaming Eagle. That's a new one from my toolbox there. Yeah, that was, you know, an unfortunate run with that control issue on that one air. Otherwise, an exciting run full of features. But the judges are going to notice that little butt down.
Absolutely, yeah. Control, one of the 5 categories that the judges are looking at. And, you know, a hand down is a little loss of control, a butt down, and then obviously all the way to a full fall being the ultimate loss of control. As Remy Benamo done and dusted on the Bassiver face here in Spain, giving Liam a big hug. 2 Swiss compatriots there. sharing their stories. As we take a look back, the start of Remy's run looking really strong.
Taking his warm-up air, his appetizer air, and then finding this, it's like he did a little tree tap there as he was kind of, you could see that snow was maybe a little soft on the takeoff, and so he really had to pop and found that landing and then controlled the board speed into that 360, which is kind of a tight landing. You saw him have to get on that edge right away, and then coming in here, taking that 360, and then you just see he just gets a little bit wadded up off balance in that landing. Hard to say if that was snow or, sometimes you're just a little off balance, and it's, they make it look so easy, but these athletes are really working in margins,
And the margins are slim with the snow conditions being a little bit of a question mark, mainly at the bottom. That's the part where we're not quite sure and where we've seen a few riders come unstuck. So Remy Benemo, though, showing he belongs here at the Freeride World Tour, the Zinal rider out of Switzerland. He's happy to be at the bottom and happy to be back on the tour. You were talking about that prep time. Maybe an aspect of without all the stress coming in, knowing you're going to be on the tour, could that have helped him a little bit on the mental side?
Absolutely, because at the end of the day, kind of like we've heard some of the riders say, it is snowboarding. He knows how to snowboard. And sometimes it's not actually worth your energy to stress about what's coming until it's there. And what if he's just riding for his soul and doing what he needs to be a healthy, happy human, and then comes into the competition like that?
Yeah, it's definitely a solid strategy for just putting yourself in the mindset to just snowboard and let the snowboarding do the talking. And Remy there with about 98% of a great run. Of course, control is everything, and these riders, like you said, they are some of the best riders on the planet, and still there are moments where things get a little haywire, things go a little sideways. Remy's putting his butt down. We see the judges getting to work, balancing that run against the 5 criteria that they have. They're really got their work cut out for them. And you said this before, Amy, they take it so seriously. They want to get this right, and they want to give the riders the full credit of taking the time to make sure that the decisions they come to are correct and accurate.
100%. We see the score coming in for Remy.
70-point run there for Remy Benemo, so that's going to move him into 6th place as we are making our way. We're more than halfway through the snowboard men's field here at the first stop of the Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance in 2026. We are in Spain, the glorious Pyrenees, the backdrop to our day. Liam Rivera holding off all challengers, dropping in 2nd, putting a commanding run down. Back up we go. Warren Doyle coming out of Bridger Bowl, Bozeman, Montana. He was on the tour. He went back to the challengers last year, and then 2nd overall on the Region 2 Challengers. Warren is such a solid snowboarder. He gives a huge amount of credit to Brendan Metzler and Method Freeride for his development. He's been coached by Brendan for years, and he is looking now to really cement his spot here on the Freeride World Tour.
And what I can see from that, he's on the tour, didn't have the results he wanted, went back to the qualifier. He wants it. He's willing to fight for it, and that is the attitude of a competitor. I think that's somebody that's here because they have something to show, and they just need the stars to align to do so. So we'll see if that can happen for him here on the Bossy Bear face. He's moving through that kind of challenging, funky snow and just getting into the features zone, the better snow. And it's great to hear that the riders have been surprised with the riding conditions today.
Well, big 360 there as Warren Doyle getting things started with a bang, moving through this extremely technical terrain. Great board handling skills. Popping off, up onto the deck, and just coming up a little short there. Doyle landing on the rocks. Looked like he's okay. Yeah. His board was able to carry through it, but not quite the trajectory or the speed. And then punch front there. So Warren Doyle, wheels coming off on that one. You can see throwing the hands in the air.
Yeah, we'll have to look at the replay, but I wonder if there was a little bit of maybe misjudgment of the speed, or maybe a little bit of like these margins. Again, if you're off by 5% of where you think you are, that's the difference between landing on snow and landing on rocks in these kind of high-stakes venues like we have here on the Bossy Bear face. But what's good, he's on his board. He's not injured. Obviously, tremendous lack of control in that run. But the Spanish fans are still welcoming him in with a bang. It's still a free ride fiesta, even if you tomahawk.
This place is glorious for that. Absolutely incredible the way the fans get behind the riders.
Look at them all on the ridge. It is a party. It's a Thursday party. Why not? We're in Spain.
All right, looking back up, you can see the wind pumping there up at the summit as Doyle getting his run started really strong. Coming down here, love this, getting that 360 into the couloir, backing himself big time. And then we're gonna see just up ahead here where things started to go a little bit wrong.
And that was actually a shot of his lower air. So we didn't get a shot on the replay of the middle air where there was the bigger loss of control. But again, just multiple tomahawks in a run. You know, snowboarders typically can't lose their boards, so they still are going to get points. They still finish, but a lot of control docks.
All right, well, score dropping for Doyle, 16.33. Yeah, 2 full crashes on that one, so he knows it. That's going to be back to the drawing board as we head to Val Thorens for Warren Doyle. And big ups to Liam Rivera, the man sitting in the hot seat, as a pretty talented field of riders come down, and Liam fending off every single one of them so far as we're getting down to the last few riders in the snowboard men's field. This man is another real testament to resilience. Enzo Nilo was on the tour, then he was off the tour, back to the challengers, found something there, built a little bit of a little something in his freeride game, and came back hot last year with a win right away. And Enzo Nilo has put himself in the conversation. He says the thing that he wants most is to take that title away from his best friend and travel buddy, Victor de la Rue, to take it back to Val Thorens, where he is from. Member of the Freeride Fiasco crew. If you're following along with their adventures on YouTube, absolutely mesmeric. Love watching Enzo ride. He's so strong, he's so talented, and totally committed to freeride.
They had me hooked last year in Canada with their cat faces, and they have the spirit of the cat, always landing on their feet, always going for it, and I'm a fan.
Again, so just waiting on the wind. You could hear him chatting with the starter there, and you can see his bib rippling in the wind as he's decided things are good enough. And Enzo on course now, making short work off the summit section of the Base of Our Face here in Spain. Enzo Nilo now getting things started in earnest.
Lining up his appetizer air as he gets into this kind of chunky snow. And again, that wind can make a difference, you know. We saw it kind of increasing a little bit more in the last run, and it can blow you off if you were going to get in the air. That can be a factor, so totally reasonable to wait for a really strong gust like that. And he's making his way into a tight zone here with a lot of pepper, a lot of features below him, a lot of exposure below him.
Picking up speed. That transition into that takeoff was aggressive, but Enzo handling it. You could see him get pushed down, but just locked up the core, kept on going. Backside 3 now into the chute. Enzo solid on his feet still, Amy. This is a strong, strong run so far for the French rider.
Absolutely working his way through, getting another 360 here, putting it right nice and balanced on his board. And that was really interesting there. There was a moment of compression, and you could see his strength pull through. And again, the snowboarder straight line today is the way through the apron.
I actually think that's smart riding.
Totally.
You know, putting the board across the fall line when the snow can be a little bit grabby. Maybe there's some crust there from the wind. Just letting it run and knowing that as the terrain bellies out, you're going to naturally slow down. I think that's really wise. That's veteran riding from Enzo Nilo. Strong top to bottom run. You can see, hopefully that's those are fist pumps of joy.
I mean, I think in this situation, when you're coming through the finish line, you put everything on your feet, you're going to be stoked.
No grave, je l'ai, hein. Putain, tellement bien, mec. Bravo, mon gars. Bravo. Bravo, bravo.
I don't speak French, but I know bravo's good. So the French listeners heard what their insight is there. So we'll take a look back at his run. Air off the top, working into this pepper feature. And let's see this. He has like a compression into that 360, but doesn't phase him and gets back on balance in the air to perfectly land on his board. That was impressive riding. Gets another 360, greases that landing. Fast board control through this couloir feature as he lines up his bottom air. Taking that frontside 360 again and finds a clean landing. That was a very veteran pro run.
Yeah, and the presence of mind when he got squashed into that takeoff to still do a 360, not just go into panic mode or any of that. No panic, no freak out. Okay, I got this. I'm getting squashed a little bit. Engage the muscles, still do the trick. That was incredible riding. Enzo Nilo showing the do. He's got
wow.
Looks like a mullet rat tail.
Allez, vamos. Vamos.
Switching into Spanish there for Enzo Nilo, always one of the most entertaining riders, given the props to Liam Rivera, the man who sat in the hot seat since being the second rider to drop. And Enzo Nilo's, his energy is just infectious. All right, so the judges have 5 categories to weigh the run against, but they also have other runs to weigh it against. This system works with both in the numbers, but also in ranking. So they're taking a look at the other riders that they saw, and what are they kind of weighing up here, Amy?
They are weighing very small differences in body position. They want to make sure they get this right. And I think what's important here is this team of judges, they've all been here. They know how important this is, and the score's coming in now.
82-17. Enzo Nilo into 4th, just slightly outside that podium position. So Holden Samuels, Sasha Belico, Liam Rivera holding on to those 3 top spots with only 2 riders to go. So we're guaranteed to see Liam Rivera on the podium now. But in what position still remains to be seen. Sasha Belico, the rookie rider, brand new on the Freeride World Tour, sitting in 2nd right now. Holden Samuels, Enzo Nilo, Victor De La Rue down in 5th. Back up we go into the start. Mammut rider, this is César Barin. 1st overall on the Region 1 Challenger Tour last season. An extremely talented rider coming out of Val Thorens. There's something in the air in Val Thorens right now because there are so many riders on the Freeride World Tour. We've seen it in spits and spats out of Verbier. We've seen it out of Whistler. We've seen it out of Tahoe. Valto is the hot spot right now. If you're a young freerider, maybe consider moving to Valto and riding with some of these athletes, as he is on course now, César Barin.
It could be something in the water, but really freeride, what's so cool about freeride is it's a community sport, and that's what happens when we see these hot pockets, 360 off that top air, just like Victor had the only other athlete to trick that upper feature, which again, tricking a feature on top of a face like this is really risky, and judges see that. Ears are definitely perked. But yeah, the culture of freeriding, the riders elevate each other, and it's really cool to see when a hot streak starts like that. And we have him working through this technical feature to this bigger air that we've seen some athletes hit. He airs up and over the tree, finds the landing, but has a bit of a butt sit down there, a little loss of control.
Yeah, César getting a bit bounced on that one, but continuing on, airing right out into the middle of the chute. That's where that takeoff works, and he handled that really nicely. Backside 3, way down onto the apron. You can see his bomb hole a full board length further down than the next riders. So really, really highly committed section there, as there's still a little bit more to come. Popping up and over the road. Really, really strong campaign there from César Barin.
Yeah, definitely taking a bit more heat through some of those features. Finding slightly different landings, different takeoffs, and strong performance. I mean, again, rookie. He's coming down. He's got a tweaky little fun air in our nugget zone. At this point, he's just enjoying the moment. Big crowd here in Spain as he comes through the finish line. And he has just finished and stomped his first run in the Freeride World Tour. Again, there was a tiny maybe butt sit down. We'll look at that in the replay. But he's on his feet, and I really liked in his interview, his main quote was, "Don't worry, be happy." He should be happy right now. 360 off the top on that upper air. And then he lines up this big air up and over that bush, and a slight loss of control on that landing. It wasn't perfectly clean, but he gets his composure back, takes that air nice and big, actually into the middle of that couloir. A little bit flat landing, but he just absorbed that with his core strength and laces up 360. That landing clean, small hand down. The judges are going to be looking at all of those factors because the margins here are thin. All of these athletes have landed good runs. I think everybody no crashes except for one. And so those margins, those hands down, that small butt check, those judges are looking at those things.
Yeah, the devil is in the details here on the Freeride World Tour. The judges don't miss a thing. And so those little losses of control are going to factor into the score. You see the Spanish crowd here lining the venue as they were cheering as Sasha came into the finish. Big love for everyone at home. He is part of the powerful Beret family, we're going to see his sister coming up in ski women. Siblings on the Freeride World Tour has been a bit of a historically awesome thing we've seen over the years. The Pollards, the Bathgates, the Pfeiffers, the Nichols. Just year after year, there's just more and more of these siblings. They're raised together. They push each other. And César throwing down, I'd say that run a bit of a statement of intent for his season on the tour. A really, really aggressive and solid performance there. And little mistakes like this, you know, they're going to come in with a new rider, and little mistakes happen in tricky snow conditions. But I'd say that approach, that really aggressive approach, is going to serve César well on this tour.
It was aggressive. It was energetic. You could tell that he was riding that line for himself, I think. And yeah, there's some things that the judges are going to see. But these judges, they've all been in the position of these competitors, and so they need to have that much intention behind the judging and make every little kind of note they possibly can, just because they know what's on the line for these athletes. But yes, César, a strong run. Excited to see him grow this season. And again, the story of the rookie. The rookies come in here and they just throw down like they've been here forever. And I think that's the benefit of the qualifier series we have here. These are experienced competitors, even if it's their first year on the Freeride World Tour.
Yeah, we are seeing the average age get younger and younger as riders are coming through the junior series, both Region 1 and Region 2. They're sharpening their knives in freeride in terms of how to get this done. So score now dropping for César. It goes to 81.00, so he moves into 5th. A top 5 performance in his very first Freeride World Tour event, and a huge statement of intent, and I think we're going to see a lot more from this young French rider. So with Jonathan Penfield not taking the start because of his ankle injury, that means that this man, Liam Rivera, has taken the win at the opening event of the Freeride World Tour here by Peak Performance 2026.
Yes, an exciting show in snowboard men for sure. We have Liam Rivera sitting atop that podium. Second place, Sasha Balicot. And in third place, Holden Samuels. Judges valuing, I think, precision in the tricks. All of these riders were able to put down tricks, solid landings, but did they get the grab? Did they have the style? Was it a laid out backflip? Those things mattered in this competition today.
Yeah, and Liam backing up exactly what he said, looking to carry on as he finished last season and breaking the curse of the rocky, wonky start to a season. Here we have our snowboard men's podium. Liam Rivera with the win, Sasha Balicot getting silver, and Holden Samuels locking down a bronze medal. Stop number 1, the Baqueira Beret Pro by Movistar. Snowboard men done and dusted. Our overall standings, Amy.
Yep, they're going to look similar to our podium as it's our first stop on the tour. We have Liam Rivera in first place. So far, Sasha Balicot second, Holden Samuels third, and then we're seeing kind of that cut line. Victor De La Rue right above it for now, but these points, that's why all those scores matter, because these points add up throughout the season. They're going to make a difference in who gets to go to Alaska. That's one of the big things this season.
Oh yeah, that is a big carrot at the end of the stick here. As we get these riders all jazzed up, we're going to head down to the finish corral with our winner locking down number 1 spot in the first event of the year. Liam Rivera, how are you feeling right now?
Thank you. A bit overwhelmed. I don't know if I expected this, like, ever when I win. So, yeah, hyped. Glad to be down. Hyped to see everyone throw down. It was actually quite a sick comp to watch. And yeah, quite happy. Nothing more to say right now.
I love it. Liam, so the standout of your line to me, that beautiful backflip, it was so laid out, so stylish. What's going through your mind as it's playing in slow motion while it's happening?
Good question. I don't think I have anything going on in my mind at that moment. It's just kind of autopilot, like you visualize and visualize days in advance, and yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think I have much thoughts when riding.
All right, Liam, a huge congratulations, taking the win on the first stop of 2026, carrying on as you finished last season. Snowboard men done and dusted. Liam Rivera taking the win, a rookie in second, Holden Samuels in third. Stay tuned. We are going to be coming back right after this short break.
and welcome back to Spain, the heart of the Spanish Pyrenees. We are at the Baqueira Beret Pro by Movistar, the first stop of the 2026 Freeride World Tour, and we are having a freeride fiesta. We've had an amazing morning, snowboard women, snowboard men, putting on tremendous shows, and we are keeping things moving right along with, not to be biased, but my favorite event of the day, ski women. There's so much going on in this field right now. I am so excited for this event.
Yeah, we're kicking things off with Astrid Chelus, one of the most exciting riders on the Freeride World Tour, riding out of La Clusaz in France. She has freestyle. She has unbelievable technique all the way through. This field is one of the most heavy-hitting fields we've seen in ski women in a long time. And then we're wrapping up with, a two-time world champion in Justine Dufour-Lapointe, and then the local wild card, Maria. It's so exciting. Maria Castellevi-Bono, she's from right here in Baqueira Beret, in the Val d'Aran, and she's going to be closing the category. Ski women absolutely firing. This category has been so exciting to watch. As we take a look at what you thought, the peak performance fun bet fan favorites. 83% of you feeling Justine Dufour-Lapointe will land on the podium. 81 on Astrid Chelus, and Zuza Vitek with 26% of the vote. Zuzana coming back off of a significant knee injury coming at the end of last season, and she said she's strong, she's fit, she is at 100%. So peak performance fun bet, that's your opportunity to have your say, get some skin in the game. Fantasy free ride as we look down at the rider's eye view of the imposing start gate here at the top. What's going through these riders' minds here?
I mean, this is go time. These athletes are in the start gate. They are trying to manage their ever-present nerves. It doesn't matter how much a veteran you are. There's so much pressure that these athletes put on themselves. It's impossible not to feel pressure in the start gate. I think a lot of these women have routines. They have breath work. They're visualizing things. They're, talking with their coaches. They're looking at their lines. They've seen 2 events go down, so they've seen the snow. They have the information they need, but now it's just how do you get into game mode?
Well, game mode indeed. The look on the face of Astrid Chelus, coming 3rd overall last year, the Mammut rider, going to be kicking off ski women. Always exciting. As we said, she has got a ton of tricks. We've seen her riding the airbag in the early season. She was in Whistler doing some training and then back home in La Clusaz. She's such a strong rider. I love watching Astrid ski, and she is on course now to kick off ski women for the 2026 season.
Yep. The women are on this beautiful Bassiver face. And Astrid, last year was a little bit of a heartbreak for her in Verbier, and I think that she has a lot to make up for and prove to herself this season. So, like you said, huge bag of tricks, matched with powerful riding. She's working her way through this up top section that's kind of doesn't have features, kind of has weird snow. It's kind of a transport moment for these athletes to warm their legs up and get ready for obviously what's below. She has a pretty fall line going here, working into the nugget zone. There's kind of a bit of gnar in the choke of this little section of the couloirs.
Yeah, Astrid, a former freeride junior world champion in that La Clusaz freeride team, coached by Seb Michaud. Astrid, huge backflip, no, unable to hang on. Getting things started with a massive, massive move into that couloir. Wow, well, Astrid, while it didn't work out, she showed us exactly what her intentions are for the Freeride World Tour season this year.
Yeah, absolutely. I was kind of thinking that she was lining something out because she kind of worked through that pepper very quickly, but you could see her eyes were set on something. And I had a feeling she was going to work up a trick. Again, high in the face. She was going for that high value score there by throwing up a trick early on the face, and unfortunately getting bucked in the landing. Keeping her skis on, though, and doing a really smart thing here by just skiing down,
Yeah, after a crash like that, psychologically definitely a little bit rattled, but Astrid Chelus really, really going for it there. You could see in her run, Amy, you said it, that intent, when you're just speeding down, you can almost see like an eye lock on something. So Astrid Chelus there wrapping up her run. Not quite the finish she was going for as we look back at the replay.
Yep, taking an air off the top, and again, I could just see her locked into something, and it was that wind lip. She saw the wind lip for her backflip, got around, and I think I just saw like maybe a wind ridge in that landing that might have caught her off guard. Let's see if we can see it better in this angle. You can see that wind lip right there, kind of just bucks her in the landing, and she gets high-sided. That's unfortunate. I mean, that's the reality of taking these airs off these wind lips in the middle of this face. I mean, the reality was that was a narrow landing. She had to land and immediately get into a turn to not hit a rock wall. So she risked it for the biscuit, and she didn't get it this time, but I'm sure she will later this season.
Oh, yeah. We know Astrid is nothing but resilient. So she's going to come back swinging when we go to the next stop in her home country. As Astrid Chelus wrapping up, she's going to take her spot in the hot seat for now. We'll see how the rest of the riders fare on that face. If that is an indication of what we're going to see out of ski women, we are in for fireworks here. An absolutely electric start from Astrid Chelus. Back up to the top we go. Scott rider Zuzana Witek riding out of Poland. She has been a mainstay on the tour. She's won multiple events and now coming back from that knee injury. But she said riding at 100%. Physically, she feels great. Mentally, she feels great. Zuzana is such a technician. Her skiing speaks for itself. But then when things get wild, she goes huge. I love watching Zuza ride because it's full speed, full throttle, the biggest airs you're going to find on the face, and I can't wait to see what kind of brushstroke she's going to put down on this base of her face as Zuza Witek waiting in the wind up there on the summit.
2, 1, drop in.
Get the pull taps before the drop in. Very important part of the free ride process. And yeah, I think it's a testament to what a pro she is, to have the ups and downs, the injuries, but she's going to come back. I'm strong, I'm healthy, my mental game is here. And that's the professional maturity speaking there from a seasoned competitor. Again, I'm going to treat this air as like an appetizer warm-up. Just feel the snow, get your legs going, and then she is immediately making her way over to the skier's right part of the venue. Transporting across, again, like you said, she's hunting. When she's transporting with intention, this isn't a fluidity thing. This is her just finding her way to where she's ready to start putting on her show.
Yeah, exactly right. And you can see the maze that the riders are dealing with. These couloirs that all run parallel to each other, knowing where you're going, extremely challenging for these athletes. As Zuza getting way high up on the face, moving over all the way to the rider's right. The sun has had some effect on the face over here. She's setting a new track into a previously untapped zone here on the Bessemer.
Yeah, first rider to go this far over to the rider's right on the venue. She's still actually on the ridge, finding kind of almost like a rock ride, air to air through some pepper on the ridge there. And finding another air. She is still up on the ridge of the face on a different aspect than a lot of the other riders. And she's coming in here with a lot of exposure below her here.
Yeah, this closeout shoot, she's got to choose a route around this tree. Little bit of a checkup on speed there. She kind of runs out of space and dry docking into the rocks. A little bit of a tactical error from Zuza as she ran out of room, but now she's got a big feature to finish things off and coming down, avoiding the bug on the windshield squash from that cat track, and she is done and through. So Zuzana Witek, a really interesting take on this face.
Yeah, super creative line. We haven't seen anyone over there, and navigating a very peppery zone. I have a feeling that didn't go exactly as she planned. I don't know if maybe she was waiting for a game-time decision to go skiers right or left of that bush, but definitely getting held up in the pepper there. So that will be a fluidity dock, possibly a control dock as well from the judges. But she's coming across, making her way through the finish line. Oh, you can see that. I could just do it with her, that breath of that sigh of relief of like, okay, I'm off this space. You know, obviously some sort of mix of relief and probably some frustration.
All right, let's take a look back here. The top section for Zuza. Little bit of a rock ride. Boy, hard to tell if that.
Yeah, I think her skis kind of like maybe grazed it, and then where this bush kind of moment here, she comes around and she just gets snagged up by some pepper. So to me, more of a fluidity problem. And then kind of up and over more pepper. She was just basically she's gonna need some P-Tex for sure. But she does remain composed enough to get off that air, put it to bolts, and then suck up the absorption of that kind of compression where there's the cat track there. So interesting to see what the judges will do with that. Probably not the line she intended, but creative.
Yeah, for sure. So Zuzana Witek is done. The psychological side of coming back from injury, Amy, how much is that playing into her mind? Oh, she's pointing at her knee.
I mean, it's always going to factor in because you are needing to regain trust in your body. And that mind-body connection is paramount for these athletes.
All right, so score now coming in for Zuza, 58.67. for Zuzana Witek, the Polish rider, putting one down. Those two sharing a hug and a little bit of a story there between the two of them. 2 runs so far, neither one exactly to plan yet, but the ski women's category is so strong. Fireworks still, and there's so many talented riders stacked up on the summit. You can see the start gate up there, absolutely majestic. Here in Baqueira Beret, we are going back up. We have a brand new rider on the tour making history here. Agostina Vietti, the very first Argentinian woman to compete on the Freeride World Tour. Ago riding for head out of Chapelco, Argentina. Made her way through the challengers with a really strong performance at Arapahoe Basin. And the Argentinian population is so behind this woman. There's a lot of Argentinians that spend their winter in the Pyrenees here, both in Andorra and Spain. So the cheers for Agostina are going to be loud as she pushes out of the gate to start her Freeride World Tour career. Incredible action here on the Spanish face.
Coming down the ridge, lining up the warm-up air that a lot of the athletes are choosing. And then she's going to make work through this challenging snow. I've skied a little bit in Argentina. It is usually quite variable, so hopefully this feels like her wheelhouse. Hopefully it's something she's kind of been used to competing in, training in. Immediately getting into the Nar here. Pretty fall line, going through this couloir, making work through this choke, little bits of pepper. Short turns, controlling her speed. You can kind of see the variation in the snow there, getting an air out of that choke.
Technique, one of Agostina's absolute superpowers. She worked for a time as a ski instructor in Aspen, deciding to toss that in for the life of adventure and freeride, getting fully white-roomed there. And Agostina making short work, these quick, snappy turns, serving her well in these tricky snow conditions. Right off the nose there. Agostina landing clean.
That was a nice, strong landing, right to bolts, as I would say. Very controlled, very balanced, and you can see her just, I think the strategy here was just do a good run. Ski fast, ski efficient, get some airs, and get down, and that's what she's done. That's a really good strategy as a rookie, you know? Maybe she did have some nerves first day on the big show, and she just needed to remind herself, hey, I know how to ski, I can do this.
Yeah, in the riders meeting, Bertie Deneveau, one of the judges and commissioner for the Freeride World Tour, gave a little piece of advice to the new riders on the tour. They just said, ski the way you skied that got you, ski and ride the way you rode that got you here. You don't have to do anything different. It's still just skiing and snowboarding. Agostina listening to that and putting down a solid run, and you can see the body language there. She's fired up.
Yep, that's a good feeling coming through the finish line. We're going back up top. Just pretty casual on that upper air. Getting warmed up. She works through this kind of terrain here, making those short turns, working through the challenging terrain, and then lining up her bottom air here. Very square landing. You can see the prints she left in the snow, just kind of perfectly balanced, which is what you want to see in a landing. You want a 4-point landing, even if you don't do the pole.
No hesitation, too, on that takeoff. She knew exactly where she was. She pointed it right off the nose and handled the landing. That was really veteran riding from the Argentinian, the first Argentinian woman on the Freeride World Tour doing it. She's got the weight of her nation on her shoulders. The South American freeride scene has been popping off, and this right now are representative of that scene, as the score dropping for Agostina Vietti goes up to a 69.67. So she is stoked. She's going to be taking over the hot seat in her very, very first Freeride World Tour start. Incredible moments here for Ago and for Argentina.
Absolutely, and that makes sense, right? She had a clean run. She didn't take a lot of risk, but she had a clean, well-executed run. So I think she can feel really proud of that. And it'll be fun for her to have just a round in the hot seat. Whether it lasts or not, we have no idea. But a rookie sitting in the front in the hot seat, she already feels very comfortable there, but also just having a moment in her mind of hopefully she's absorbing that, because that is a dream moment.
Dream moment indeed. That's what all these riders are here for, making their freeride dreams come true here in Baqueira Beret, the pro by Movistar. Our next rider in the start gate, this is French rider Zoe Del Zoppo, riding for Scott and Mahmoud, taking the win in the challengers. Zoe, well, I mean, she's a former freeride junior world champion. Took a season off to focus on her studies. She's a member of the Freeride World Tour Overachievers Club in medical school.
Unreal.
While she's doing this. Her skiing is absolutely unbelievable. She's got that experience from the Junior World Championship, competing on a big stage, and she was pretty dominant in the Region 1 Challengers. And the French rider now pushing to get things started here on the Freeride World Tour.
absolutely getting things kicked off here, taking that air up top, and then moving through this terrain. Again, the athletes know at this point, they've been watching typically the live feed, so they know that this upper section is just kind of a moment to warm up and that it will improve. And I think that, like you said, the vibe today was actually a vibe of relief among the competitors, that watching for her air there, that the conditions had improved. I think the athletes are excited about the conditions. She was able to get an air there. It was a little bit of a cross court, finding a nice landing, keeping in the flow, kind of riding the mini spine on the middle of the venue.
Yeah, Zoe taking a big chunk off of that feature right back into control. So skiing with intent and aggression, and lining up this one that we saw quite popular with the snowboard men, and a perfect landing there for Zoe Del Zoppo. So a really clean run. The new riders on the Freeride World Tour, the rookies, showing their veteran savvy as she is now down into the apron. Just got to make her way through this section. But a very strong statement from the Lac Lusab rider. That Lac Lusab Freeride team, they just keep on producing World Tour level athletes, and Zoe, the latest member of that club, as she is looking really strong all the way down, as we're going to just wait to say anything more until she's through that finish arch.
Let our rookie come through the finish arch to the celebration of the Spanish crowd. That feels good. She's on her feet, and that was a well-executed run. Once she got into the meat of it, she made quick work. She stayed in the fall line, and she put down her landings right to her feet. We'll take a look back at the replay, taking a bite off the appetizer air at the top. Then she gets into the meat of it here with this kind of cross-court air, finding kind of some tranny right next to the rocks there, and then redirecting to hit this sizable air, taking it right from the nose of that feature, landing, and again, a perfect little tranny right next to the bottom of the rock, a very veteran move. And then she's gonna do it one more time here, sniping like a little tail drag on the end of that rock. But again, a lot of times with these features, the best landing can be tucked in right against the rock where there's a little bit more steepness for you to, again, the steepness of the landing is gonna help with the impact.
Yeah, way up high in the transition. So Zoe Del Zoppo now looking for the score, and it pops up to a 76.33. So Zoe, she looked at, you know, you can see body language. I think she was maybe left wanting a little bit more from that run, but skiing to the conditions is going to be the key factor today, as Zoe now taking over the hot seat from the Argentinian rider, and that has to be a fantastic feeling, sitting in the hot seat in your very, very first Freeride World Tour start. Zoe Del Zoppo in the hot seat now. Back up to the top we go. Another Scott rider, and going from rookie to veteran, Molly Armanino, the technician. High speed, straight lines. Everything Molly does is done with absolute maximum intensity. You know, she was really kind of tossing up where she wanted to go on this big, vast, wide venue here in Spain. Molly Armanino has done well on this face before, wrapping up her season last year with 5th place overall, and now kicking things off. How's Molly feeling coming into this event?
I think yesterday I got to chat with her, and she was feeling concerned about the snow conditions, but in my opinion, this venue has Molly Armanino written all over it. I hope that she got the report that the conditions were better, and that gave her confidence to get on this face and do what she does. There's so many line options here on this face, and she loves this blend of technical fast riding, and that's what this face affords. So she's making her way down through a really big, nice couloir, and I believe she's in the couloir that is the closeout couloir.
Yeah, it sure is. And Molly Armanino, she loves the narrower the terrain, the more she fires up. This is, as you said, it's got her name written all over it. Extremely technical. Now the snow changes here. She went from the sun into the shade, so we should see the snow conditions get a little bit better. A slightly, taking the approach with a little bit of caution here, as you can't let the speed build up in this couloir.
This is a narrow piece of terrain, and she is above exposure. There is a mandatory air below her. There's no way out that doesn't have air below her skis. So she wants to control her speed off of this. And again, she doesn't know exactly what's going to happen in that landing, but she knows there's exposure below her, and it is a tight feature in there. And you can also see that it's quite steep, especially where she is right now. And she's seeing the landing of this air for the first time from this perspective. So she is making in the moment decisions, points it, straight, lands it right next to the rock, finds that tranny. She's coming in hot. She does a double basically through that pepper, and she is full gas, headed for the windlip.
Whoa, and Molly getting tossed. We've only seen one other rider take on that windlip, and it was Noemi Aki, and the exact same result. A really aggressive up kick into the lip of that jump and gobbling up Molly Armanino there.
Yeah, I don't know how else to put it other than a little too much woo in the tang there. Sometimes you don't know until you take a sip. And she was cooking out of those features. So coming into that feature with a lot of speed, you saw her just kind of get a cat thrown out of the car situation a little bit there. Unfortunate because that was a hell of a run until that happened.
Yeah, so Molly Armanino, a victim there of the aggressive shape of that lip. The crowd loving her, though.
Oh man, the Spanish hospitality is just warming the vibes here. I feel like if someone had a hard run, they're almost cheering louder. But Molly feels that. Molly appreciates that, I'm sure. Just gonna see if we got some insight from her there, but we'll rewatch her run from the top. She takes that air at the top a little bit differently than some of the other athletes as she's making her way over to a fairly different part of the face. I think we only saw one other rider in this couloir so far, and nails that mandatory air. You can see she's cooking, goes through 2 more features there, kind of straight lining, and then she's making her way across and just hits this windlip and gets tossed.
Yeah, it's so steep there, and you can see just below her there's the track from the Forerunner, and I think the further down that feature you go, the more gentle the transition into the takeoff is, and so both Molly and Noemi getting bucked by that one. So we're going to see the score coming in. It's not going to trouble the score of Zoe Del Zoppo as Molly with a 38-point run.
Yeah, and also there's a sun shadow line there right now. Like where we are in the day, sometimes that transition from shade to sun combined with having a lot of speed and just that gobbled her up, unfortunately.
J'avais un peu les jambes mortes, donc j'aurais pu faire mieux, mais je pense pour une première, il fallait se mettre en confiance.
So Zoe just saying she had a ton of stress at the top, her legs were shaking, but she got it done and is the owner of the hot seat at the moment. As we are rolling through our ski women's category here, our next rider, another rider out of France coming, another rider from Val Thorens. This is Lou Belin. Lou, second overall in the Challengers last year, and she has a serious amount of exposure to high pressure situations, competing in the 2018 Pyeongchang Olympics for slopestyle. She's saying she wants to bring some heavy freestyle elements into her free ride game. If you follow her on Instagram, you see her doing double corks on huge jumps in the park. Pro freestyle athlete, bringing that to free ride. This is extremely exciting. Luc Perrin is so excited. She's got her sibling here, César, coming in the top 5 in his first event. Rookies on tour with your brother. Incredible moments for this family, and the French rider getting set to kick off her freeride world tour career. What do you think is going through her head right now?
I think she is, we heard Zoe say it, like she's nervous in the start gate. A lot of times when you see the athletes kind of stomping their feet, it's like you might have those sewing needle legs, you're breathing, you know. She's by herself here. It's impossible for her to not be in her head, but this is where her competitor mindset takes over. She's been under pressure before. She knows how to manage that pressure, and now she just needs to get out there and ski, which we know she knows how to do. And
yeah,
she's off.
She got herself here. Back to Bertie Dennervode's advice, you don't have to do anything different than you did to qualify for this level of competition. Keep it going, and Lou Perrin going in with some intent, skiing fast out of the start. 360 right off that first feature. It's been an appetizer, but this is setting the tone for this athlete's career on the tour. What a strong start.
First feature of her freeride world tour career, and she's doing what she said. She's bringing the freestyle to the big mountain. We know that that is her strength here, but now she's in this technical big mountain terrain. She's got to navigate these turns through this pepper, and you know there's a feature she wants below her, but she's got to get through this big mountain terrain first.
Yeah, nice crisp short turns here for Lou, lining it up. There is a big nose below her, tossing a big air there, landing on her feet, and there's more out to the next side. So Lou Perrin making casual work of this section as she continues on down the face, and plenty more windlips options underneath her.
Taking a nice straight air there, landing it, staying in the fall line, working her turns through the tree, through the terrain. finding a fresh landing on that lower air, taking a nice, confident approach to these straight airs. And now she's just making her turns out through the bottom.
Well, that was a really commanding performance from the young Val Thorens rookie, Lou Bellin, doing exactly as stated, bringing freestyle to the run and at the part of the face where it is the most consequential, above the exposure, before you've even done anything to just launch a 360 off a cliff. That just shows her confidence in the ability for that to work.
Absolutely. Doing a trick on top of a big face like this is massive. And also we know that the snow is a little more challenging right there. So, you know, she had that feature mid-slope that maybe could have been trickable. And maybe she was making that game time decision. And maybe she reverted into like, hey, first comp, let's stay on our feet. And that's what she's done. She's in the finish corral. First run of the Freeride World Tour for Lou, done and dusted.
Yeah, that was great. So as we look back up here, winding up, lining up, and perfect stomp, laying into the tails of her skis to keep herself balanced.
I think she might have seen that feature as a diving board and then last minute took a straight air, took a little shifty in there as well. And then we see some big mountain skiing. We've got a nice committed fast straight air. She lands bolts, gets into some turns, and again shows us another strong straight air here, finds that landing right next to the rock, and then just skis out with some heat.
Yeah, taking a different trajectory on that one than we saw from the snowboard men, which I think actually gave her a smoother transition back onto the snow. So Lou showing that she understands how these mountains work and is able to pick out lines. Let's remind you that these riders have never stood on any of these features. They've been looking across the valley through binoculars. They had some drone footage to draw upon, but never hit any of these before. So skiing into them with that level of confidence and intent, extremely solid performance from a rookie on the tour, but certainly not skiing like a rookie. All right, here we go. Score to beat 76.3 free from Zoe, 74. So Lou popping into second, just behind Zoe Del Zoppo. I think the line score of Zoe really proving to stand up there. Lou Bellin bringing the freestyle up top and a really solid run. So two young French riders sitting 1-2 now here on the Freeride World Tour. Impressive moments as we go back up to the top. We're going from France back to America. Zoe, Lou, and Agustina Vietti, the Argentinian rider. That's your 1, 2, 3. 3 rookies in the top 3 right now in the Freeride World Tour. These young ladies are showing they've got what it takes. All right, here we go. Winter McBride, the American rider. Winter dominating on the Challengers in Region 1, coming out of Ogden, Utah, working for the IFSA. You know, freeride just in her blood. She started out as a coach and then was like, I need to do this for myself as well. And Winter just taking it all in here in the start.
I loved that start gate just performance. That was her coming into herself. That was her saying, hey, universe, I believe in myself. That was rad to see. And her vibes are so rad. I've gotten to see, meet Winter at a film premiere. And she just oozes positivity. And one thing she is really looking for this season is she knows the importance of consistency. So to me, that means she knows that she needs to ski and compete smart.
Yeah, she knows how to compete. She was so solid in the Region 2 Challengers, and you can see the ski technique, just popping airplane turns, getting things started. You get those first couple airs under your belt, and then the confidence really starts to build. Winter McBride also has a heavy bag of freestyle tricks. We'll see if they're going to come out on the course today, but looking really solid on her turns so far as she's making her way onto this big buttress.
And she is going to hop off the nose of that feature quite casually, land it right in the center of her skis like a pro. She's got this other feature below her. We'll see what trajectory she takes. Sneaking that fresh landing there right next to the rock and coming into some nice big turns in the bottom, making the snow look pretty good, actually. And she's going to make her way down the apron. She made quick work of that face. She hit some features others have hit. She has kind of her arms up in the air, just taking it all in. Maybe she's doing a little bit of a claim or
flapping the wings.
Flapping the wings. Again, just the moment. I'm going to put in a formal request. I want somebody to make the reality show of rookies on tour, because it's just the rookie scene right now is amazing. You have these really talented skiers. They have amazing competitive backgrounds already, but then she's coming in here. There's crowd cheering her. She crashes the finish line, and she is just, I feel like I see Winter really taking this in, which is really cool.
Big hug there for Zoe Del Zoppo. So really strong start for Winter McBride. That was the first time she's ever done visual inspection. She was feeling the nerves on that, making sure she knew where she was going as we take a look back here at the top of Winter's run.
She gets in her appetizer air, warming up those legs, testing the snow. And then this is her first feature as she's on the meat of the face. Takes it without hesitation, nice strong landing there, and immediately gets on those edges, controlling her speed as she lines up her lower air, taking a similar trajectory as a couple other athletes, but still finding a fresh landing, and then greasing up a couple turns at the bottom. And we love the claim.
Elation,
on the apron.
elation, relief, joy, all of those feelings just pouring through Winter McBride as she wraps up her first run on the Freeride World Tour, our Hover Air line tracker. Extremely direct approach there from Winter, fall line skiing, as she is now in the finish line, comparing the scores between her and Zoe Del Zoppo. So 68-6-7 as Winter slides into fourth. So sitting pretty there. First run, we're going to see this build up. Winter McBride, we saw her throw some huge 360s in the Challengers last year. She just, I think, really more than anything, wanted to figure out exactly how this approach works and if the visual inspection that she did was going to translate onto this venue. Well, I'd say, Winter, it did. Congratulations as she lines into fourth place just behind Agostina Vietti, the Argentinian rider, and we go right back to the top. The pace relentless here at the Freeride World Tour as we are back now with Scott and head rider Lena Kohler. She was a rookie on tour last year and put herself right in the mix with a fourth place overall finish coming out of Oberjoch in Germany. Lena, extremely aggressive on skis. She's absolutely lovely in person, but she goes so hard on skis. It's almost the Jekyll and Hyde personality that we see sometimes with some of these riders. Lena Kohler now on course here. Coming into the second year, you think the confidence is a little bit higher, Amy?
Absolutely. She had a great first season on the tour. She had 3 podium finishes, and so I think she maybe has some of the jitters out, but then to me, she's hungry for more. And with Lena, as opposed to some of the other athletes we've seen so far in this field, you know, she has that racing background. And so she's going to use that on a venue like this that has some of these technical skiing moments and show that technique that really comes from a racing background. She's working through a really kind of gnarly zone here with some hidden pepper. And as these zones see traffic, some new pepper will be unveiled, so that could be what she's navigating. And also we're seeing the steepness here. She is in a steeper part of the venue, and she's lining something up. She's orienting herself. Again, she knows about visual inspection. That doesn't make it easy.
Yeah, you can see the slough pouring off her skis as she's side-slipping down through the narrow part of this venue. There is a huge buttress down there, and Lena lines up right off the heart of it, landing clean, holding on there. She had to fight for that one.
Yeah, it seems like she was using that setup to find the perfect kind of takeoff of a pretty slim feature there. She found that takeoff. She got the landing, had to fight for it, but it was clean, and she's not done yet. She has more features below her.
Getting a little wild there, but holding on, and Lena Kohler now out past most of the rocks, so she can breathe a sigh of relief that the scary part of the run is behind her now. Just got to get through some of this wind punchy snow. So Lena Kohler taking a slightly more measured approach than we saw her opening to the season last year at the Baqueira Beret Pro by Movistar, where she went absolutely buck wild out of the gate, and it resulted in one of the most hectic crashes of the season. She made a great Instagram post about it where she showed her POV. The caption was, "They say I shouldn't smoke because it's bad for my health," and then the GoPro video of her just cartwheeling down the La Bamba face. So definitely, you know, I like that lighthearted approach to these things. At the end of the day, it's just skiing, and Lena Kohler is great at it. So a strong run there for Lena. I think some fluidity docs will be coming from the judges as there was some hesitation in the run.
Yeah, she felt a little hesitant in her skiing, and you know, that could be related to her experience last year. You know, having a really heavy crash, even if you're able to make light of it, can still influence your mindset. And we're gonna take a look back at her run starting up top, taking the appetizer air, very balanced there, right to the center of her skis, and gets into her turns here. Now's where we see her in this really steep feature, finding that first air, getting that landing, holding on to it, but it was clean, but she was holding on, fighting for it a bit, getting into those turns, and then we see this bottom air, which she kind of reaches for that landing a little bit loose in the air. You know, that does factor into air and style a little bit, that composure in the air. Even though there wasn't a loss of control, I think, like you said, maybe some fluidity and maybe a little bit of a pullback in air and style.
Yeah, so judges quick on the scores for Lena Kohler, a 52-point run. She's going to move into 6th currently as we are chipping away at the ski women's field. We're back up to the top. Zoe Del Zoppo, another rookie. We saw a rookie take it for snowboard women. Luberin, Agustina Vietti, 3 in the top 3 currently. Actually 4 in the top 4 with Winter McBride there. So the new riders to the Freeride World Tour showing that they are absolutely at home. That's going to do wonders, I think, for their confidence as we move, you know, deeper into the season. And we are back up to the top. We have our season wild card here, injury wild card in Sibylle Blangeon, the Swiss rider, suffering an injury last year just before the beginning of the World Tour season and unable to take the start. She opted to take the season off, get herself physically back to 100%. And Sibylle Blangeon, well, she knows how to win on the Freeride World Tour. She has a title on the Bec des Roses at home in Verbier. This young lady is so strong on her skis. She's got the eye of the tiger, and she's ready to show us that that year off has not slowed her down.
Absolutely. Coming back from injury is always challenging, but again, that's what makes these athletes absolute pros. And again, first run back on the tour. She knows what to do. She's had a year off, so I bet her mindset coming into this is a little bit challenged, but she also needs to reach into the tanks and know that she has this inside her. Not skipping the appetizer air, which is a good call. Get warmed up there. And it looks like she's going to move over to the skier's right side of the face, the side of the face that has seen more sun, but has some really creative line options, I believe.
Yeah, Sibylle Blangeon known for that charging style. Every time she hits a feature, she just lets go from ages above it and flies off. So you can see the ripples in the snow here. The wind has had its way with this section of the face, but Sibylle Blangeon making short work of it, adding another feature, so stacking the line score as she makes her way down into this extremely technical maze of rock and snow on the Bassiver face.
And you could see it in that POV shot or that drone shot where she just got right onto that fin with all the features. And she's going to take an air off the nose side there, getting right through that kind of chunky landing and not letting it phase her. You can see there's a little bit more variation in the snow over here, taking another cross-court air off the wind lip. And now just making her way down the apron. Some big fast turns, making her way through there. I did like that choice. When I was watching the drone shot, I could see like, ooh, take the fin. It was like it was calling the free rider. And she jumped right on it, jumped right off it. Nice and fast.
Yeah, a great re-entry into Freeride World Tour competition for Sibylle Blangeon as she has just got to make her way down. You can see the tracks getting more established. As that gets more established, the snow gets a little bit compressed. Riders need to keep their brains turned on for this section just to make sure they get through that arch. The judges' eyes never blink in these sections. So Sibylle now through the finish with a clean run top to bottom, and it's safe to say the Swiss rider is back.
We'll go back up to the top and take a look at her run as she gets her first top air in, makes her way through kind of the blank warm-up section of the face, warms up with a small rock pop, and then you can see her turn right into the fall line here. She's going to hunt down that kind of fin feature, makes her way through it, and then off this air. She finds that landing there. You know, she could have gotten bucked there in that kind of weird wind lip, but she didn't. And so stayed on her feet nice and strong and hit one more air off that wind lip, coming cross court, and then just lacing into a couple nice turns for the sole on the way to the bottom.
Yeah, video judge throwing a red bar there on the line. We'll see how the judges say, or what the judges have to say about that. But I like that line from Sibylle Blangeon. She's in the finish now, just catching her breath. Scores coming in. She's waving to the friends and family at home. 67-6-7 for Sibylle. So she moves into 5th with the 6-7-6-7. The kids are going to love that one.
Yes, they are. You know, it could be just maybe a lack of features, maybe slightly smaller features. And again, she's just testing the waters, getting back in the game. A little bit the vibe of all the women are like testing the waters a little bit. The rookies, you know, dipping their toes in, having really strong performance, coming back from injury, coming back from a really tough crash last year. All of these things factor in.
Well, back up we go. Zoe Del Zoppo, Luberin, Agustina Vietti, Winter McBride, and Sybille Blangeon. That is your top 5 in ski women so far here in Baqueira Beret with the Movistar Pro. The rest of the ladies getting themselves warmed up top. We only have a few more riders to go, and we're going from one Swiss rider to another, from one Verbier winner to another. This is head athlete Jenna Keller. Jenna burst onto the scene last year, was all over the podium, and then taking the win at home in Verbier. She is so exciting to watch. She is a professional ski instructor. She actually trains and certifies other ski instructors. So right up at the top of the game, technique on point. And Jenna Keller just really showing us the value of technique last season, and I can't wait to see her just continue that absolute full throttle approach from Jenna already.
Yeah, taking that top air with some speed, which is really nice. And again, when you have a free ride comp like we do today, where we have this wind-packed snow, that is where technique shines. There's no snow, there's no powder to hide anybody's anything. So that technique, those angles, the angulation, that's going to shine, and that's going to give you a leg up in your fluidity in that air and style. The judges do appreciate technique.
Yeah, absolutely, and control. If your technique is off, your control is not going to be there. Jenna chipping off a bow. That was bigger than it looked from the start, going all the way over that entire rock band and now getting onto this nice powdery spine. Jenna Keller coming into a zone we haven't seen a lot of traffic in now, but really building a house with her line score. Popping, landing, getting backseat and right into that wind drift.
Losing a shoe. You know, that's that same air I was saying on the last run when Lena kind of almost got hooked up in that little wind ridge. Unfortunately, or that was Sybille, sorry. Jenna just getting a little hung up in that wind ridge there.
So Jenna Keller, unfortunately, that's going to be a no score. If a skier or rider has their gear come off, it's a no score. It's pretty rare in the snowboard world. Happens a bit more often for the skiers. So Jenna's going to make her way back up. You can see the snow, although it's wind pressed on the surface, just under that surface, it's actually pretty deep, which makes for some challenging boot packing there. And that's exactly, you could see it there, Amy, the wind drift you were talking about that Jenna landed directly on. Sybille was able to muscle through it, but Jenna not quite able to get the same result.
Yeah, we'll see in the replay exactly what happened there, but when I saw that wind ridge coming, I was nervous the first time. I liked this air, though, this creative kind of side takeoff, kind of greasing over a lot of pepper there, coming into a really strong turn, and then here hitting this air with a different trajectory, and she just lands in the ditch, 2 backseat, and the pressure I think just popped that ski off.
Yeah, 2 backseat and a little bit too cross hill. I think you can see Sybille's takeoff track. She was just angled slightly more down the couloir, and those subtle differences have huge result differences in terms of the outcome. So Jenna reunited with her other ski runner, getting down to her and just do the fine a little bit.
She's like, I'm good, bud. I got this. Yeah, sometimes I think that attitude when you fall, you know, you're disappointed, but you also want to deal with it yourself and move on. You know, I think that's kind of a stressful moment for the athletes to be in, because you're holding up the show, you know, you're okay, but you know.
You're bummed.
You're bummed.
Yeah, for sure.
You're bummed, and you're needing to be bummed publicly, and that's never easy.
Yeah, it's hard. The world is watching. Jenna Keller looking so strong before that. That top air, really, really exciting to watch. And it was one of those ones that kept giving. She got into the air. It looked like the trajectory was kind of lined up, and then she carried even further beyond the lower band of rocks, looking so solid. So Jenna Keller, this is going to be a throwaway. The riders get 4 events before the cut, and only 3 of them will count. So she can just toss this one in the bin and move on. We'll go to Val Thorens, and then Jenna Keller is going to get a full reset. And she actually had a similar result last year with a fall in Spain, and then the big build-up to put herself on the podium in Kicking Horse and then win in Verbier. So no stranger to this situation. Not where she wants to find herself, but she knows how to come back from this. And the crowd absolutely behind her as she comes into the finish corral.
Giving her some love. I did like that first air she hit as a creative scope air.
Well, back we go to the top. No score for Jenna. So we are heading back to the start gate for the Queen. 2-time freeride World Tour champion. 2-time Olympic medalist in gold. One of those medals, or sorry, in moguls, one of them being gold. Justine Dufour-Lapointe coming out of Montreal, Quebec in Canada, and she has made the seamless transition to freeride. We know she's got the tricks on lock. Backflips for her are like putting one foot in front of the other for normal humans. Justine riding for Peak Performance and Mahmoud, and she is coming off a title. She wants to do it again. The motivation for her, she said, is fun. She loves freeride. She's so into it.
Again, she has 2 titles. That second title also happening with Verbia included, so there's no asterisks, even though there's never any asterisks with the title, in my opinion. And so now she's just doing it, again, for the love, for the thrill, taking that air nice and fast off the top. She should be in her groove at this point, I would say. She's in the flow. She is a competitor by nature. She describes herself as a tiger. And so she is just going to attack this face and this season, as she always does.
Yeah, been posted up in her home away from home in St. Anton in Austria, working with Stefan Heusel, Freeride World Tour legend, and he's made a great transition into coaching. Justine popping off the nose of that one. So clean. Such an athletic approach. She's always bouncy, poppy. She makes skiing look fun, and in a judge sport, that's critical.
Absolutely, and that's that moguls coming through. I mean, we talk about backflips being second nature for her, and she greases that one right to her feet in the middle of very complicated, committed terrain. That's what we know Justine for, and we've got another feature here. She's going to air up and over that bush, taking that air huge, stomps it with the immediate claim. Man, that was a Justine Dufour-Lapointe performance I've come to expect. Just solid. She's happy. She feels good. Again, she's a veteran, but this is the first run of her season.
Yeah, textbook from the Queen, locking in the backflip. You can hear the Spanish announcer and the crowd in the background. Absolutely fired up. She's fired up. The energy that exudes off this woman is so infectious. She is pumped.
Yes.
There are no hidden emotions with Justine.
Wow.
Yes! Yes! Ah! That was cool, eh?
Yes, Justine, that was cool. Wow, let's take another look at this run. Just jumping into the meat of the action. She's going to take this warm-up air here, taking it across the fall line, quickly back to her feet, but she's got her sights on the wind lip, and here we go. Backflip, right to her feet, bolts, really just stomps that landing. Tucking it up as it was kind of a short, kind of little bit, not a ton of real estate there, immediately on the edges of her skis. And then she takes this lower air quite big, boosting up and over that bush.
Yeah, way down
way past some of the other bomb holes. Yep. And then with the immediate claim. I mean, and that's the emotion that, like, even a seasoned winner like Justine still has that immediate emotional rush, and that really puts you right into the mindset of these competitors.
Yeah, the emotions are they're so based in the line and the skiing, and there's a huge amount of risk that they're taking. I mean, we saw what can happen on that backflip from Astrid, and Justine putting it on the line, laying it down. Nervous moments here for Zoe as it goes way up, 86.33. For the Canadian ski icon, Justine Dufour-Lapointe, locking in a extremely exciting run, giving a kiss to the skis that brought her down there as she takes her spot in the hot seat, a spot she's been accustomed to.
I'm stoked. This is a nice hot seat. We're new this year. We didn't know each other, but we will, right? That's the plan. Okay.
All right.
Oh my gosh, the vibes and the confidence, that is so part of it. Like, this is a new hot seat. We're going to get to know each other. I love that attitude. And we hear the crowd going crazy, Derek.
Yeah, buckle up, Spain. We have a local rider, a hometown hero. Maria Castelvi Bono is from right here in Baqueira Beret. She is going to be looking to lock in. We're back to Justine, the Justine Hot Seat Show.
Okay.
The dancing move. Oh my God, this gives us way too much adrenaline.
Man, she is just riding that high. So fun to see. First hump. She did what she wanted to do. And she's still doing it.
I mean, the crowd is amazing. Here, we have a show, you know? Like, we feel like it's happening.
All right, well, we're gonna put the Justine show on pause to, again, we've got the event wildcard from right here in Baqueira Beret, Maria Castelvi-Bono. She lives here, the crowd going ballistic, the Spanish announcer just frothing for this run. She had a run of form for the ages last year on the qualifier series. Win, 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 win. Her worst result was a silver in the 4-star series, and earning herself that event wildcard here at her hometown and being the last rider to drop. Amy, more pressure or more stoke?
She's feeling the pressure and the stoke, and we just have to see where that balance point hits. Again, she is in her home mountain, her home terrain. Something about that gives you confidence, but she wants to put on a show. So let's see how she handles, again, not just a rookie, but an event wild card.
Yeah, so she's just going to be riding on a wave of good wishes from all the fans watching all around Spain, and of course the ones on site here. Maria now on course. She knows this snow, she knows this venue. This is literally her backyard, and she is going out with some intent, a really aggressive approach up top.
Yep, just working nice and quickly through the funky snow and immediately into the meat. You can see in that perspective behind her what's below her. She works through this pepper section. There's some gnar in here that we can't quite see, and she's doing it quite smoothly, lining up a really fun narrow air there.
And getting a
Really
little
fast.
wonky there, but pulling it together for Maria, and you can hear the crowd react to every single move she makes on the slope.
And she can hear that she's lining up another air here, popping off the top, takes it right to her feet. The crowd literally goes wild, and immediately back on her edges, and she's gonna cruise down that apron. So she can hear this. I mean, the crowd's going crazy right now. The announcer's going crazy, and she can hear it, and that must be a crazy feeling.
Soak it in, Maria.
And she's taking that claim. She can see the crowd here. She's working through the last little bits on her way as she crosses the finish line, into the finish corral, into the Fiesta de Freeride.
Fiesta de Freeride, indeed. A huge run there for Maria Castelvi-Bono as she put one down for the Spanish fans. They were so behind her there, just riding on a cloud as everyone's so behind. That is going to be the final run for ski women. As we look back, Amy, this was a strong run for this young lady.
It really was. I like this kind of narrow committing air. That was a very kind of big mountain move. Then she's coming out really hot here, and you see her get a little hung up there in the powder. Then she has this lower air that she takes nice and big and immediately stomps. Yeah, she put on a show for her fans. Absolutely. Top to bottom, very fall line when we look at that hover air line tracker. Maria, I don't know what the Spanish word for bravo is, but bravo.
Yeah, super direct, and that is local knowledge incarnate there, as Maria showing she knew exactly where she's going. She is all smiles, the head rider there. A huge performance there in front of her hometown crowd. Wow, the ski women just popping off, and Maria, I mean, she is going to be the toast of the town tonight as we see her just soaking in this moment. The vibes absolutely electric. Justine there, the vibes emanating off her.
I mean, she's still dancing.
Yeah.
She's still going crazy. She's still on one. And so is the crowd. So the judges are going to just really do a good job here. They want to always, I mean, take all the attention they can here.
Oh, I love
And
that.
we've got the girls dancing
Good.
in the finish line. They're just
Come
vibing.
on, again.
She wants to do it again, is what Justine just said. So I guess the conditions must be pretty good out there.
Yeah, that's been the big story of the day. Is we had tricky conditions yesterday. The wind blew overnight and smoothed things out, made things a little bit softer. The wind, it can be a benefit or it can be a bit of a
6-7.
it can be a bit of a downfall. But today the wind just making things better. So Maria all smiles, Justine all smiles. The judges in the midst of it now. They're balancing that run against the 5 criteria as well against the other riders
with rock.
that we've seen. We'll just let these ladies speak for themselves.
Really much so in like a steeper zone, and I'm really stoked because, yeah, it's a step forward. Yeah, it's like, it was my goal to just improve and go bigger, go in a different zone, and be, not only easy win it.
Just the confidence now.
Yep.
That's good.
It is for sure. Oh, it feels good. I mean, we had nightmares. It was terrible, a roller coaster of emotion those last days. And then now here we are, having the best ever life again. What are you guys making us throw the freeride World Tour is madness.
Getting so much insight from Justine there. That's amazing.
We do it anyway. I guess we're crazy that way. Thank you.
So
I mean,
the judges really working on that comparison, right? They have the categories, but they also have that video replay where they can compare run to run. What do you think they're looking at here?
I think they're going to then start nitpicking whose air was bigger, who was more controlled, who really showed some angles and technique in the in-between moments. Was there a hesitant moment, you know? That's when they're trying to take the time to compare against other riders, that's when they're going to get nitpicky, and that's their job. They're here to judge, and they take it very seriously. We can't preface that enough. So it's hard for the girls in the finish line. You know, they're waiting on bated breath, but the vibes seem very high. And again, just the shot of the crowd is ever building there on the ridge here in Baqueira Beret.
Yeah, once again, throwing the challenge down to freeride fans around the globe. The Spanish freeride fans setting the bar so high and starting the season with this just absolutely lightning in a bottle atmosphere. It's so much fun to be here. If you ever get a chance to come to the Freeride World Tour in Baqueira Beret, book a plane ticket, book your hotels now, because this place fills up. You can see they're lining the sides of the venue, and it is absolutely on fire. And these women are the reason for that. The show that they've just put on from top to bottom of this category, going for it, leaving nothing on the line. It's electric. Ski women on fire right now. All right, here we go. Justine Dufour with an 8.633, 6.7, 6.7.
Another 6.7, 6.7.
That is so much fun for the kids. So 6th place there for Maria Castellovi Bono. And officially now, Justine Dufour-Lapointe taking the win in the first stop of the 2026 Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance. Amy, our standings after stop number 1.
Her attitude here is exactly as it is down in the finish corral. Justine Dufour-Lapointe, first place. Second place, Zoe Del Zoppo. And then Luke Baran in third place. We've got a rookie on the podium. Very cool, very exciting.
Yeah, a couple rookies on the podium, and in 4th and in 5th as we go down. A few crashes there. Molly Armanino, Astrid Chelus, and Jenna Keller going down as we look at our podium. The queen back in her home on the hot seat, and 2 rookies surrounding her. The French coming in strong, and the Canadian on top as these women absolutely fired up, putting on a show for us. Here's our overall rankings after stop number 1.
Yep, going to look very similar to our podium. We have Justine Dufour-Lapointe first, Zoe Del Zoppo and third place Lou Baran. And again, this kind of dynamic of the pros versus the rookies. It's going to be an amazing season here. We have Astrid Chelus and Jenna Keller down there lower. They're going to be looking to make some magic in the stops coming up. One more look there at Justine's backflip. What a ride it's been. And we are not done yet. We have ski men coming up here at the Baqueira Beret Pro by Movistar. Stay tuned, everybody. welcome back to Spain in the Spanish Pyrenees Mountains. We are here in Baqueira Beret for the Baqueira Beret Pro by Movistar, and it has been a free ride show so far, and we are so not done yet. We have our last category of the day. We are getting set for ski men. They are about to get in on this face. The amazing FWT Baqueira we have here, and Derek, we've got a lot to watch for in the ski men category.
This is a spicy category coming up. We've seen 3 categories complete. We've got podiums already done, and we have one more group to go. With the ski men's category here, the scoping vibes are interesting. Lots to play for as we see these riders. They're ready. Marcus Goguen there, reigning freeride World Tour champion. He's going to be kicking us off with, the hottest of hot starts. 2 champions back-to-back at the very beginning of the category. We're expecting fireworks from all of these guys, and these 2 for sure. Max Hitzig going second, Marcus Goguen going first. We didn't have Hitzig with us last year, so no doubt he's going to be hungry to reclaim his spot on top as we take a look here at the start list, Amy.
Yeah, there's our start list starting off with a bang. We can't not talk about Marcus versus Max. They are going to be going head-to-head, and they're 1 and 2 out of the start gate. Then we have there in 10th place, or 10th start out of the gate, Ross Tester, our winner from Spain last year. You know that he actually was telling me he's at home with the challenging conditions here. He's excited about it. And then we have Abel Moga, Spaniard at home, and he is definitely going to be a fan favorite here. Looking at the second chunk of our start list there, we have Ben Richards dropping 11th, and Toby Radford is going to drop last. Lots of rookies in here to watch as well, mixed in with a bunch of seasoned pro champion vets.
Yeah, Kelly Hillicky rounding things out, and then Timo Rollshoven will not be taking the start. He is doing an engineering degree right now, and his final exam is today. So really unfortunate, Timo. Hopefully you're watching. Well, you're probably not because you're writing your exam right now.
Hopefully he's acing that exam. If he's going to miss a competition for an exam, he better be getting A++.
Yeah, another rider doing, balancing, doing double duty between education and freeride education. So Timo will not be taking the start today, but we'll see him back in the mix in Val Thorens when we head to France after this. But right now, it's all about Spain. Here is our Peak Performance Fun Bet fan favorites. 72% of you seeing Marcus Goguen landing on the podium, 57% for Max Hitzig, and 30% for Kiwi sensation Ben Richards. Peak Performance Fun Bet, your opportunity to get some skin in the game. Fantasy free ride, and so many great prizes available up for grabs from Peak Performance. Peak Performance providing the kits for the staff, for the athletes. We've got a ton of Peak riders in the mix right now, but it is time for business. Snowboard women, snowboard men, ski women, all done. Ski men, the last guys up there. And you can see them, they're just gathered around on the summit there. The entire Val d'Arens spread out below their feet. Amy, what do you think the vibe is up there?
I mean, so when your category is last, they've had time to ski around today, to get warmed up. They've watched the other competitors. They have a really good understanding of what the snow is on the venue. With this west-facing face, we have quite a bit of light now on the venue. It's the best light of the day for visibility on the venue. And I think there's also a little bit of like, okay, we've had to wait all day. Now we finally get to go. So trying to keep those vibes going and the nerves at bay throughout the whole day is a little bit of a challenge. And I think we have a little interview with Marcus Goguen just to see how he's feeling ahead of today's event.
I think you guys know that I like to risk it, and I'm pretty sure the stat of podium or crash for me still stands. So I'm usually going for broke, and I want to push my own level, so that means putting some risk into it. I like to live on the edge a little bit with that and kind of see where it goes.
The checkers or wreckers mentality of the Freeride World Tour champion Marcus Goguen. He's got that freshly minted Red Bull helmet. Hard for Red Bull to pass a guy like that up when he's just dominating the scene right now in films, on the Freeride World Tour, skiing at home in Whistler. Anytime you get a chance to ski with Marcus, it's just well, it's humbling for one. I mean, I've got to watch this kid grow up from 11 years old in the Whistler Freeride Club, and every time he gets on snow, even, you know, he's a guy who is not afraid to put in the hard work. He'll be skiing sometimes by himself when he can't get friends to go up because the conditions are a little bit wonky, and still just sending at full throttle, putting himself in the mindset of what it's going to feel like in a Freeride World Tour start gate, and it's paying off. You know, he is a sensation. He's exploded on since 2023 when he was the junior Freeride World Champion, and now sitting on top of the pile as the reigning Freeride World Tour Champion. And we've got the next man in the gate, the former champ right before him, Max Hitzig, back in the mix.
Yeah, I'm super excited to be back on the tour, but I have to say that I'm a bit nervous to stand in the start gate tomorrow again. But the snow looks good and I'm super excited. The snow conditions look pretty similar to the season 23 when I competed. And also my line is going to be quite the same, but I try to spice it up a little bit.
Oh, that's a statement.
Yeah.
When Max Hitzig is trying to spice it up a little bit, you know that you need to buckle in, because we have an explosive start to Ski Men with the two most recent Freeride World Tour champs going back-to-back, going head-to-head. There's been a lot of buzz, Amy, about the Max versus Marcus this year.
Yes, and how could there not be, right? Because Marcus was so dominant last year, and he is the only one saying that, but Max wasn't here. And that's not how the rest of the world sees it. Only Marcus is putting that on his shoulders. So I think that it's going to be an exciting moment, but I also think sometimes when there's so much attention on kind of one story, there's maybe an opportunity for some other stories to sneak up, and there's a lot of riders in this field that I am really excited to watch today, and especially in this snow. I'm really excited to see the technicians stand out.
Well, as you say, another huge story in this field is the local legend in the making, and maybe already legend, Abel Moga. This man has cemented himself in Spanish freeride. We got a chance to catch up with him to hear how he's feeling coming into the event this year.
I've been skiing here since I was 3 years old. I grew up here. I had my best moments here, so I can call it home for sure. My name is Abel Moga. I'm from Viella in Val d'Aran, and I'm on the skimen category. And this is my 5th season on the tour. Being at the top of the Bassivier with the whole crowd just cheering and screaming, it's a huge noise that you can hear from the top, and it just brings you like nerves and also like a lot of motivation.
A rookie from right here in the zone, Abel Moga, 21 years old.
The first year I just like touched the sky.
Himself on top of this massive pillar. Bang, he's got it to his feet and he gets around that lower rock.
My first podium, my first contest, everything was super easy to get on the cut. But after that, my thoughts on that season were like bad for sure.
Over everything!
But they really helped to me to realize that you have to try to be consistent and don't be like super dreamy with your lines. And that's the thing that I learned after the injury, that the life is life and you have to manage every situation as the best way possible. So that's what I learned about. Abel Moga today is a guy that keeps pushing his limits and keeps dreaming, and why not being an Olympic rider at some point.
Oh, I really like hearing that insight from Abel. And that's the journey. Again, we look at the physical feats these athletes do, but it's what's going on in their mind that is so impressive to learn, okay, I can send it here. This came easy. Now I need to pull back. Just really great insight into the mindset there from Abel, and really excited to hear this Spanish crowd go crazy when he drops in.
Yeah, a maturing perspective from a rider who is, he studied under Aymar Navarro, who the local legend who was responsible for bringing the Freeride World Tour to the Val d'Aran, to Baqueira Beret. And Aymar really kind of giving some of his wisdom to Abel, and Abel putting it to great use, putting himself on the podium in the Freeride World Tour, and he's right back competing at home. But we still have a few riders to get through before we see Abel Moga, and one of them is in the start gate now, going through the final pieces of his pre-run routine. It is the Freeride World Tour champion, Whistler's own Marcus Goguen, getting ready to launch this season for Ski Men. Wow, I mean, what can you say? He's won pretty much everywhere he's been. That huge victory 2 years ago in Verbier with one of the most impressive runs we've ever seen. He said he likes to risk it. He's got that fire bib on as the reigning champion of the Freeride World Tour. And Marcus Goguen getting set to kick off his 2026 season on the back of our face now. Amy, we are just buzzing with anticipation.
Well, we are, because he claimed it. He claimed fireworks, and so did other competitors. So we are ready to see what he's got, taking his appetizer air with a nice little shifty. Again, this is just a warm-up moment for all competitors. But look what's below him. It is, options are limitless.
Limitless options. Marcus going with that trademark aggression, coming cross court, spinning 360 all the way into that couloir. Immediately back in control, spinning again. So Marcus Goguen, like a cat, absolutely flying into this run.
And then hitting a straight air, but getting a tweaked out shifty in there for a little style. And then pulling off a 360 over that feature, even though he did get a little bucked getting into it. And then he's gonna fly down the apron with some speed. He's going to be dizzy after that run with all those 360s. But again, kind of working for it. I don't know if that was signature smooth Marcus style, because the one 360 he had to whip, and then, man, he fought for that last one.
Yeah, he had to fight for him. We're going to have to see on the replay. It looked like that middle spin may have been his opposite direction, so typically spinning left, he may have spun both directions there. We'll have to relook, or it was 3 left threes. But Marcus Goguen, the fastest run down that face that we've seen so far.
Was sketchy. Not what I wanted to do. But
okay,
well,
so some insight there. That was sketchy and not what I wanted to do. So interesting there to see what happened here. We've got his first 360, which again was a little chunky for him. That's me being pretty nitpicky. Then he gets into this other 360.
Oh yeah, spinning left again. That
Spinning
one was
left,
wild.
But really fighting for it. And then he gets this tweaked out straight air, kind of as a setup, but a little bucked on the landing
Yeah,
as he
punching through.
mixed.
And that takeoff was nuts.
That was insane. He got basically completely pancake compressed, still got to the lip, still did a 360, still landed on his feet. But that was work, Derek. That was work. It was impressive. Cat skills for sure. But there was some work there in that run. That wasn't one of those greasy film line comp runs.
Yeah, unsatisfied look on Marcus Goggen's face.
Which again, he had multiple 360s, so.
Yeah, Marcus putting in the work in the gym that enables him to pull off moves like that last one where the compressed takeoff getting smushed down. So we're going to see the score drop here for Marcus Goguen. It's going to be an 81-3-3. So the judges definitely leaving themselves.
Not too good.
Yeah, definitely a little unsatisfied
It's not
look
what he wanted.
from Marcus Goguen. The snow conditions are tricky. He made short work of it. He got it done. We'll see how the rest of the field is able to stack up to that, as right back up to the top to the 2024 Freeride World Tour champion, Max Hitzig. Getting an injury wild card, coming off a broken back last winter. He said he was feeling okay, but he wasn't ready to do the things that Max Hitzig does, so he took the year off. He's been skiing really well so far this season. Had a bit of a dry spell, but Max Hitzig ready to kick things back and a return to competition for the 2024 champ.
Yes, he had quite a show on this face a few years back, and he said he's lining up something similar potentially. And I love that he admitted he was nervous, you know, but I love his kind of ability to just be honest, but then also, like you said, it's like an alter ego on his skis.
Yeah, he always looks like the impacts don't even phase him. He runs the suspension stiff. His legs are so strong. He's a tall guy, but he never really gets thrown around that much on these venues. So moving quickly with his slough, getting up on top with a big backflip. Hitzig trademark, absolutely critical move, but making it look easy. Backseat landing there, but holding on. Fall line off the next feature, and fighting for it again. So two of the strongest riders on the Freeride World Tour having to really, really fight to get through a run without falling.
Yeah, once that run was on, it was on, but it was also not without some work, like you're saying. There was not perfect air style. There was some holding on to some landings, backseat, which is not traditional Max Hitzig style. So yeah, maybe we were underselling the conditions out there a little bit.
Doc, I'm so excited to be back.
Oh, he just said he's so excited to be back. No insight there on his run, but we'll take another look. That's his first feature. Nice big backflip, very casual and comfortable for him. Immediately getting rid of that speed like a pro. Lining up this next feature, he goes for this 360, gets a little wild in the air, but gets back to his feet, holding onto a very big backslap there. And then with no speed checks, zooming off that last feature and then barely fighting that front, like just he was millimeters from going over the bars there.
Every ounce of core strength there coming into play for Max Hitzig. So we saw him in the back, we saw him in the front, but we saw him hold on to both. That was a roller coaster for Hitzig.
It's not very good. Pretty. Let's go.
He's just happy to be back.
Amazing to be back with the groove. He's gonna hop in there in a second.
Marcus being told to sit back down in the hot seat, but he's convinced that it's going to belong to Max very shortly as the Scott and head rider putting on a show there. But as you said, Amy, the conditions definitely coming into play. Maybe
the Spanish crowd. Amazing.
Taking another look at this backflip. Really great control right to his feet and then slams into that beautiful turn. But then from here on down, we don't see the technique. Like, we have high standards, you know?
Well, and these guys have set those standards. So 81.33 for Marcus. Max coming in 84.33. So popping up a little bit over Marcus Gogan. Matt Hitzig going to take on the hot seat from his good friend. And these guys, there's so much respect for each other between the two of them and the rest of the riders on the tour. They both know exactly what each other is capable of, and they just keep raising the bar between them and between all of the others, pushing the limit, pushing the level, as Max Hitzig takes over the hot seat here at the Baqueira Beret Pro by Movistar in Spain. We are underway with ski men. Right back up we go. Virgile Didier, the Chamonix rider, with a podium in Georgia last year. He is super strong and he's so committed. Riding for Scott, finishing 8th overall last year. Another extremely fast rider, right into a tuck off the summit.
As if he was reading your mind, just tucks right out of the start gate, and he is known for a very aggressive style. And he's gonna 360 off that top air. Again, that is just a warm-up. When every single competitor is hitting it, that's a bit of a warm-up, and he's gonna take this a lot of speed as he makes his way over to the lookers' right side of the venue. Again, this side has had more snow, but does have a lot of really creative line options.
Yeah, sort of cheese gratery looking as Virgile going all the way over, trying to get, back in control, but running out of space for that turn with a wall of rock, and Virgile losing his right ski. That is heartbreaking for Virgile Didier.
The disappointment there is just so visible. He's gonna wave and let us know he is okay. He's just emotionally bummed there. That happened right at the top of his line. He wasn't even getting started, and he just maybe got bucked around in some snow. We'll watch the replay. But
when looking at that ski, Amy, it just buried the tip into the crust there.
So up top here we have his 360. And then he makes his way very quickly through this challenging snow up top. And then we have this sizable air. He takes off through a very peppery zone, snipes a landing, and then just
too much turn.
Turned too quickly, wasn't patient. Like you were saying, that patience with the variable snow is key. And if you try to rush that snow, it is going to hook you up and grab you. And it's unfortunate they're losing the ski. That's going to be a no score, unfortunately.
Yeah, and you can see how much space he had just below those rocks to run that off. I'm quite certain he was going to head for the wind lip right after it. So maybe he was just trying to control the speed into the wind lip, as if you fly into it out of control, you're going to get tossed, as we've seen on the other wind lip lower down from a few of the riders achieved in previous categories. So Virgile Didier not getting the day he was hoping for, but we know what this guy has in his bag of tricks. So looking forward to seeing him competing in front of his home crowd in France very shortly. Straight away next week, we're off to the Val Thorens Pro. So Virgile Didier will get another chance for redemption on the Freeride World Tour, but today not looking like he's favoring that right leg.
That might have been, he looks like maybe he's a little tweaked, and that might have been the extra disappointment there. Sometimes when you're an athlete or regular people, sometimes you just know you tweaked yourself, and I'm seeing, again, I'm not a doctor, I'm not talking to him, but there's a little body language there, so we're going to send him positive vibes. And yeah, unfortunate, but that is Freeride.
Glory and heartbreak. Back up to the top we go. The summit of the Baqueira face, providing the backdrop. The Pyrenees just stretching out beyond as far as the eye can see. Dream lines everywhere here in the Val d'Aran. The next man in the start gate, none other than Wei Tianho, riding out of Whistler, riding for Dynastar and Peak Performance. Wei Tian, the last time we saw him drop in on a Freeride World Tour venue was to take victory at the final event of the 2025 season in Verbier. When you put yourself on top of the podium in Verbier, you are immediately cemented as Freeride legend. You're in the Hall of Fame automatically when you win the Verbier Pro. But Baqueira Beret is the backdrop today. 3 seasons on the Freeride World Tour. That's his best finish by far. Wei Tian, you know, everyone was waiting for that first win, and finally seeing him put it all together. He was a little bit snake bit last year in a couple other events, but he is fired up to get things going. And Wei Tianho now kicking things off here in Spain.
Yeah, absolutely. It was so evident that there was more for Wei Tian to give, and it was such a pleasure to see it happen on the Beck face, coming off that warm-up air with a nice, stylish, shifty. Again, moves like that, actually second nature to someone like Wei Tian. And he's just cruising through this really challenging snow, and he's going to take a fall line approach.
Yeah, such a smooth skier, always making the difficult look easy. Super quick feet, spinning 360 into the couloir. Perfect landing, getting speed back under control, and another 360. So Wei Tianho moving quickly through this venue. He's got another nose lined up, popping off there with the shifty, looking very similar to his compatriot, but with a different finish. Big backflip for Wei Tianho. Perfect execution. The cleanest run we've seen so far. We've saw roller coaster runs from the other riders, but Wei Tian just putting it down top to bottom, perfection.
Yeah, we needed to see that out of these men. We had not seen a clean run yet, and that backflip landing was perfect bolts. Very, very officially stomped, in my opinion. And those 360s, again, similar line to Marcus, but those 360s were way cleaner. So Wei Tian's feeling good. And to be honest, the competitors have left some doors open so far. So Wei Tian just walked through one.
All the Freeride friends down there cheering for Wei Tian. Big hug for the man in the hot seat as we go back to the top, Amy, for this run. Nice, clean start for Wei Tianho.
Yep. Warm up top, and there we have him going into his first 360. Good air style, just puts it right on his feet, and that's a narrow landing. That's a little couloir he's landing in, shuts down speed so he can get over. He had another 360 before this. Now he has that straight air with the tweak, and he's setting himself up kind of laser focused on this laid out, stylish backflip right to bolts. So the control is through the roof here on the judging criteria. You see these green lines maxed out because that was a clean run. It had all of the elements that judges are looking for. So Wei Tianho, bravo.
Full throttle run there. Wei Tianho spending his summers racing on the Enduro World Cup. So the fitness definitely not a problem for this man as he's just laid down the gauntlet for the rest of the ski men's field. We're going to see what the judges do with it.
God damn. Wasn't very good. The last route worked really well though. Yeah, dude, sorry, you got fucked by yours, eh?
Good Canadian conversation there between the two Whistler boys. Max Hitzig now, he's standing up.
He doesn't feel comfortable in that hot seat because he's seen it. He knows that his run wasn't clean, and so he knows what he's about to see.
Yeah.
Judges are still going to really be meticulous here because there's a lot more skiers to drop, and the judging only gets harder the more skiers that go down.
Well, and if I've learned anything in my time with the Freeride World Tour, it's never to speculate on what the judges are going to do. They have the high-powered binoculars where we're just watching with our eyes. So the detail, the level of detail that they pick up, and they are ultimate detail-oriented people, every single element of every run. So no predictions here, but definitely a solid run for Wei Tian, as he and Hitzig both anxiously just hang in here. So the score coming in now, the score to beat 84.33 from Max Hitzig. He drops up above, and Wei Tian Ho taking over the hot seat from Max Hitzig. So we talked about Marcus and Max, but you can't sleep on any of these other guys. Wei Tian Ho, when you won the last event on the tour, you got to be riding a wave of confidence, putting together a run like that, feeling good. And the crowd are loving it.
The crowd's going wild. And Wei Tian's just taking it all in, you know, just casually jumping into that hot seat. And you can never sleep on Wei Tian. He skis every day with Marcus. They are homies, buddies, and cut from the same cloth for sure. And here we go.
Okay, seatbelts on, grab onto something, because this place is about to go ballistic. Abel Moga, he is a Spanish freeride hero. Amy, feeling more pressure or feeling just more hometown excitement?
Knowing Abel and his vibes, he is in his element right now. He thrives on positivity and vibes, and he's kissing off to the crowd as he steps out of that gate. And I feel like he is here to perform for, I bet he sees all of these people in this crowd as his family. You know, like he is just a vibes guy. So I feel like he is obviously feeling pressure, but if I know him, the positivity is outweighing.
So Abel getting into this kind of crusty zone. I think some of these things that look like rocks are actually bushes. Launching off that buttress, and Abel Moga right back into control. He's got the crowd rallying behind him.
Cheering every landing. He's got something else lined up here.
Whoa, huge front flip and another front flip. Unfortunately, the punch front on the landing. That is the signature Abel Moga move. The Superman front flip off the highest cliff he can find.
And I love him for it. I love nothing than a front flip. He's got a little air off that cat track here, and then he's just soaking it in. Unfortunately, with the double front flip, that's not what we're looking for, but he gave a show to his home crowd, and they're going crazy for him as they welcome him down towards the start gate. Wow, just taking a moment to absorb what's going on with the crowd here. I mean, this is incredible for Abel.
All right, let's look back at this run. Hot start here for Abel Moga. A little bit of a wonky, wonky takeoff there.
Yeah, he was on wires. He just boosted straight up in the air, got it back together, got back on his feet, and then he had an air in there, and here we go. Look at that huge front flip. You can see him kind of spread to make sure he had a lot to clear there, and then maybe it was just a little off balance on that landing, did that kind of punch front.
Watch him kick his feet out to slow the rotation right there like a cat, but that rotation stays in play when he lands. The feet decelerate, the upper body keeps going, and he goes straight over the front into that punch front flip. Double front flip, as you called. I like that. Giving him full credit there for that move.
Not the double front flip we're looking for, but it was a double front flip.
All right, 49 point there for the Spanish freeride legend, Abel Moga, putting on a show for the crowd, as we've come to expect from this man. One of the most exciting freeriders on the Freeride World Tour. Every single time he pushes out of the start gate, you never quite know what's going to happen, but you know it's going to be a ride. Back up we go. Freeride Fiesta continues here in Spain as the first of our new riders on the tour. Hugo Troubat coming out of Les Arcs in France. He locked it up, third place overall in the Region 1 Challengers. This man is so exciting to watch. Bourg Saint-Maurice is his hometown. He put down a great performance on the Challenger Tour, and he's going to be looking to back that up here on the Freeride World Tour for his very first time. Amy, excitement in this young man right now.
Absolutely. He actually looked quite casual and comfortable in the start gate there. He's giving a wave to mom and dad, saluting his fellow competitors, taking a 360 right off the top there. Again, we're kind of downplaying that, but he's still taking a 360 at the very, very top of this face, which is a risk and it is rewarded. Even if a lot of people are doing it, it is an awesome kind of show of skill here. He's going to make his way into a fairly fall line approach and immediately into this NAR zone. There's a lot of pepper in this zone, but also a lot of features. Finding that feature wants to be a diving board, but it's not quite, and he's going to hop off that and make his way down to whatever he has his sights on
to
next.
this ledgy takeoff, 360, landing high in the transition. Perfect reconnection with the ground. And Hugo Troubat there with a big shifty to finish things off. Hands in the air for the young French Les Arcs rider. A strong start there for the Freeride World Tour.
Yeah, absolutely. He made quick work of that face. Once he was in, it was full gas. Just going to hop through this little traverse out, but again, we don't say anything till he's through, but he's starting to hear the crowd. He's enjoying it, again, living this moment. First run on the Freeride World Tour.
Oh, he's pumped up, too. Hugo Troubat putting down his first run on the tour, skiing the run he meant to ski, getting to the bottom intact with, you know, we've seen other riders, really strong riders, have serious issues on this venue. So that's a very big testament to the skill of Hugo Troubat, and what a great way to start things off.
Yeah, looking back at his run, we have those green bars pretty far to the right there. He's making his way pretty fluidly through that technical zone, pops up and over off that feature, finds a tranny, nice. And then he's going to make his turns down here as he sets his sight on these kind of back-to-back features down here. He has his 360, landing right close to the rock in that little bit of transition, getting right on the edges of those skis to make his way down for this very fast straight air. Gets in a little tweak there with the shifty.
Yeah.
Those little extra style points count because it shows a comfort in the air, which is important. But, you know, in reading some of his interviews, he says he really values speed and fluidity, and yep, I see that.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, base jumper in his spare time, speed and fluidity, definitely a huge part of that. So score rolling in, a 75.33 for Hugo Troubat. Happy with that one. Moving into fourth place for the French rookie. A great start on the Freeride World Tour for this young man. And you know, especially watching that 360, how clean, well, those 360s, how clean they were thrown. The freestyle is there for him. So Wei Tian Ho, Max Hitzig, Marcus Gauguin, that is your top three veterans, all event winners. And then Hugo Troubat sliding in fourth right now for the French rookie. A solid, solid start for his Freeride World Tour career as we roll on from one Frenchman to another. Oscar Mandin riding for Mammut, coming out of the Morzine Avoriaz area. He's got that Calgary Flame sticker on his helmet. He's just fallen in love with NHL hockey. He loves, follows the NHL, and as a Canadian, I love talking hockey with Oscar. One of the most precise and consistent backflippers on the Freeride World Tour. He's been training on the airbags, the Cork 7s, the double backflips. We'll see how freestyle he gets here, but when he gets into the air, he is a cat, and he has a couple cats, probably got couple cat stickers on his skis, always repping the feline crew back home.
I love that. Cats always land on their feet. And Oscar, yeah, that mogul background making, you know, it really easy to do those backflips in his sleep, and he's been progressing his trick repertoire. He's going to come into this little bit of a peppery zone, go really quickly through it, and he's got...
Oh, landing on the bushes there. Oscar Mandin going where we saw Max Palm do the first ever landed double backflip in the Freeride World Tour. And Oscar using that lip to his advantage. And now a huge backflip. Oscar Mandin, no, with the punch front. Hold on as he flicks. Oh, that was a wilder. He's all right.
He's on his feet. He's okay. That was wild for a moment. But wow, just another unwanted front flip there. A big backflip, but that punch front is tough. And that is a challenge in this kind of firmer, wind-affected snow. There isn't that forgiveness. You really need to nail the balance on your landing, which is hard to do when you're doing a backflip of that size off a feature you've never seen before.
Possibly the biggest air we've seen so far in the entire event with a flip. Oscar Mandin throwing caution to the wind and giving a double, you know, praise salute there to the the Spanish freeride fans. He loves the vibe here, and Oscar left nothing on the table.
Absolutely not, and he was still you can see when he was coming out of that feature with so much speed, the consequence that's all around him. So we'll go back and we'll watch the replay. He hits this windlip feature, kind of lands on these bushes / rocks, a little bit kind of maybe didn't get the equation right on the takeoff there. And then here we go for this massive backflip all the way around, lands just a touch forward, and there's that unwanted punch front. Then he's still hanging onto it, off a little air he didn't mean to get on.
That was cat-like.
Yeah, that's where the cat instincts came through, for sure. Again, really exciting. Had that been clean, that would have
that would have been
a
challenging
massive score.
for sure. And I wonder if off of that max palm windlip, if Oscar
Absolutely.
was thinking double backflip there. He has those on lock.
I think he was definitely thinking something else because I don't think he would intend to land in the rocks like that.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that lip may be a little bit kickier than he was expecting. So Oscar Mandin coming in with a 41-point run for the French rider. He's throwing waves to the crowd and to the friends at home for Oscar. We know what this man has. There's the kitties on his skis.
There's the kitties. Yep. Well, the spirit of the cat was with him on that run because while he did not have control and land his run, he did get on his feet and keep his body all together, skis on his feet, so that's always a good thing. And yeah, he was going.
No change to the top 5 then. Wei Tianho holding on the hot seat. Max Hitzig, Marcus Gogan close behind as we go back up to the top for another exciting young rookie. This is Lachlan Harvey riding out of Whistler, BC, locking himself into his spot with a 3rd place overall on the Region 2 Challengers. Another rider coming out of the Whistler Freeride Club, 20 years old. He wants a big thanks to his parents for supporting his journey all the way through. And Locke Harvey, you know, a bundle of nerves this morning, but just listening to Bertie's advice, ski like you skied to get you here, and that is going to get you far. Young man now on course, popping off that first air, just getting things started, Amy.
Yeah, it's almost like a mandatory at this point. Just hit that warm-up air. And again, you can understand his nerves, but hopefully he can just remember that he is here because he earned this place, and now with Freeride, it's just him and the mountain. It's time for him to do his thing, which he's getting started here. Air, and he's lining up this kind of diving board air, gets another air right to his feet, a little shifty, just kind of making his way through the features.
Yeah, really packing those two close together.
Absolutely.
So showing the judges that he's got that control, washing a bit of speed off so he doesn't get bucked by that lip. And he is now up into a 4th feature. So stacking features. Locke Harvey, a big stomp there. Clean run for the young Canadian rookie. Now he's got to make his way through. You can see the skis getting bounced around as there's more and more tracks on this apron. But he's strong. He's been in the gym. He's putting in the work, following, in the footsteps of Marcus and Wei Tian, the other Canadian men on the tour this year, knowing that you got to still have some gas in the tank for these lower sections.
Oh, yeah, and the nerves infiltrate your muscles and everything. I mean, even if you're the strongest man ever, maybe you have some shaky legs coming through there, but there we see him cross the finish line, and that feels good as a rookie. That was a really fall line, aggressive skiing, a very sizable air. Just, to me, doing what a lot of the rookies have been doing today is just skiing to their abilities that got them here. We'll take a look back. This is his second air where he his first air, sorry, hops off that feature and then immediately gets over back to this wannabe diving board feature. Gets off it, finds a landing, and he's still just moving through the terrain, trying to find the next feature here, lining up an air right into a fresh landing, and then he knows he's got his big dog below him here where he's going to take it right off the nose, clear all that exposure, and just put that landing gear down nice and square.
Yeah, took that one way down. So packed with features there for Locke Harvey. Definitely on the air and style side relative to what we saw maybe from Marcus Max and Wei Tian. Lacking the tricks, but that was by design. He said he wanted to see how he goes at the Freeride World Tour, so he pulled back on the tricks, a 70.33. So Locke Harvey sliding into 50s. He's happy with that as he's checking in with Wei Tian there. Yeah, so a good dip of the toe into the Freeride World Tour waters. Look at the smile.
Love you guys.
It's just good to build that mental confidence, build that comfort in this new arena. And I do really appreciate the rookie approach. It's a veteran rookie approach, I think, to listen and just test the waters a little bit, ski right within your ability, and build that confidence.
Yeah, exactly. And Locke Harvey is done and dusted, sitting in the top five right now. Move back up to the top to another former Freeride World Tour champion, peak performance and Scott rider, Valentin Rainer, riding out of Austria, 4th overall last year. He's got a title under his belt. How much confidence, Amy, does that give a rider when they know how to win a title kicking off a season here?
It's that delicate balance because it is confidence. He knows he has it in him. And it's the pressure to deliver again. He's seeking something he knows exists, he knows in him. So I feel like it's one of those situations where the athletes put so much pressure on themselves to do it again, to repeat the performance. He made quick work of that upper section, and he's gonna get through this dicey couloir kind of pepper section nice and quickly, and he lines up a big backflip, takes it to his feet, holds onto it, ditches that speed as he is lining up his next feature.
Right back in control, 360, not able to complete the rotation for Valentin Rainer there. Valley, he was close, but not able to get all the way around. Another 360 off that lower feature, so showing what might have been.
Showing he can be clean in those 360s, because that lower air was a really nice clean landing, but I think maybe some problems on the takeoff on that first 360 kind of got him off balance in the air is what it looked like to me.
Yeah, the 23 world champ coming a little bit unstuck, but a bunch of moments in that run showing exactly why he has a Freeride World Tour title, and holding on now as the crowd loving watching Valentin Rainer ski through the finish arch. It's getting bumpy down there.
It is getting bumpy. It's getting worked. I mean, that is the challenge of going last. There's a lot of traffic has been on the face, and you know, there's still a lot of great lines on there, and it's a big face to ski, but then it's a leg workout to get through all of this rumble and tumble in the bottom. And again, especially with the judging line being at the finish line.
Yeah, exactly. You can't let go. You can't turn your brain off. You got to stay fully engaged all the way to the finish. So Valentin Rainer, he had a really aggressive start. Love this move. Lofty backflip over the bushes.
And he immediately needs to shut down after that backflip because, again, there's not that much room. He takes that landing, gets it under control, and then immediately needs to get on those edges to avoid the rocks and get to his next feature. He's got this 360, and I don't know if you saw that briefly. There was kind of maybe something in the takeoff there. He might have gotten hooked up on the takeoff, but then shows, okay, here's my greasy 360. Like, that wasn't me. That was whatever got me on the takeoff. Did you see that little something in the takeoff in the POV or in the FPV?
Yeah, and for Valley, they're spinning down the pipe, which means you're spinning in the direction you're taking off instead of alley-oop style. You actually have to go almost 450 degrees, and he just came up a little short on the rotation, so 59.63 for Valentin Rainer. Unfortunately, not quite able to do it yet. Yeah, having to spin further, well, it makes it harder. So when you land those things, the judges are throwing points at you, but it is harder to execute. So right now, Wei Tian Ho still sitting on top of the pile as we move through a dangerous man in the start gate right now. Tahoe's own Ross Tester recently moved to Park City up in Utah, loving the mountain bike there. He won in Spain last year, coming off a year off of the tour. He was reinvigorated. Ross Tester, you said, Amy, he had a certain take on the snow conditions coming into this event.
Yes, Ross and I got to share a cookie at the legendary Wildflower Cookie Shop, and I asked him what he was hoping for in Spain, and he said he was actually hoping for some challenging conditions. He performed great here in those challenging conditions last year, and he is just going to pop off that upper air very quickly. He wants to meet, it looks like he wants to get down to the meat of this face.
Ross Tester is built for freeride. His turns are World Cup ski racer level. His freestyle game is second to none. All the pieces of a freerider all live together in Ross Tester's bag, and taking a really unique approach, a very difficult approach, but he does what Ross Tester does, which makes it look easy. He's so smooth on his skis.
Big 360, lands it with a back slap, but keeps it in the flow. He's still going, and another 360 with a grab, cleaner landing there, right bolts, and now he's just gonna hang on and cruise out of the face through the apron. I mean, yeah, God, in some ways, he almost made that look too easy, because that was a new creative way to get down into that air that we've seen some other riders take, but he just worked through that pepper, that I think showing his technicality skills And then also, like you said, bringing some free ride with those 360s.
Yeah, his ski technique is so precise, and we'll see on the replay that 360, the same down the pipe approach as Valerie Rayner, but rotating it a little further. We'll dig into that, but a great run from Ross Tester. Did get a little bit sat down, so the judges are going to notice that. All of those pieces come into play. They don't let anything go, especially on the control category.
Okay, so we'll take a look at his run from the top, kind of zooming quickly over that top air. And here we go. This is that technical section. He would make such quick work of to get off that air in a different trajectory, and he was so tight and composed in the air. You can see that there's a little bit of dock and control score here. We've got this 360. He gets a grab there, but then here's the control. That back slap does matter to those judges, but then he gets his composure back, 360 again with a grab, and that time nice and clean. So, yeah. Really nice air and style awareness there. Really unfortunate about that one back slap.
So Ross Tester locking in trademark furious speed, ultra smooth approach. So the judges now comparing the run to other riders, to the criteria, to all the pieces that go into this really fall line approach there from the Hover Air line tracker for Ross Tester. Exactly what we expect from Ross. A slight bobble though in that run, and the judges are going to notice that.
They will see that, but I really did appreciate the creative entrance to that air.
Shot 530.
All right, here we go. 82.83. So Ross Tester taking over third from Marcus Gogan with that run up. Solid performance, even with that little back slap. I think the technicality of the run outweighed that. So, you know, there's going to be a dock on control, but a huge boost, and the thermometer popping up and down there for Ross. But overall, really, really strong performance there as he moves into third. Max Hitzig still holding second, and Wei Tian Ho in the hot seat as we roll on. On we go. This man, the smoothest man in skiing right now, Ben Richards, the Kiwi. I mean, he took the win in 2024 in Fieberbrunn, his first win on the Freeride World Tour last year, wrapping up his season in 5th overall. Effortless style from Ben Richards. The Kiwis, just their technique is always so solid. He's got great tricks, and Ben Richards is so much fun to watch.
And he's unfaffed by the challenging conditions, the bizarre, the variety, the variableness in the snow. That is what he's at home on. And so you just saw even his way to breeze through that upper air was oozing with style, even on the smallest feature. So he's right here getting into the Nar, going to make his way through a technical zone. And he gets a Lincoln
huge
Loop.
Side flip there, the Lincoln Loop.
The
Bounced
Lincoln
out of the
Loop
landing.
is back. And then he's got his other feature here. He's got a 360, finds that landing gear nice and strong, and he's cooking through this section and gets a very controlled straight air out of the bottom. Okay for the Lincoln Loop. Are we calling him Lincoln Loop still?
Oh, yeah.
Like, okay.
I love to see it.
What's fascinating there is he was able to make that wannabe diving board feature work finally. He finally found the takeoff there that really worked. So that was cool, creative.
Yeah, really creative, really smooth, ultra precise. Ben Richards making his home in Wanaka, skiing out of Treble Cone, New Zealand. Half the Freeride World Tour this summer past summer came down to New Zealand, and Ben said he was so excited to just share his home with all the friends, and it really turned on when everybody arrived. They had some big powder days up there at Treble Cone, and a big hug there for Wei Tian Ho. These two guys, you know, they compete together. They love watching each other ski. Each one, of course, wants to be in that hot seat, and Ben Richards definitely making a great claim for a World Tour success for Ben Richards.
Absolutely. He was third place here in Spain last year, so seeing if he can get back on the podium. Let's watch his run back. Here's this feature with that. That's a Lincoln Loop. I'm calling that a Lincoln Loop, and he just pulls that landing. He has to hold on to it a little bit with an arm wiggle. But for a funky feature that's given a lot of people a lot of problems, that was very smooth, very Ben Richards style. And then lands that 360 nice and solid. Then he has so much speed, and he, in a pro move, doesn't try to turn too much, doesn't try to do anything crazy, and just nukes out with all the speed. Let that speed run out.
Pulled his feet up there on the takeoff, no pop.
Sucked it up a little bit.
Yeah, the transition on the landing kind of runs out quickly, so at the speed he was going, if he popped there, he would carry way past any kind of good place to land. Line tracker there looking ultra direct for Ben Richards. He gives a ton of credit to both Finn Billis and Craig Murray. The friends he grew up with convinced him as a 17 or 18-year-old ski racer to try freeride. And I'd say, Ben, it's working out pretty well.
Yeah, I just really appreciate his really smooth, greasy style. He really does make it look fun and effortless, and it's not effortless. I mean, he made a feature that's gobbled a couple other athletes up, made it look dang good.
Yeah, so the judges are going to be getting to work now. That run and Wei Tian Ho's run definitely had, some similar difficulties. The score coming in, and it pops up to 86.67. He takes over the top spot by a fraction of a point. Ben Richards, the judges loving what they saw. So those subtle differences, and I think, Amy, you're right, that really kicky feature that other people haven't been able to get right off the nose of, Ben finding it a way to make it work, and with the Lincoln Loop side flip, taking over the hot seat for the Kiwi shredder. Ben Richards looking comfy, looking happy.
And I appreciate like the variety of trick there, right? Like that's cool to me. So I think it's great that the judges are rewarding that. I feel like he made that run. That was a film line in not film conditions, and that's impressive.
Well, back we go. The pride of Edwards, Colorado. This is Joey Leonardo looking to get things going, skiing out of Arrowhead in Colorado, and he is so stoked to be in the Freeride World Tour. Met Joey way back at the Junior Freeride World Championships. Great kid, had a solid performance on the challengers in North and South America. That's what I mean when I say Region 2. That's the North and South American region of freeride globally. And Joey Leonardo now on course for his very first Freeride World Tour event, and a hot start on that first feature.
He had nice and steezy off that lip with a kind of a little tweaked out. It's your place to put a little, stamp on. Just a small air at the top, but it's cool when athletes take the opportunity. Popping up and over as he's still transporting to his line, and he's going to get into this kind of featurey zone. We've got a couloir over a big feature here. He's going to get in that nice little ski touch and tweak there as he lines up a 360 right to his feet, and just kind of working in the fall line, staying with it. Very rhythmic so far.
Yeah, and Aaron cross court over all that, and it allows him to get another feature at the bottom. Big boost for Joey Leonardo, and a strong, strong run for the American rookie as he's looking to put his stamp on the Freeride World Tour. These rookies coming in skiing like veterans. That was incredibly impressive from Joey.
Yep. And he's going to make his way through this kind of technical let down from the face, we can say it that way. But yeah, that was great skiing. He had good rhythm. He stopped. He put a bunch of features in back to back. Good controlled landings. And I mean, obviously, we'll see when we look back at the run. But yeah, that's got to feel good as a rookie here. And then he is coming back through the finish line. The Spanish crowd welcoming him in, and rookie coming through the finish line on his feet. That's a good thing.
We love to see it. A high five and a hug for Ben Richards, the man in the hot seat. Joey Leonardo putting down a very strong case for his spot here on the Freeride World Tour, going really far and finding a fresh landing even this late in the game.
Took that upper air a bit bigger, had the style, then he had that kind of same air style there on that feature. Immediately getting back, redirected for this 360 that he lands. Not a big 360, but well executed. And then he gets back to this feature, and again, a really compact, composed, straight air into more steep terrain, and then one more large air where he kind of boosts way past all the other bomb holes and finds that little sneaker transfer like tranny air, or tranny landing.
Yeah, and tweaking out the grab there, the nice high safety.
Tired.
So Joey Leonardo coming in with a 73-point run, so he slides into 7th. Solid start. These North and South American riders do not do visual inspection in Region 2. So just the fact of skiing that run top to bottom, knowing exactly where you're going and executing the run that you planned is a huge statement. And they're going to get more and more comfortable with that as we build through the season. So really, really strong start there for Joey as he puts himself into 7th, just behind French rider Hugo Troubat. As we roll on here, ski men, the final category of the day here in Baqueira Beret, the Movistar Pro. Carl Ragnar Eriksson, Swedish rider for Peak Performance, Scott and Head stacking up the sponsors here that line up with the Freeride World Tour, a veteran on tour. He's been silver medal twice, has not yet won an event, but Carl is hungry for it. He is having a blast here, and the Swedes are going to be similar to the Kiwis, I think, comfortable in these tricky conditions.
Absolutely. One of the worst skiing days of my life was in Sweden. So if you can ski in Sweden, you can ski anywhere. He's going to take some heat off that upper air and make his way through this kind of jumble stuff pretty easily. And yeah, this is his 9th season on the tour, and he's still looking for that win. So that motivation is still, he has the soul of a competitor. He still wants it. Getting a 360 kind of into some gnar there.
In
so
a tech zone.
Very technical, like a 360 entrance to a chute. Straight air out, kind of made really quick work of a very technical section. Picking off a shifty air. He's going to redirect. He's going to find the flow of all the features that are below him.
Yeah, and you can see the tracks here. Carl laying out a backflip, clean transition back onto the snow, and another feature below. So Carl Ragnar Eriksson putting it together. He's got the chin forward stance there, flying down the apron for the Swedes. Such a smooth run. He's always got a unique take on these venues and going way out wide, just finding a little bit of powder for the Spanish crowd. Waving to the people. Carl, Christopher Trudell, and Eimer Navarro, you know, travel companions on the tour. And Carl has really embraced Spain as kind of, you know, a favorite secondary home away from home. And the Spanish crowd returning that vibe to Carl.
Happy to be down, though.
Absolutely.
Nice work.
And really just stacking up features in that run. I mean, just kind of back-to-back, lots of well-executed features. We can take a look back at Carl's run. We start off with this, not to be limited, this 360 into this very technical landing where he has to immediately get on those skis and quickly turn through a very narrow chute with exposure all around him. He gets over here to another feature, compact package right off that air, makes his way to his next feature. You see him line it up, lays out that backflip, nice stylish in the air, right to his feet, and he's not done. There was one little pop after that as well. So, yeah, just kind of a free ride machine right there.
Yeah, that was a great run from Carl, the Peak Performance rider, just putting it down in his trademark smooth style and hearing him kind of catch up with Ben. Big smile there for Carl.
Hey, Anna.
Messages to the family is always nice to have that moment. He knows the drill. He knows, hey guys, they can see me.
Yeah, it's always nice for the friends and family at home to know that the riders are still thinking about you while they're doing these, you know, these just superhuman feats of skiing and snowboarding on the face. So we got some comparison going. Danny Fornell-Pratt, the video judge, running the 4 judges through the details of Carl's run, as they're now looking to compare it against each other or to the other riders and compare it against the categories, right? A lot of control there. Very committed 360 up at the top, as you said, Amy.
Yeah, for his line score, for sure. But also a lot of features. Fall line skiing, fluid. They'll just see what to do with that. I could never be a judge. I don't envy them at all. I just want to sit here and be impressed by everybody.
It was like a wall. The takeoff, it was way steeper than I thought.
Getting some insight there.
All right, waving to the friends at home. Score coming in 74-3-3 for Carl Ragnar Eriksson. So he takes over 7th place there with that run. A solid performance for Carl. As we are rolling through ski men here, Ben Richards holding down the top spot, Wei Tian Ho, Max Hitzig. That's your top 3 with Ross Tester and Marcus Gogan right behind. So the veterans proving here exactly what they've learned as we go back up to the top for an extremely exciting rookie. This is Finn Powell riding out of New Zealand, a product of the New Zealand Junior Freeride Tour and the Whistler Freeride Club, the ultimate
Wow.
combo. This man, him and his twin brother, from the time they were about 15, have been talked about as very likely to someday be on the Freeride World Tour. And Finn Powell right now on course for his debut on the tour. So exciting. He's got the tricks, he's got the technique, the aggression, and the speed, and he is underway now at the top of the Baqueira face here in Spain.
Yeah, already taking a steezy approach right out the gate, getting a little style off the rollers, which is good for these athletes' confidence. Like, that's how he would ski if he was skiing, you know, just for fun. So love to see that. Gets right into this gnarly section. He's going to navigate some of this terrain, hitting this diving board feature again, taking a backflip there.
Riding the tails, but holding
on
on
to the landing. And sizing up a nice big air, takes it quite deep, but takes it to his feet. And then we've got one more air here. He's gonna suck up that little air and kind of brace himself for that landing and get a little tweak shifty in there. Okay.
Very similar approach to countryman Ben Richards there. The skis rarely come out of the fall line, Amy. Keeps it pinned, super fast, super smooth. He's been spending the winter with his twin brother Lachlan in Andorra, so not having a huge amount of travel to come down here for the Baqueira Beret Pro, but a great run there from Finn Powell to kick off his Freeride World Tour journey. And top to bottom on his feet. His junior career was really marked by either podiums or crashes. So he's found a mature approach there, and a big hug for the fellow Kiwi there, Ben Richards, as Finn Powell making a stamp on this face here as his very first run on the Freeride World Tour.
Absolutely, that's got to feel good. And I know Ben well enough to know that he has pride watching his fellow friend and competitor do so well. This backflip off that diving board feature, found a landing, found a way to make it work, but really held on to that. That wouldn't be a perfectly clean landing as he was riding those tails, but that's not quite a back slap either.
Yeah, no touchdown.
He did not touch down. He whips those two turns and then kind of pops off this very big feature. You can see him sail way past the other bomb holes and a little bit past the landing, but holds on to that landing, and then kind of like Ben, sucks up that lower air, because you can see him get a little bucked in the landing there. Yeah, basically, give him a year and then he's...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but really, really impressive run.
All the pieces are there for Finn Powell. Just got, the judges will probably be using the video machine to review that landing, seeing if it was exactly what the control dock was. It looked to me like just a tail ride, a bit of a long tail press. But you can see Ben Richards there just pointing. The current hero of the Kiwi freeride scene alongside the future of the Kiwi freeride scene. New Zealand just keeps churning out the world-class riders. Their junior freeride tour, absolutely unbelievable. Dion Newport, a huge part of that, as we see here, score coming in 77.33. So Finn Powell taking over 6 with that run, and a solid performance for the young athlete on his very first foray into Freeride World Tour competition.
Absolutely, and those scores, those points, this all matters. Where everybody stacks up, even if they're off the podium now, this is going to come into play later when we're looking at cuts. Like, all of these numbers on this leaderboard, they matter and they make a difference down the road, because again, there is going to be a cut before Alaska.
All right, so from an exciting young rookie to an exciting young rookie, Victor Hale Woods, riding out of Verbier, Switzerland, 23 years old, and taking the victory in the Challenger Series in the Europe Oceania, that's Region 1, winning the entire series, earning his spot onto the Freeride World Tour. He gives credit to his brothers, his ski partners, all the people that have helped lift him up to this point. And Victor now putting on a show as he starts his very first Freeride World Tour run.
Again, dropping in with so much confidence and speed, and he's going to make his way over to the skier's right side, the side that has not seen as much traffic but has seen some really cool, impressive lines go down. I do think the snow is a little more challenging over here, though, so he's going to have to be on his A game.
For sure. Victor is an unbelievable surfer, and you can almost see the surfing style in his skiing. It's very smooth, very controlled, popping up and off that wind lip as Victor now coming into this extremely challenging snow. You can see the texture
lot of
that
wind
the
texture.
wind has left up onto this big buttress. Only a couple tracks, a huge
Wow.
backflip. Oh, and a little bit short there for Victor Hale Woods as the tips digging in on the landing. But definitely a statement of intent there
Yes.
as Victor throwing it all on the line.
Absolutely, lining up kind of where he's cruising along, he's having a good time, and then all of a sudden he is chomping off a big bite of rock to backflip over. And yes, full loss of control, loss of ski. It's going to be a no score, unfortunately. But it's a statement. Rookies making a statement.
Amy, talk a little. Well, we'll watch here. Victor getting off this wind lift, styling it out with the big shifty, landing in that really difficult snow, but getting control right back.
Handling it well, and here's that big backflip. From this angle, you can see how big and committing that is, and he just doesn't quite get around to have that balanced landing point on his skis. Can't really tell if he was finding the exact landing he was wanting to, or if maybe he went, I think it was just punchy snow.
Yeah,
there was landing there, but it was punchy snow.
Punchy snow and a little short on the rotation. I want to hear, Amy, your take. The different approaches we've seen from some of the rookies. Some of the rookies dipping their toe into the water. Victor going in up to his neck.
I would call that more of a cannonball approach, which again might be, okay, so reading his athlete interview, he's a bit cheeky, he's a bit sassy. And so actually not knowing him at all, I expect this, because this might also be what he needs for his mental state. Some athletes, their mental game, they just want to come down on their feet and get some points on the board, and he wants to keep the vibes like sky high maybe. I don't know, I want to get to know him because his interview was sassy.
Yeah, and really looking to blow the doors off in stop number one. I mean, Victor Hale Woods, again, going back to Bertie Deneveau and his advice for the rookies, ski the way you skied to get you here. That's how Victor skied in the Challengers, and it served him well. So definitely can't take anything away from that approach. And it didn't quite work out, but I know we're going to see Victor come back swinging when we get to France for the next stop. But we are rolling on here with ski men, and an exciting one here in the start gate. This man finished second overall last year as a rookie. He took his first victory on the Freeride World Tour last year as a rookie. Martin Bender, former Freeride World Junior Champion, riding out of Verbier, Switzerland, doing it for Les Gorilles, the Freeride squad there in Verbier that just get behind each other. Bender, an absolute monster on skis. Every single time he kicks out of the start gate, it is exciting, it is electric. There's a reason he finished second overall in his first season on tour.
A junior downhill champion, he knows how to bend a ski. I can't help myself there. It's too easy, and I love seeing it. I love seeing that aggressive racing technique come into the mountains and mix with the freestyle elements that he has as well. Gonna pop up and over and just, again, warm up. He looks like he's gonna make his way a little left/fall line, trying to anticipate where he's going. And again, I love this down angle because you can see it is really a smorgasbord of features on this face.
Yeah, and so much credit for the riders just for being able to find their way through the maze as Bender now approaching his first feature, tossing a big backflip, clean landing. Absolute perfect control as now making his way to his next feature. So Bender going for the big 360 and landing almost clean. Oh, he
fighting for it. Yeah, big 360, backs up on the landing, but held onto it. He's got another 360 and a little front buck on that landing as well, but holding onto it, he is on his feet. And yeah, there was a little whack on that backflip. It was a little bit of a whack flip situation. I like it, a little sideways twist. Yeah, I'm giving the gorilla pounding the chest, feeling good as he comes in. And again, you can see he's coming up and over this horizon. He's seeing the crowd. They're just enjoying themselves in the sun against that beautiful Spanish Pyrenees backdrop. And the live crowd announcer is just hyping up the show as well. He's so great.
Well, the fans are behind this man. We are behind him too. A huge high five and a hug for the man in the hot seat, Ben Richards. Martin Bender fighting for balance through that run. Overall clean though, and what a great start, as you said, the tweaked out flip.
Tweak a little, I'm calling it a whack flip. He gets right back on it and over to this next feature. Again, making this diving board finally work again. We've had 3 successes off this thing now. Got that whack flip. Immediately over to this next feature where he does toss this very big 360 that a lot of athletes have straight aired, but big back slap there. Kind of fights through, gets hung up, but gets back on it to throw this next 360, which he's gonna hold onto with a little bit of a front buck there. Not perfectly clean, but he was on his skis, and again, you can tell he's feeling pretty good with the Gorilla Pound.
Oh yeah, he's happy with that one. And the snow conditions definitely proving to be challenging for even the best riders in the world here, as this venue getting chewed up. Bender just chatting with his friends there, chatting with Ben as they tell their stories of their adventures down the face. But Martin Bender done and dusted, riding out of Verbier for Faction skis. And he has the most infectious, positive personality. He's so stoked on skiing, loves to do it. We see the score coming in, a 76.67. So moving into seventh place, a revolving door so far today.
Really tight scores there, just kind of outside of the top 5, top 6. It's really tight. And again, those numbers are going to matter later. It might seem not exciting for a 7th place right now, but later down the road, this is all going to factor in. Every little bit will count at some point in this game.
So Joey Leonardo into 10th now, as we see the bottom half with Ben Richards holding on to the top spot, and another exciting Swiss rookie. 3 Swiss riders in a row. Paul de Portalet, he's a Swiss, but he's living in La Grave in France, so just getting into the Nar. I watched him do an incredible video in the Trifide couloirs. He was trying to live up to Joey Vallone, but he is so exciting. I love watching Paul de Portalet ski, 2nd overall in the Challenger, just behind Victor Hill-Woods, and now on course, trademark aggressive, powerful skiing.
Very fast, very aggressive, and coming from La Grave, he is comfortable in steep exposed terrain. There's very few places in the world that are as steep and exposed as La Grave, and that is the mountain that raised him. So we'll see how he works through this. He's over on that far skier's right side of the venue.
Yeah, you can see there's some corner pieces here, but he's getting way over into this cheese grater, using the bushes as a takeoff. Clean, popping off. He's got this windlet feature now, up and over and safe. That one has been challenging for some of the other riders, but Paul de Portalet now coming down onto this big buttress that we've seen a lot of action on, taking a really smooth approach onto that.
Yeah, and going again somewhere new. Those upper airs had a lot of exposure below them that you can't see in this shot here, but when you get the wide shot, there's so much exposure, and he's just going to pop up and over. I think he's hunting something else.
Oh,
the crowd's getting excited.
This was pioneered by Maël Olivier a few years ago. The biggest air on this face. Paul de Portalet making short work of it. A completely different take on this face, and absolutely aced it. Amy, what a take on this venue.
That was a massive rookie cannonball. That was insane to go over where no one's been, and I just, looking up from the screen, that is a huge piece. And listen to this Spanish crowd. I mean, we can see them. They're on their feet. They're stoked. That was a performance. I mean, I am looking at his tracks, and that was a chunk of air. I mean,
good stuff.
Wow.
That was pure free ride, too. That was almost a throwback to the old days. Find the biggest feature on the venue and point it.
Love the crowd here.
Wow, let's take a look back at this run. We started off with this cheese grater pepper air that's very committing and above a lot of air, and he just flies through it quickly, up and over that windlet, stays in control, gets in the shifty, but we didn't know his sights were set on this massive air. He's gonna wiggle through that takeoff, find the landing, and hold on to it, and that snow was like hot, sun affected.
Yeah, hot pow.
Wow.
He had to make a serious redirection move.
Absolutely.
Just to get to the takeoff angle so he didn't land into the side of that canyon wall. and the precision of his foot placement, everything about that. Absolutely mind-bending stuff from Paul de Portelet, hover air line tracker. You look at him moving across, and then just unleashed at the end. For sure, the biggest air we've seen today.
That's the definition of
Hi to
transferring
everyone.
with intent, though.
If I'm heard. But lovely to be here. And thanks for everyone who helped me along the way. Merci tout le monde, merci les copains. Salut à la maison. Je vous embrasse.
Wow.
What a polite young man.
Wow.
Let's see.
Saying hi to everyone at home, even translating it for us there, doing it in English and French. This is a polished professional.
He's another freeride tour overachiever. He's an engineering student, and he had kind of this like self-labeled underdog mentality in his interview, which I thought was really interesting because that was an underdog skiing there.
All right, a 73.13. So Paul sliding into the top 10 with that huge move. Incredible moments here on the Freeride World Tour as Paul de Portelet laying down the gauntlet for the big air sender, showing there's still a home for that here at the Freeride World Tour. We are rolling on from rookie to the longest serving veteran on the tour, Christopher Turdell, peak performance rider, two-time world champ. Last year was his 10th season on the tour, so we're into double digits for this man right now. Holding on, he just said he loves having a front row seat for the progression of this sport. How does a guy like this who's done everything in the sport stay motivated?
It's somebody that just loves the sport of competitive freeriding. That is where he loves to be. That's why he's been here so long. And just how impressive it is for the longevity of an athlete to ski like this in these conditions for over a decade and come back is crazy impressive. That staying power takes physical and mental fortitude that is really, really impressive.
Well, he's so smooth. This is just textbook Turdell. He's way, way over on the lookers right and airing into that skinny closeout couloir. We can't see it on the screen, but we will shortly. It just gets narrower and narrower, and at the bottom, Amy, there's a cliff there.
Yep,
that
this
you're
is a
skiing above the
mandatory.
entire time.
Yeah, we saw Molly in this couloir. And we know that there's a mandatory out. He makes quick work of it, really greasy quick turns right off that air, straight into another air with a tail tap of those rocks, but finding that landing, making it look like nothing. And then he's going to make his way over to this wind lip, gets a backflip around, gets it to his feet, and there we have it.
That's where the takeoff is
We
on
found
that
it.
wind lip. The other riders were too high up on the wind lip, but Turdell following the track of the forerunner, who did say the wind lip is good to go, but you got to take that with a grain of salt and hit it in the right spot.
Totally.
That was veteran scoping. Christopher Turdell knowing exactly where to go to get the move done. The big backflip at the end, and he made that look so easy.
He made that look easy and fast, and again, like capping it off with a backflip. He found the right woo of the tang there on that wind lip. It is there, it's lower down, and just veteran of all veterans, really.
The tired legs there
Yep.
for Turdell. Amy, look at this technical prowess in the skinny couloir.
Well, and what I like is he is keeping his skis in the fall line there. He airs out, then he finds this other air line. He has a little tail tap on those rocks, but it doesn't even phase him. Immediately on those edges as he's making his way to the lower takeoff on the wind lip. He does have to kind of work that backflip a little bit, but he gets it to his feet.
And you see the tracks of the other riders who got tossed by that one higher up. Christopher Turdell knowing exactly where to go just to make it happen. And that response is about as emotional as you're going to see Turdell get as he is happy. Well, the Swedish fans can catch up with the with what him and Carl are talking about as he's waiting now to see where that's going to slot him into the rankings here. But a really, really solid run down the face for Christopher Turdell, as just showing, I mean, longevity, 11 seasons on tour, following in the footsteps of some legendary Swedish riders on the tour.
Warm and nice down here.
His fellow Swedish countryman Reine Barkered, another one who was on the tour for years, and Christopher taking on that kind of senior statesman role and keeping the pure freeride in freeride.
Yeah, and just shows like, to me, it's about, it's not that he just loves skiing. It's not that he just loves free riding. He loves free ride competition. This is something magical. The community, the way the sport progresses. I mean, I think this idea of having a front row seat to the progression is such a cool response.
Yeah, and he is sometimes almost overly humble. He's so respectful of the other riders on the tour, and especially the young up-and-comers. He's just said sometimes he's in awe of what they're doing, but clearly has such a solid place still in this group of the world's top free riders. Trudell just laying it down in technical terrain with pace, with aggression, and making it look smooth.
Technical terrain, not a highly trafficked zone, so a little creativity, switch it up a bit, kind of check all those boxes. So. Yeah, he's talking about that tail tap on that landing.
That was all right. I'm happy.
And the one after the shoot?
Yeah.
Only just made it.
Oh, that was so good.
But you barely even, didn't even flinch. It was sick.
It's true. I think that's also kind of his experience showing where he was saying like, oh, I might come up a little short, but like hold it together, and just like act like nothing happened.
Still in one piece.
Yeah, these moments are where the magic lives at the Freeride World Tour. 73.83 for Trudell and taking a spot in the top 10. Anything in the top 10 is a keeper result, as we're going to see 60% of the field move on to finals. So locking it down there for Christopher Trudell as we are making our way through this ski men's field with some electric moments. And Ben Richards still holding down the top spot with an 86.67 on the top of the heap. Paul de Portelet there in 11th as we see down the second half of the field. Locke Harvey sitting in 13th right now. Another exciting rookie coming out of Canada. This is Lake Louise Jack Kolesh, finishing 4th on the Challenger Tour in North and South America last season. Lake Louise rider out of the Ular Big Mountain Club. He's a competitor. He's also out there coaching the juniors, just really giving back to the sport. And Jack is so exciting to watch, always aggressive. He's got great technique, a beautiful turn, but really, really, really aggressive approach for Jack.
Has some casual body language as he's coming into the face, which is good. Hopefully just, again, remembering that he earned this place on this face.
Jack coming across, popping into this high exposure section, really tight, but his technique is so on point. Going to be lining up this takeoff that we've seen other riders taking on, popping off, getting the tail grab there.
Nice.
So showing that Aaron style.
360 up and over, finding a little transfer there in the landing, and then making his way into some smooth, untracked zone somewhere we haven't been yet.
Yeah.
What is he lining up?
This has Jack Kolesh written all over it. Big buttress, huge air, Jack Kolesh stomping, and getting the wind lip. So Jack showing the precision of his foot placement, the ability to make that turn. That was incredibly precise and incredibly technical for Jack as he just wrapped up his maiden voyage down a Freeride World Tour venue and showing he is right at home. And let's keep in mind these North and South American rookies do not do visual inspection.
Right.
They do on-slope inspection in their Region 2 competition. So that kind of precision and line scoping for a rookie is incredibly impressive.
It's a whole new skill, really. It's a whole new skill because you can't underestimate enough how different things look from different places. And that was a stacked and aggressive line choice in that he was putting a lot of things together back to back. This is his first air, getting that tail grab, showing that air in style. We see a lot of reward for control here. Has that 360, bolts, almost hits a tree, but doesn't even phase him back on his skis. And here is this big buttress air at the bottom, taking it big, really controlled in the air, stopping that landing even though it was a little flat, and then immediately getting on those skis and up and off that wind lip, getting a ski touch in there. Yeah, wow.
Yeah, and that really backs up the control that you see from the video judge. The ability to land those big airs and then immediately get on the ski, crank a turn. The head rider riding out of Lake Louise, Alberta, absolutely putting on a show. Mouth guard goes away there. You don't need that anymore in the finish corral. Now the judges getting to work. They got to put all the pieces together, match it against the criteria, match it against what we saw from the other riders. Jack wanted to give a big shout out to Jordy Burks, the head coach of the Ular Big Mountain team. You know, he's given him a job as a coach. He's given him all the mentoring, and it really showed there in that run. Looking like a veteran performance there for Jack. He's got a 4th place finish, and I think maybe a bronze medal from the Freeride Junior World Championship. It's amazing the impact that the Junior World Championships and the Junior Series across both Region 1 and Region 2 have had on the Freeride World Tour riders. So many of them coming out of juniors with the knife already sharp for this level of competition.
Absolutely. It's a new era of the rookie. These guys aren't here wide-eyed and like, what's happening? They're like, I am an experienced competitor. I have my team. I have my coaches. I know how to compete. I have my mental strategy. So it is showing that as this sport progresses and gets more serious, it pays off.
74.5 for Jack as he slides into the top 10 with that really strong run. So he's going to move off, give a big hug to Ben Richards there as he's fended off another big challenge. So Ben holding it down in the hot seat. Back up to the top we go. Hold on to your hats. This man is ready to throw down. Toby Rafford out of Sun Valley, Idaho. He burst onto the scene last year with a huge performance in his very first stop on tour, earning himself a silver medal in Spain. Toby Rafford, he gives so much credit to his sister Addison for his style. One of the most stylish women on skis. This man bringing style to freeride. If you look at the comments under any post that the World Tour does of a Toby Rafford run, everyone's like, the steez, the steez, the steez. But let's not forget the technicality of it as well. Toby Rafford, he is going down the ridge here out to the rider's left at speed and going up high. So we may see a new zone tapped into this late in the competition. Riders still finding new places to go.
Second from last, and we're having a whole new venue choice here. And that's what I appreciate Toby, is he brings not just the style, not just the steez, but an immense amount of creativity with the kinds of tricks he shows and his ability to execute them cleanly. So it's not just steez, it's execution along with it. And that's why he just really knocked our socks off last season. So right now, moving down the ridge, again, this is transport with intent. You know, this isn't going to affect fluidity because he's not really even to the face yet. Hard to say exactly where he's going here. Again, we haven't seen anyone do this yet, but that's what's amazing about Toby, is he looks at each face with very fresh eyes.
Well, and look at the view that the skier has down here on this huge convex roll. And we've been looking at this face from the other perspectives, but he cannot see in there. So the precision that he's got to make his entry with is incredible. He's got the cornice below him. He's going to poke his head over, make sure he's in the right spot. The crowd is going nuts, and he is riling them up.
Wow.
Toby Rafford taking a page out of Aymar Navarro's book. This is so technical. Boom, bing, bang, bong. Toby Rafford through there with so much pace. And already into this low section now at 100 miles an hour, 360 in the entire section. Hold on, Toby.
Wow, Toby. That was so unexpected and fast and literally out of left field, the way left side of the venue, and just made such quick work of an incredibly technical exposed piece of terrain, and the crowd is going absolutely wild to welcome him here to the finish line.
Well, this crowd is going to double love that, because the only man we've ever seen ski over there is Aymar Navarro, the hero of Spanish freeride. Toby just took a page out of Navarro's book and evolved it to the next level of modern freeride, going absolutely haywire, top to bottom. That was unbelievable from Toby Rafford.
And again, with that massive 360 at the bottom, he showed that, hey, I'm not just steez. Let me do this aggressive, very traditional freeride big mountain line, and then throw a huge 360. Look at the technicality, the exposure here. Precise skiing. He has to land in those pockets very, very squarely, and then kind of hovercraft over feature after feature, and then dump some speed here as he's going to go for another big air, still get a little tweak in there, a little steez, and then line up this absolutely floated massive 360. He does bonk a bit in that landing. That is not a perfectly clean landing. So you see that reflected in the control bar, but it's not a full loss of control, and he held on to that basically acrobatic move here. One ski getting away from him, he gets it back. That balance is unreal. So you can see these other line, style, fluidity all maxed out, and Ben's reaction just unbelievable.
Well, look at the hover air line tracker all the way down the ridge into the most technical part of the face. Short work on that triple, a huge double with a floated 360. There is the man, Aymar Navarro. He's coming back from a massive injury and looking like he's making his way down to give credit to Toby Rafford for taking what he pioneered and just taking it to a whole other level. As Aymar Navarro, the torch has been passed, and Toby Rafford blowing our socks off with that run, the only guy to go over there.
I mean, that's pulling at my heartstrings a bit, just because Aymar wants to be on his face, but to feel the pride he must feel watching these athletes put on a show like this on his home venue.
Welcome. I wore it for you. Oh, I just unlocked a new level on my boots. 4.
Shout out to his mom. And then some
the booth. Plug, free plug. AR1, let's go.
He's wearing those new Armada boots, talking about maybe having to cramp them down a little tighter to just...
It wasn't that soft.
It wasn't that soft.
It didn't look that soft.
Maybe triple or so, chill. You literally...
All right, take another look here. We're going to jump into just how floated and massive that 360 was. And I think what he was saying is that landing wasn't as soft as he was expecting.
Yeah,
but he really held on to it.
Went into the snow there, but that was because he was coming at it at 1,000 miles an hour. The floating takeoff, too. He just had to lift his feet up and set that rotation, fighting for balance on the landing. The bomb hole under that thing looks like it's about 40 meters away from the edge of where he took off. An absolutely enormous air. There's Navarro waving at Toby.
Yeah.
Inspiration. Thanks, bro. Thank you.
Well, these are the moments that just make the Freeride World Tour so special. So the judges weighing it up now. There's definitely a small control dock, but the line score, the air and style, everything just pinned to the max. Just trying to get a little insight into what's going through Toby's head there. So the judges putting everything, you know, we've had riders to the absolute extreme skiers right. Now Toby to the absolute extreme skiers left. This face, one of the wider, more sort of vast faces on the Freeride World Tour. And we've seen a few kind of taking on similar approaches, and then some of these riders just going completely into their own areas, trying something brand new, and for Toby Rafford, definitely working out.
Mad respect to Toby as well, knowing that that's what was in his bag and having to sit up there all day, running second to last with that is what he's eyeing up. I mean, to hold that inside of you, I mean, he must be buzzing right now.
Just give him the dump.
A little behind the scenes look at what you put your body through there. So some anxious moments for Toby and for Ben. Ben sat in the hot seat for a while now after knocking Wei Tian out. Whoa. Dangerous moment there for Ben Richards, getting attacked by his skis. All right, here we go. The judges have spoken. The score coming in for Toby Rafford, 86.5. So into second, just behind Ben Richards. So the judges, you know, they say that control, it matters, but it still puts him into second. So he's going to be on the podium as we only have one man left at the top. And a huge hug for Navarro there. The real passing of the torch, the same line, but taken to another freeride planet.
Absolutely, that was special. I mean, no words. And look at how close it is up there at the top. But yes, rewarding that line choice and acknowledging that control that Ben didn't have. Ben did grease his run. So that's what's going on there at the top.
All right, here we go. One man left. Kelly Hillicky, riding out of Aspen, Colorado, took the win in the Challengers in North and South America in Region 2 last year with a commanding performance. This guy has all of it. He might be one of the most exciting rookies we've seen in a while. The level of tricks that he's got. But Kelly coming off a broken neck in July skiing park at Mount Hood. He says he's fully recovered and skiing at 100% and so exciting. Let's see what kind of approach he takes. Well, that's the kind of approach he takes.
We're going to take a front flip off the warm-up air as the last rider on this face. He's perking the judges' ears way up. They are paying attention. And he's jumping into a new line. Again, he's working his way quite a bit more right on the face here. Calling that a whack flip as well. Very clean landing, dumping some speed.
Oh no, Kelly going down in the couloir.
Oh, that's heartbreaking. He just got hung up on something and because it wasn't the landing, it was something else.
The confidence to flip into the closeout couloir is, I mean, this man is backing himself. But unfortunately, as you said, Amy, after the landing, it's coming undone. So now Kelly's got to he's got to reset his head because he still needs to get out of here.
He still has a mandatory air to get out of there. And he's taking a moment, that could have been a little bit of like a jarring moment, physically and mentally, but he's still got to get, this is mandatory. That means you've crashed and you still have to air out, and he does that very easily, showing his capabilities here. He's going to make his way through this terrain, maybe finding a new way that he wasn't planning.
Yeah,
Lining up for the, and he's going to give us
1.5.
A mooner on that wind lip there, and unfortunately we've got a runaway ski.
Well, Kelly Hillicky there, a story of what might have been with the most aggressive possible approach into that closeout couloir. Front flip off the top and then back flipping into the chute over that exposure.
Yeah, a closeout chute that's over additional exposure. We saw that Kelly is not afraid to take some risks. And again, I'm going to put that in the cannonball category for a rookie. That one didn't pay off. He did lose a ski, so he won't get a score. But we see what is possible there. And again, not leaving us bored here at the very end of the competition with the front flip on to the Bossy Bear face. Backflip.
Let's see if we can decipher what happened. He got a little bit backseat and then skis across the fall line.
Yep.
I mean, there was no room to do anything but that. If he pointed them down, he'd be straight lining, you know, a couple hundred meters into a closeout cliff.
Right, for sure. And that's the risk of, with that punchy snow, putting yourself in a situation where you need to make a quick move like that kind of hang up is kind of the problem, where the loss of control didn't actually happen on an air, but he's still going to take it all in. He went for broke and showed us that there's a lot left in those scores. So,
well, full credit for full send there for the Aspen rider.
Oh, my ski.
He chipped his brand new ski on one of his many adventures on the face there. So Kelly Hillicky, the last rider on the face. Once again, we don't have Timo Rochhoven as Ben Richards. Now it is official, pointing to that Kiwi flag on his shoulder. First event of the Freeride World Tour season, and Ben Richards sitting on the top of the pile with a commanding performance, and all three riders on the podium in the 86 point range. So let's take a look here, Amy, at what just happened.
Yeah, very impressive podium here. We have Ben Richards on top in that first place position. Second place, we have Toby Radford with the unreal line there. And third place, Wei Tian Ho. He went at the very beginning of this competition and put on a really amazing, clean performance. And then rounding out that top 5, Ross Tester, we have the rest of our leaderboard here. Again, these points are going to really matter. Anything above 10th place, you're saying, is a keeper. Anything below, these athletes are probably going to throw away these scores.
Yeah, we're gonna see how it goes as we see, you know, a few no scores there. Riders having their ski come off, so no score. But down here in this section, Victor Halewood, Kelly Hillicky, and Virgile Didier with sections of runs that were extremely impressive. So nothing is done, but a bit of confidence for these three, at least starting the season. Ben Richards, Toby Radford, and Wei Tianho all bows there to the king of Spain. Ben Richards taking the win, and all three riders separated by a fraction of a single point. 86.67, 86.5, and 86.33 for these three men. So that wraps up here as we see what the overall rankings look like right now, Amy.
Yeah, so tight at the top. And again, first place, Ben Richards, Toby Radford second, Wei Tianho in third. We have Mats Hitzig right outside that top three, and Ross Tester in fifth position. And then as we move through here, we have Martin Bender in eighth place. And we're gonna, again, see how all of these scores work out later down the road. We have our kind of cut line right there above Joey Leonardo. So he's gonna be working to up those scores for these next competitions.
Finn Powell and Jack Kolesh, two rookies on the tour, landing in the top 10 in event number 1. Impressive riding from those two young men. They're putting themselves right in the mix to make the cut to get to Alaska and Verbier. That's what everybody wants, right, at the end of this season?
Absolutely, because it's not just making the cut, it's also going to Alaska, which is any free rider's dream. So that's going to be on all of these competitors' minds as the season progresses.
All right, we are going to head down to the finish line with Ben Richards taking the win here in Spain. Ben, describe how you're feeling right now watching the rest of the field throw down and ending up on top.
Damn, pretty overwhelmed for sure. Happy to see everyone made it down in one piece. It's the main thing.
Ben, talk to me about the conditions on the face, because you greased that line like it was a film line in powder, and what was it actually like as you were experiencing it?
It was not easy. It's pretty variable, but I don't know. I'm from New Zealand, so we get conditions like this all the time. So, yeah, shout out New Zealand.
Shout out New Zealand, indeed. Ben Richards, massive congratulations for taking the win on the first stop of the Freeride World Tour, sitting on top of the rankings right now, heading into the rest of the season with a win under his belt. What a great way to start this event.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Humble man there. Ben Richards taking the win. The Lincoln Loop, the trademark smooth, fluid style. Everything he did, put himself on top. Ski men done and dusted here in Spain. All right, well, we see the winner of ski men there, Ben Richards, pointing to the Kiwi flag. Amy, he mentioned similar conditions that he grew up skiing in New Zealand. How much of an advantage do you feel he had there with these conditions?
I mean, we called it from the beginning. It was going to be the riders from New Zealand, maybe even the riders from Sweden, but we called that challenging New Zealand Kiwi snow was going to be the experience you needed. And Ben he made it look easy and greasy. He didn't, he said it was hard, but it looked easy. And that's the mark of such an amazing amount of technique and strength to make something that challenging look that easy and fun.
Well, that is the hallmark of Ben Richards' run. He is the smoothest man on skis. As we go back to this winning run, he gets things started. He's got, you know, a good head of steam. He's got some pace, and then right into it, no hesitation. He never takes his skis out of the fall line.
No, he does, and he has that really awesome, like, stomping gear. Like, his landing gear is so strong, and he's moving his way through this very casually through this kind of rough snow, lining things up. And again, he was kind of the first person to get through this technical terrain over to this diving board feature, and we hadn't seen it well executed yet. And he pulls off this Lincoln loop, stomps it, little arm bobble there, but really balanced on his skis, right back in the fall line. Then he's going over to his next air, throws that 360, and again, really, really stomps that landing, making the smart decision of keeping those skis straight down the fall line, sucking up that lower air, and just, again, he made that look easy, and we heard it from his own mouth that it was hard.
Yeah, and all day long you were talking about the nose of that takeoff that he did the Lincoln Loop being the obvious diving board, but other riders couldn't make it work, but Ben found the ability to get that right to the nose, which popped him up so much and put him into a great transition. How was he able to do that?
I mean, he has this innate ability to me, it's like he was born with skis on his feet. He looks so comfortable and natural on his skis. He's so balanced where he has a really aggressive angle in his ankles, but like looks casual overall. And I just really appreciate that skiing. Really appreciate the judges rewarding that skiing today.
Yeah, absolutely. You said earlier today that technique was going to win the day, and that played out in spades with Ben Richards' run. And as well, Toby Rafford and Wei Tian Ho, the whole podium in the ski men's category, all just putting on a clinic of freeride. Now it's your opportunity to have a say. Log on to freerideworldtour.com and vote for the rider of the day. You can scan the QR code there. This is wide open. Every category is in play. Winners, non-winners, whoever you thought was the rider of the day, have your say. The rider of the day, freerideworldtour.com. Log in and have your vote. I don't know who I would vote for.
I don't know either. It would be so hard to choose, but what a day we've had here in Spain on the Baqueira Face. I mean, this was a beautiful day of freeride. A lot of people staying on their feet and just putting on a great show for the amazing Spanish fans.
All right, well, we would like to, on behalf of the entire Freeride World Tour family, thank you for joining us. Thanks to you, Amy, for sitting next to me and taking in this incredible day of freeride. We are moving on with the Freeride World Tour, and we will see you in Val Thorens.
Adios.
Oh, welcome, welcome, welcome. We are in Val Thorens, France. Val Thorens welcoming freeride back to France. It is an absolute magnetic party here.
We've been welcomed beautifully. Like, the locals are super nice to us, and I think they're stoked to have a Freeride World Tour comp here, so it's been just a pleasure.